Wake them up. Get them up, get them going Wednesday on B&E. Only 30 degrees colder than yesterday. We told you it was coming. After 80-some degrees yesterday, temperatures in the low 40s. Blustery north wind as you get up and out on this Wednesday morning. We'll drag you up over the hump, but cooler conditions will be in effect as you get up and out today. Appreciate you being there. A lot to do. USA, moving on in the World Cup into the knockout round. Get on a group stage with a big win yesterday. We'll dive into some worldwide football, some soccer. Obviously, college football taking center stage. The penultimate college football playoff rankings announced last night. Not any big surprises, but we'll run through them. Also, the transfer portal is in full effect in college football. The changing landscape of college football rosters is underway. College coaches being hired and fired as well. We'll dive in there. NFL Week 13 on tap. NBA with a good one last night. College basketball in full effect as we get you rolling on this Wednesday morning. Should be a good one. Appreciate you being there. However you find us each and every morning on the Show of the People. That would be 104.9, maybe 101.9, AM 1260. Always streaming for you. Making it easy to find us on our Horn app, on your smart speaker, and always, Mr. Godbolt, at hornfm.com.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the great job that you do. It is appreciated. Thank you very, very much. Be careful out there.
Be careful. Yeah, 42 degrees right now with the winds howling. If you go into our little kitchen area here at our Horn headquarters, the Austin Radio Network headquarters, there are a couple of flagpoles right outside the window. Mm-hmm. Things are blowing over out there. About to pull
big USA flag out there. That's right.
Yeah, how about USA yesterday? Great match in soccer over in Qatar. We'll certainly talk about it. Christian Pulisic with a big goal collides with the goaltender as he puts it in the back of the net, and the USA is on to the knockout round. Pretty impressive victory there. We'll dive in, and certainly the Longhorn roster taking new shape with the transfer portal. Not any big surprises, but some big names, which we will dive into here coming up. How are you this morning, my friend?
Doing great.
Doing good?
Great. Got the dog. Dog's good. Everybody's good.
Now, you had to leave yesterday because your dog got out. Yogi.
Yeah, that was...
which is never good because you live out in the country, but dog
and
can
once
end up on the wrong road.
No, he can end up on the wrong road, on the wrong farm out that way. But he went and played with two other dogs. They called me up. He was inside the fence with the two females just having a good time.
Ooh, chasing the girls.
Well, he wasn't chasing. He got nothing to chase with. He got nothing to chase with. He's been the same
doctor
doctor I've been with.
Yeah, you can get him snipped, but he's still going to chase the chicks.
Oh, yeah, he did. He had a good time. The guy said, he can come down anytime. I said, no, I don't. I appreciate it. The man was very, very nice, and everything worked out. And he came in, jumped right in the car, and went home.
This is your Great Pyrenees, correct?
Yes. He will be 8 in February, going on 8 years old.
Yogi. I love that name.
I've had three Great Pyrenees. One lived to be 15, the other 10, and now Yogi. Barney, of course, everybody knew who Barney was. I was with Bob Cole during the Barney times, and that dude used to walk down Highway 71 all the way to, he'd go from my house, from the big house, all the way to Lakeway on the side of
like the
highway.
travel.
Just like the travel.
Wanderer.
I'll have to bring mine up here for you to meet, Bucky.
Okay, they just wander, and you can call their names, and they don't.
That's what they're meant to do, though. Just wander around the farm. And
I know, they just look at you like
farm dogs.
You can call their name, and they look at you and go, so what do you want? I'm not coming back to you with all this land in front of me.
See ya.
Yeah, see ya. But everything worked out. And then I had, of course, let my wife know that, you've been gone for 6 days. I didn't have any incidents while you were gone. So I think that was the Lord letting me know she's back. Things are going to be different.
Ooh, you
and
let
I was
her
the one
know. You let her know. I like that.
But no, I was the one who left the gate open. There's some weird stuff. My garage door didn't shut. So I went back. I went halfway down the block and noticed that the garage door didn't go down. So I came back through the gate. When I went back out the gate, obviously I didn't shut the gate all the way. So
it's your fault.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Okay, good.
Somebody else had to be blamed for that.
Ty, our producer, you have a puppy as well?
I have 2 dogs and a cat.
Great Pyrenees?
She's
a Great Pyrenees Anatolian Shepherd mix.
Wow.
Golly.
That's
big dogs.
Big dog.
Big dogs. All right, big dogs. Let's get to the headlines. Trending topics to start your Wednesday morning. Let's fire it up. UBEO Business Services brings it to you. Start with college football, and as expected, Georgia, Michigan, TCU, and USC are the top 4 teams in the penultimate college football playoff rankings, which were released and announced last night by the College Football Selection Committee. No big surprises. Ohio State and Alabama sitting as the first 2 teams out at numbers 5 and 6. Top 8 spots mirror the AP poll as consensus is rounded into form with only the conference championship weekend remaining. That'll begin on Friday with the Pac-12 championship game, USC and Utah. 8-4 Longhorns come in at number 20 in the second-to-last rankings of the season. And with the regular season in the books, the run to the transfer portal in full effect around college football and certainly on the 40 acres. On Monday, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian said he plans to meet with every player on the roster individually and discuss their roles and future with the teams. Well, yesterday, 7 players made their decisions clear. They have decided to move on and enter the transfer portal. That includes the redshirt sophomore quarterback Hudson Card from Lake Travis. He plans to move on and find a new spot, as well as offensive tackle Andre Carrick, wide receiver Troy O'Meary making the decision to jump in the portal. Also on the defensive side of the ball, 4 players, linebackers Prince Dorba and Derek Harris, as well as defensive backs J.D. Coffey and Jameer Johnson. Portal officially opens on Monday. It's also award season in college football. The finalists being announced for the sport's most prestigious honors. That includes the Doak Walker Award, which goes to the nation's top running back, Texas junior running back Bijan Robinson. In the final 3, leads the nation in total yards from scrimmage with 1,894. Also second in total touchdowns at 20. Averaged over 132 yards per game in Big 12 play this year. The other 2 finalists are Illinois' Chase Brown and Michigan's Blake Corum. Also on the Maxwell Award, goes to the nation's best player, quarterback C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams of USC, and Hendon Hooker of Tennessee, the top 3 there. Winners of all the big awards will be announced next Thursday, December the 8th, at the College Football Awards Show. In soccer, how about Team USA? Christian Pulisic scored while crashing headfirst into the goalkeeper in the 38th minute. The United States has advanced to the knockout round of the World Cup with a 1-0 win over Iran yesterday. They moved through with the victory. In the NBA last night, how about only 3 games on the card, but a good one in Dallas Mavericks. Got back to 500. They beat the Golden State Warriors 116-113. Tim Hardaway Jr. nailed a go-ahead three-pointer late. Luka Doncic scored 41 points and posted his league-best 5th triple-double of the season.
This segment brought to you by UBO Business Services. Great people, great service, endless possibilities. That's UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com.
USA. On to the round of 16. Knockout round from here on out. The USA will play on Saturday against the Netherlands. Saturday morning, actually, about 8 o'clock local time. You either win and advance or lose and see you later.
See you later again.
But so far, successful. USA has played, I think, if you remove the second half of the Wales match where they did not play well, they played very well in the first half. They played great for for 90 minutes against England, and I thought played really well yesterday. They're playing very good defensive soccer.
For a young team, they're doing well.
And found the goal with Christian Pulisic crashing into that goaltender.
And he looks like he'll be ready to go by Saturday.
Yeah. When he went down, it was just a collision right at the goal, and it looks like an abdominal contusion, they're calling it. He'll be all right.
When he actually stays down after you score a goal, that's a real injury in soccer. I was a little worried, but
he didn't get up and start flying.
Then he came right back in.
Then he came back in.
Yeah, but he wasn't milking it. I think actually hurt.
No, he got hurt.
No, it was a pretty. To me, he was running full speed and slammed into the goaltender. Goal keep, and but the goal goes in. I thought originally the Iranian player kicked it in. I think it was close. As he
a lot of bodies in there.
A lot of bodies, and but it was Pulisic who got it through. I was thinking if the Iranian guy, they might kill that guy. He might not live.
Those guys might not be doing.
Golly, that whole thing. That's not to be joking, but the reports early, if the report that if they didn't sing the national anthem or whatnot, their families were in jeopardy. And, in the dictatorship of Iran, golly. But USA gets a big win. They advance to the round of 16. Pretty cool. College football playoff rankings last night. No big surprises.
No.
About what we expected. There was some thought maybe Michigan would be number 1. But Georgia maintains right ahead of Michigan. Not that it matters. Big picture. With TCU up to number 3. USC sitting at 4. And it goes into championship weekend. And it is amazing, Buck, to consider that 2 of the top 4 are first-year head coaches with Sonny Dykes and Lincoln Riley.
Mm-hmm.
We know Kirby Smart has built a juggernaut at Georgia. We know Jim Harbaugh. They stuck with him, and he's built a powerhouse in Ann Arbor. But the other 2 first-year head coaches, Sonny Dykes and Lincoln Riley, and they've both gotten there, in different paths. I mean, Sonny Dykes inherited a really talented team. Veteran team, as we said at Big 12 Media Days way back in July, the most experienced team by starts and by, depth chart in all the Big 12. And Gary Patterson was out last year. He comes in, hires the right coaches, installs the right offense and defense, and really has done a great job. And TCU on the verge of playing for a college football national championship. And then Lincoln Riley, it was 1 year ago on Monday that Lincoln Riley bolted from Oklahoma out of the blue. He's headed, remember there were reports after the Bedlam game of 2021 where the Lincoln Riley was going to take the LSU job. Everybody's saying, oh man, he's going to go to LSU. Next thing you know, he's off to USC. He takes Caleb Williams with him and a bunch of other players and coaches. And 1 year in, USC from 4 wins to
what a difference a quarterback can make for you if he comes
and
with
a coach.
And he's the best. I mean, he just schemes it open. And he's got, and by the way, that's a pretty talented team that he's got too.
Yeah,
so that defense is suspect at times, but you better be able to outscore him because he's not really worried about the defense. He's just worried about putting points on the board. If you go in and you don't keep up with his scoring, you won't beat his team.
Well, Caleb Williams came with him. They also recruited Travis Dye, or recruited through the portal.
Wasn't there another wide receiver that came with him?
Jordan Addison.
Well, not Jordan Addison, the other kid from
Mario Williams.
Mario Williams.
Oh yeah, I mean the whole offense was portal. They had a couple of offensive linemen that were there, but he looked at the Clay Helton was the head coach. He got fired last September. There were USC fans saying, "How did we ever let Clay Helton coach USC for as long as we did?" Because that's one of those programs that should be talented enough to win the Pac-12 most years,
right? And
they weren't. But yeah, he brings Caleb Williams with him. He brings Travis Dye, a running back from Oregon, through the portal. Adds Jordan Addison, who was the Blitnikoff Award-winning receiver from Pittsburgh, who came through Austin on his way and nearly committed to Texas, according to some. Ended up at USC. Mario Williams, the wide receiver. He brought Alex Grinch, his defensive coordinator, and here they are. They're a threat to win the national championship in year one. Sonny Dykes in the same conversation with what he's done at TCU, but different paths to get there. Not a lot of portal transfers for Sonny Dykes. Just took the players that were there and coached the hell out of Max Duggan and Kendre Miller, and they've been a resilient team at TCU, and here they are in the Final Four with the Big 12 championship game coming up on Saturday, 11 o'clock in Arlington against Kansas State.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting game. Kansas State's been just kind of good this season. They haven't been great, but they've been just kind of good. And if you don't do the right things, that's a group that can beat you. But TCU right now is on a roll. They just, they do whatever it takes to win, and I think they'll be at full steam ahead on Saturday.
And K-State's playing some pretty good football.
Yeah, they are.
That's a solid team as well. When Will Howard is their quarterback, I think they're better than with Adrian Martinez.
Yeah, I'd look at TCU. I'm just trying to figure out which way can they beat you. Which way are they going to beat you? You can tell the way the day's going. But you know what? They find ways, even if they're down in the fourth quarter, we'll play this way and still win the game.
Yeah. And then the top two, obviously Georgia and Michigan. I think those are the favorites at this point. They played last year in the college football playoff semifinal. Georgia beat them 34-11 on their way to a national championship. That Georgia team last year, though, Buck, was a different level, right? I mean, they lost to Alabama in the SEC championship game. We know that. But every other game that they played, they won by 14 points or more.
Mm-hmm.
They were just dominated on defense. They had 14 players drafted into the NFL. They were one of the dominant forces we've seen in college football in the last couple of decades, even though they lost a game. But they turned around and then smashed Alabama in the national title game. They're not that dominant this year. I mean, they're good. I'm not saying they're not. But I don't know that they're unbeatable this year, which I think makes the Final Four, when we get there, more compelling than
it makes the championship game. I mean, even playing against LSU. But if LSU's quarterback is still banged up against what Georgia had, that defense that Georgia still has, that's a problem for LSU.
Yeah, they still got Kirby Smart and a great defense, and those tight ends on offense, and Stetson Bennett and what they do. But it feels like Michigan has closed the gap a little bit, right? They are a year better. I think J.J. McCarthy is a better quarterback than Cade McNamara, who was their quarterback a year ago. J.J. McCarthy.
They protect him. That'll be a pretty good game.
Well, and if you saw the Ohio State game in Columbus, J.J. McCarthy's a special player. I mean, he really is. He's a step up at the quarterback position, making plays, avoiding the rush, hitting the ball down the field. Jim Harbaugh has talked about him since they recruited him, that he's got some special intangibles. He's got that it factor to him, which, you get into a championship scenario. And obviously, if it stands to chalk, as we are right now, Michigan would play TCU in the national semifinal coming up late December, with Michigan playing USC. Georgia playing USC in the other semifinal. Winners would meet for the national championship. So we'll talk plenty of college football as we get into Championship Saturday. Remember, it starts Friday with USC facing Utah in the Pac-12 championship game Friday night in Las Vegas at the Roomba, the Raider Stadium there. But, Buck, the transfer portal, 7 Longhorns into the portal. As these came down yesterday fast and furious, Steve Sarkisian said on Monday he will meet with every player individually. And we talked yesterday, you and I, about the natural attrition, guys who are back on the depth chart or have been passed maybe by younger players who look at it and say, you know what, this is my opportunity to go find a place where I can move up the depth chart and play college football. 7 players, headlined by Hudson Card. Any surprises for you on this list of 7 players?
No, not really. I mean, I'm surprised that, Troy O'Meary, he hadn't been healthy enough to play at Texas. So, in his final stance of football, whatever he's going to be, I think it is good for him to get out of here and go somewhere else. I don't know what level he's going to play at, but he just needs to play the game of football.
He does.
Probably.
Yeah, obviously back-to-back ACL injuries for him. He's never been able to get healthy. And Hudson Card's the biggest name, but that's not a surprise. We talked about it.
I've known that for a while, that he was out the door. It's just a matter of where he's going to go. He's going to end up with a degree from here, from the business school, and or close to a degree. But
I think he graduates here in December.
Yeah, so he's. Why would he stick around? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, obviously with Quinn Ewers passing him on the depth chart, with the
Murphy. They've got tons of guys coming
Malik
in.
Murphy, and obviously Arch Manning will be here in January.
Right.
Hudson Card can play Division I football. I don't think there's any doubt. The interesting thing will be where he ends up. Does he, because he can move into the Big 12 somewhere within the conference.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a few years ago Shane Buechele got beat out by Sam Ellinger as a freshman, and he decided to finish his degree and end up at SMU, play a couple of really good years for Sonny Dykes at SMU, and now still trying to make his way in the professional ranks. There's going to be options for Hudson Card. You wonder where he wants to land. And good for him, right? He comes in, gets his business degree at one of the prestigious business schools in the country, at the Macomb School. He'll be able to go play a couple of years. I think he's got 2 years of eligibility left. And I think much like Shane Buechele, I think a lot of Longhorn fans will wish him well and wish him the best of wherever he lands. What you hope is he doesn't land up at,
Tech
somewhere within the conference.
Yeah.
One of the places I was thinking about was how about Hudson Card at UTSA, where the kid Charles Harris, the quarterback's been there 6 years now. He's moving on. Jeff Traylor in that spot down in San Antonio, that'd be an interesting spot. Obviously he's going to have options because Hudson Card showed again this year. I thought he played his best game as a Longhorn in the final game we saw him against West Virginia when he was still filling in for the injured Quinn Ewers. We know in Lubbock, it wasn't his fault they lost, and he actually got them into overtime with that incredible drive. But then the game against West Virginia was his best game. He threw for over 300 yards. He was really precise and really played a really solid brand of football. He never got back in the game. Hudson Card, Quinn Ewers took back over for the Oklahoma game. There were times in Stillwater and maybe even against TCU where you thought, man, can we go to Hudson Card here? Can we see if we can get a jump start to our offense? It never did happen. And obviously Hudson Card is now into that portal.
Yeah, UTSA has, the kid from Steele is in the quarterback is going, he's already committed to go to school there. So, that's a good stopgap for a year or two for a young quarterback coming out of high school to be behind that guy who's played at this level.
Yeah, I think if you're a guy like Jeff Traylor, you're looking for you've built a nice program.
Yeah,
in San
you want to
Antonio.
continue to go. You don't want to have a in between.
Yeah,
where you have to have a young guy out of high school or whatever you have in your program. I don't know what else they have.
And the Longhorns saw UTSA week 2. Frank Harris, 6th year. 6 years a quarterback there. Had a long time to be breaking in a new QB. Obviously, Hudson Card would bring experience. He'd bring an older, more mature player than a kid straight out of high school. But that's just a thought, a spot where there's going to be an opening and an opportunity down in San Antonio, and playing for a really good coach in Jeff Traylor, who's getting things done down there. So obviously Hudson Card, the biggest name. Troy O'Meary into the list. Andre Carrick, not a big surprise, right? He got beat out by Kelvin Banks. If you go back to spring practice, the thought was Andre Carrick was going to be the starting left tackle at Texas.
Sure.
Out of South Lake Carroll. He gets beat out by the freshman, and he was really just in the 6 offensive line package that they would run, that power package. And he's a guy that can play at the Division I level somewhere. He's going to move on. And then on the defensive side of the ball, Prince Dorba, Derek Harris, J.D. Coffey, and Jameer Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I think there'll be more to come.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so. We said yesterday 6 to 8, maybe 10 players. Sure. And I think this is healthy for a football program. I think it's good for the young players that, you get stuck on the depth chart and you've got years of eligibility, but your chances of cracking.
Yeah, somebody would have to get hurt, or 2 people have to get hurt.
Yeah, 2 deep, you're not going to play much.
No.
And if you're like Hudson Card's the best example, you already have your degree. You've done what you're supposed to do. You're taking care of your academics. Well, now you just want to play college football. You want to be a Division I athlete and play. There's a lot that is good there. And for Texas, it signs that Steve Sarkisian is recruiting good players, bringing in good players, and if you're not going to have an opportunity here, they're going to bring in another recruiting class here of 25 players coming in here in 2023. And a lot of those guys will be here in January.
Absolutely.
They're also going to hit the portal themselves and try to add pieces. So, this is the free agent period of college
Hudson has
football.
done what he needed to do at Texas.
Sure.
He's been pretty loyal. He's been a loyal kid, getting his degree, going to school. This is what he always wanted to do. And now it's time for him. He wants to go someplace where he can get a real opportunity to play. And
That's right.
And he's played here. It's not like he hadn't played any football here. He's played, so he can showcase some of his skills at another school, maybe even at another level. Who knows?
Yeah. Good luck to him. No doubt about that.
He's been a good kid. He's a fantastic young man. And, folks, our good friends over at Jaguar Land Rover of Austin, they believe it is a privilege to be the provider of all of your automotive needs. While you're there, do say hello to the whole gang. 6 service advisors await you when you get there. Say hello to Damon Spears. He is the general manager. They are the 9-time Pinnacle Award winner for overall excellence in the automotive industry, the top 20 in the nation. I'd like to have one of those cars underneath your Christmas tree. As a matter of fact, you can't stuff it in your stocking, but I'd love to have one of those for sure. While you're there, do test drive the Discovery Sports, the F-Pace Jaguar, and the 2021 SUV of the year, the Defender. It is there waiting for you, folks. Believe me, come experience the team at Jaguar Land Rover Boston. Jaguar, no ordinary cat, no ordinary car. And, of course, Land Rover above and beyond, 1515 5th Street, Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. USA, America. And we're on to the round of 16. We'll talk some soccer. Craig Way has his report coming up. Also, the College Football Awards season is here. Bijan Robinson, a finalist for the Doak Walker. We'll dive into that and all the big award finalists that were announced yesterday. And the coaching carousel. Some interesting names percolating to the top as far as open coaching jobs. We'll hit that as well, and we'll get you into Week 13 of the NFL, which includes the Cowboys facing the Indianapolis Colts, the Texans facing Deshaun Watson and the Browns. We'll start looking forward to the big weekend to come. Also, a big college basketball game coming your way tomorrow night over at the Moody Center. We'll preview Texas and Creighton. It's a busy, busy Wednesday. Colder than yesterday, 30 degrees colder than yesterday. As a matter of fact, make sure you bundle up as you get up and out on this Wednesday morning. We're just getting warmed up on B&E.
The 2022 World Cup is here. This is Glenn Davis. Tune into the Horn for World Cup 2022 coverage and updates throughout the day, presented by Daspit Law Austin. The passion of the world's greatest sporting event, brought to you by your soccer station, The Horn.
Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, folks. Listen, still time. It's the end of November now, but you still have a full month to get yourself into Sharp Vision and take advantage of their LASIK procedures. And this is what it's all about. If you've been pulling that money, that FSA, that flexible savings account where you put in pre-tax money every month, and you got that money sitting there and you need to use it before the end of the year, make sure you get in there. Talk to our friends at Sharp Vision. They, using that pre-tax money can save you 20 to 40% on your LASIK procedures. We also tell you quite often that numbers would tell you that 9 out of 10 people who get their eyes checked at Sharp Vision, 9 of 10, they have a procedure that can help correct your vision, whether it's glasses or contacts, whatever's going on. 9 of 10 people, that's 90%. So clearly they're going to have a procedure for you. You've got that pre-tax money saved up. So make the phone call. Get on there and see them in the next 30 days or so and get your eyes corrected. Get out of the glasses, get out of the contacts. And, of course, you'll be working with Dr. Nicholas Lancaster and his team there at Sharp Vision like I've worked with. He has been voted 3 years in a row the best of the best corrective eye surgeon LASIK category for the Austin and American Statesman's Best of the Best poll. So that's 3 years running. You're working with great people. You're saving money. They've got guaranteed financing. They've got procedures start as low as $495 per eye, and they're in a great central location right there by Q2 Stadium, right by the Domain. You can't miss them. They're great folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, 512-596-2020. That's 512-596-2020. Find them online at sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E, -vision.com. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, the official LASIK provider of Austin FC.
Call A-Plus Air Conditioning, 512-450-1980 for fast service, seasonal checkups, and affordable prices on Lennox systems. You can't do better than A-Plus.
Well, we can't find a lot on the main lanes of the major thoroughfares that's going to be backing you up outside of what we usually see, like northbound I-35 coming up from Onion Creek to Stastny. That is already slowing down. As far as crashes, we have one at South First and Old Torf. That should be clearing. It's been on the board for a little while. As far as conditions for travel, well, a little breezy out this morning. So high-profile vehicles, beware. I'm Don Miller. That's traffic.
This holiday season, Diamonds Direct gives you the gift of 0% interest financing for 3 years on any purchase. With high prices and high interest rates everywhere else, Diamonds Direct is here with the incredible shopping experience you need. Our guaranteed best value prices will save you money. And with 0% interest, you can spread your payments over 3 years with no finance charge, period. And for this holiday season, we're showcasing an expanded selection of affordable and timeless holiday gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstones. And if you're upgrading her diamond or getting engaged over the holidays, we have one of the largest diamond selections in America. All sizes and shapes, all cut for maximum brilliance, and all offered at our amazing direct importer, no middleman prices. Check out our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Buy now or come into the showroom. Let one of our experts guide you in finding the holiday gift that's at the top of their list. And enjoy 3 years zero interest financing on any holiday purchase. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hi, folks. It's Craig Way with a word or two about my friends at Total Men's Primary Care. You know, the holidays are just around the corner, which means the end of the year is fast approaching. With over 20-plus area Total Men's Primary Care locations to serve you, utilizing your 2022 health benefits before you lose them has never been easier. Why not book your appointment today at TotalMens.com by clicking on that big yellow button? That's TotalMens.com. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan. My great friends and your friends at Callahan's General Store are exercising their green thumb to help you prepare your lawn for the cooler months ahead. Callahan suggests planting winter rye seed now, which will give you a green lawn throughout the winter. But more importantly, that winter rye rapidly produces a ground cover, holding the soil in place during the winter, which will lead to a much more lush and full lawn come the spring. Callahan's General Store, 501 Bastrop Highway, and still here since 1978 between downtown and the airport. Online at Callahan's General Store. And remember, make it a Callahan's Day.
Everyone knows that Pluckers is not only the best place for chicken wings in Austin, but also the best place to watch football. When USA Today names you one of the top 10 wing restaurants in America, you tend to be very busy. Our friends at Pluckers understand that no one wants to wait in line to get a table, so download the Pluckers Club app and virtually save your place in line. Prefer to eat Pluckers at your home? Pluckers offers online ordering for pickup and delivery through DoorDash. Visit Pluckers.com for details. You know what they say at Pluckers? If you don't like our wings, we'll give you the bird. Craig Way for my friend John Hardy and the great people at Divided Sky Roofing and Solar, the ones we trust for roofing. And now they're installing backup batteries and Generac generators. Rain and winter storms can damage your roof and knock out your power, and Divided Sky can help you be prepared for any short or long-term power outages by installing a backup battery or a Generac generator. Backup batteries come with a 30% federal tax credit. Give John and his staff a call today at 512-995-ROOF or check them out on the web at DividedSkyAustin.com.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E with you, and it is that time of year, Buck. 'Tis the season. Not just transfer portal, college football, coaching carousel. It's also B&E Christmas Carol time.
Nice.
Yeah. Go to our website, hornfm.com, and get details on the annual B&E Christmas Caroling Contest. And
our wonderful folks over at Academy Sports and Outdoors has given us a $250 gift card.
Ooh.
Yeah, so.
Well, here's the deal. So first place will win. We have one winner.
Yes.
If you're not first, you're last in the B&E Christmas Carol Contest.
I think we'll throw that in the first place, right?
55-inch LG flat screen. Thank you to Audiovisual Consultations.
Thank you, Tom.
So a new flat screen television and a $250 gift card to Academy Sports. And I could do some damage with $250 at Academy.
You get your little. They have a lot of Longhorn gear. They also have.
I can spend hours in Academy.
Austin, FC. They've got their gear too.
Gear.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they got everything.
Fishing poles, guns.
Fishing pole, yeah,
guns,
fishing
beer,
poles.
bait, and ammo. Come on, man.
Get your fishing license
Shoes,
for the new year.
Gear,
Absolutely.
golf. They have golf stuff. I mean,
Weights.
it's everything. Everything. Yeah, Academy Sports and Outdoors. So here's what you do. You put your creativity hat on and write us a Christmas carol. You can send us just the lyrics and we'll produce it. Or if you're musically inclined, go ahead and put your jingle together. Take your favorite Christmas carol, make it a sports or B&E or whatever parody. If you go to our website, hornfm.com, it's on the main page there. You can see they posted several previous year's carols.
Oh, boy.
So you can get inspired. Go listen to those and kind of hear what goes on. And for Ty in there, it's his first year as our producer for the B&E Christmas Carol Contest, and we've learned that he was quite the choral performer.
I'm going to believe Please Don't Suck is not going to be listed in there.
I think it's fair to say the Longhorns didn't suck in 2021. They didn't win to the level some people had hoped, and a lot of people hoped, but they didn't suck.
No.
Texas did not suck. So, yes, Please Don't Suck had been the ongoing winner of our B&E Christmas Carol Contest.
Over and over again.
Sung to the theme of Frozen. Please don't suck. Please don't suck, right? So, but that's not going to win this year. That will not be. Now, look, you got the Longhorns off a nice season, foundational kind of season for Steve Sarkisian. Got the Cowboys and Jerry Jones, maybe bringing in Odell Beckham Jr. Who knows? You can go all kinds of places with Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. You can go with, any number of sports parodies. How about Chris Beard and his Longhorn basketball team? Have fun with that. This team's number 2 in the country. Number 2 in the country. And they're going to play Creighton. I had a good buddy of mine who knows his college hoops who said that Creighton team they're going to play tomorrow night is Final Four caliber. I mean, they're that good. I mean, they've got bigs. They got Twin Towers down low.
Huge dude.
Yeah. They're not really deep. I think that's where Texas can get them tomorrow night, and they'll have the home court advantage. That's the one thing about Texas. They're really, really deep. They go 9 players deep on their bench.
Yeah, after watching Illinois last night and Syracuse get after, I can't wait to see that game, that Texas-Illinois game.
Yeah, well, that's coming up, right? Illinois beat Syracuse 73-44.
Oh, they put it on Syracuse at the Dome.
Last night.
Wow.
The number 1 team in the country is Houston. They beat Norfolk 100-52 last night. Marcus Sasser, the local product, had 25 points. So, yeah, college basketball rounding into form as well. We'll start to turn our attention there. And tomorrow, for sure, hopefully we'll get Chris Beard on our show. We'll see. Probably not on a game day, but we'll effort that because they play Creighton tomorrow night, and the mood will be packed, and it's their second big top 10 kind of matchup. They beat Gonzaga a couple of weeks ago on November the 16th. But go ahead and get your college basketball ready, but get your Christmas carol put together. And Ty, are you ready to sing these? Because Ty was in the choir at Westlake. We've learned this. He was
in Glee Club. He was in Glee.
Is that what it was called? The Westlake Glee Club?
No, the Westlake Boys Choir.
Boys Choir.
Boys Choir. No females allowed, huh?
We sometimes we'd perform together, but
there was a girls' choir and a boys' choir.
There was multiple boys' choirs and girls' choirs.
Oh,
there was like a base level.
Multitudes.
Hold on, like there were
singers.
multiple.
Yeah, like a JV, a varsity, freshman.
Wow.
Freshman year, everyone's together. It's like 200 kids in a room.
Sounds like the group that go out Christmas caroling during the holiday season, door to door.
Knock on doors. Did you ever do that?
I think we did.
I did that. I did that until the lady said. Remember, I told you how the lady said, "Hey, come here. I want to show you something." And she took me behind. She took me behind the curtain, and there was her sister, like in a crib.
And she like the dead lady?
Yeah, no. Remember, she goes and I can flying out of the room.
How old were you when this happened?
I was in 6th grade, 6th or 7th grade.
All right, so you're 12.
We would go caroling for UNICEF back in the day. We'd go Christmas caroling and send the
money.
In
Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, we did that for a number of years.
An old lady pulled you in and showed.
She said, "Listen, you guys are wonderful. I want to show you something." And she takes me back, and in this crib, like a baby crib, was like her sister, like, she was like dying. She reminded me of me when I saw my grandmother dying of cancer. I mean, she must have weighed about 60 pounds. And I went flying out of the room.
Why'd she show you that?
I don't know. She wanted to tell me how wonderful we were for doing this.
Wanted you to bless her or something?
I don't know what she wanted me to do, but I was out of there. I went through everybody on the way out the door.
Oh, my God.
I said, we got to get out of here. I didn't know if the lady had shrunk a lady or something. You know what I mean? I didn't know. I was in 6th grade. I had no idea. Probably not a good idea to have chosen me as the one to go back there.
Ty, did you guys ever go door to door in Westlake and do Christmas caroling?
I know we did like a Christmas show. I can't remember if we did carols.
I love caroling. I love knocking on doors and going caroling. People really appreciate it.
We should do that this holiday season. You, me, and Ty.
Oh no, they're not.
Come on,
we're too old. They're not gonna. No, the doors.
Get some kids involved.
Or bring a couple kids with us.
Get the Westlake Choir.
Oh,
I still
yeah,
got some connections
exactly.
there.
Oh, great.
Hey, by the way, also
Get your little scarf on like Charlie Brown Christmas. It's great.
HornFM.com is where you can go and find all the details on the B&E Christmas Carol Contest, how to submit your entry, how to be creative, and how to have fun. And again, a 55-inch flat screen television from AV Consultations for first prize, along with, as Buck has just announced, a gift card, $250 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. That will be perfect for the holiday season. We'll have our winner later on in December. So get them to us, and we'll start to play them as we hit December, which will be coming up here just around the corner. Also in college basketball, did you see the Fighting Shaka Smarts, Marquette, beat the daylights out of Baylor last night?
Did they really?
6th-ranked Baylor Bears out of the Big 12. They beat them 96-70. And apparently that was one of Ty's big gambling picks of the night that did not go well.
That was the last leg of a big parlay.
Oh.
And you bet against the Fighting Shaka Smarts.
Well, I thought
you know
Shaka Smart, Baylor, it doesn't usually go well.
No. You
That's
know who he
true.
had, though? He had USA.
I did have you. That was pick of the millennium.
There you go.
Pick of the millennium. You did have that. So was that part of a parlay, or did you cash in on that?
I cashed in on that, and then subsequently lost all of that money.
How excited were you when Christian Pulisic found the back of the net for your pick of the millennium?
I was pretty excited. I was sweating there for the last about 15 minutes.
I know. There were a couple of close calls there late.
Is that young dude coming down as one of the best in the world now? I mean, I know he's the best we've got.
I mean, he doesn't.
So far.
I mean, he's probably a top 50 player in the
Okay.
world, I would say.
From Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hershey, not far from me.
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
How about the captain, though, Tyler Adams?
Yeah.
He had a great game.
Yeah. Hershey, PAE, home of the Big 33.
Big 33 game that you played in.
Mm-hmm.
As we've told you, that's the kind of the all-star high school football game between the best players in the state of
Ohio
Pennsylvania and Ohio. And now I've seen where they do it, Pennsylvania against like school like Maryland. They do Virginia.
They've gotten away from
They've
Ohio.
got multiple. Well, they still play the Ohio game where it's the best 33 players in Ohio versus the best Pennsylvania 33. And as we said, that all-star game,
Super Bowl,
every Super Bowl ever played has featured a player who played in that game from one of the states, either Ohio or Pennsylvania. You played in that. You played it alongside Tony Dorsett.
Tony Dorsett, yes.
How cool is that? And they play that in Hershey, Pennsylvania. That's where Christian Pulisic is from, who made the big goal, 24-year-old, as the USA is on to the knockout round of the World Cup, which is pretty cool. They play the Netherlands on Saturday morning. So good stuff there. This says that Westlake Choir program, one of the best in the state.
Ooh.
I was a state champion.
You were a state champion singer?
Yeah. And I can't sing very well. But
it's
a team sport.
Team sport.
And now he's having stuff done. Now he's going to see the doctor about his throat and everything else.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. That's why.
Maybe that was the issue.
There you go.
You guys went to state. What did you guys sing for state? What was your state qualifier?
I was a bunch of like Italian music.
Andrea
talent,
Bocelli
different
stuff.
languages.
Oh, man.
Bocelli stuff.
We had in like the solo competition though, and one of my friends was actually the state champion like individual singer.
Holy cow.
And he sang Ave Maria in front of everybody.
Very
it was
nice.
beautiful.
Look at you guys. That is so cultured and
Ed
well-rounded.
Snowford, shout out. He's the director.
We
there.
definitely got to go neighborhoods with this guy, E, for Christmas.
Yeah, we got to go door to door.
Get some scarves on
Come on,
ourselves.
if you want the B&E show to come door to door,
Yeah. Tell us if we should come to your
neighborhood.
home. Yeah, tell us if we should come to your
Go
neighborhood.
through Lost Creek here behind us.
How about that?
Go over to
I
South
feel like the
Austin.
people of Lost Creek would appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's like an old school neighborhood.
Might get
They would love
shot.
that.
Might
I'm
get
telling you, people love that stuff. You come and sing, they open up the door for you. They go in there and get you that eggnog, juice it up for you.
You can dress up like Santa.
Oh no, I'm not doing that. I just my scarf, my Charlie Brown outfit. Get it out. Go one night when it's nice and cold.
All right. Well, we've got a lot going on. We'll talk Texas football. The 7 players into the portal. You think there'll be more to come?
I think so.
7 jumped in yesterday, including Hudson Card.
I would have really. I'm not kidding. I would have liked to seen the kid O'Meary stick it out one more. I mean, if he's here for as long as he's been here, he can't have but another year. He can't have like 6 years left, right? He's been hurt here for 4.
Well, I mean, Troy O'Meary came in from Houston. He was a Tom Herman recruit, and that staff. And, those early, when he
preseason deals where he was.
in spring and then into the fall camp, he was the buzz. He and Sam Ehlinger had a really great chemistry going on. Sam Ehlinger was the one going, man, this Troy O'Meary guy, pretty unbelievable. And then he, much like we saw Isaiah Nayor this year for Texas, hurt his knee in camp. And, really never got on the field. He then re-injured the knee the following spring.
Never got back.
Or the following fall camp, and really has never gotten back. And Look, this is, to me, what we saw yesterday was 7 players into the portal. Outside of Hudson Card, none of those guys have seen a lot of field time. Andre Carrick has. Andre Carrick, I think, is a starting caliber Power 5 offensive lineman somewhere, and just not at Texas right now because he just got beat out by Kelvin Banks. And the Longhorns had 2 sophomores and 2 freshmen in their offensive line, and they've got young guys competing.
He can go play someplace now.
Sure he can, and he can help a team. And I think that's what I like the portal. I know sometimes people get frustrated with the current state of college athletics with NIL and the portal. Look, this has always been what it should be, right? Where student athletes have an opportunity to play. You get stuck, buried on a depth chart. You come out of high school and you're the star, and you end up at a place like Texas, and all of a sudden they've recruited on top of you, and you're just not as good as you thought you were, right? You're just not to that level, but it doesn't mean you can't play somewhere.
That's right.
Doesn't mean you can't go play. Go to Texas State or go to UTSA or Sam Houston
Texas
somewhere.
State's about to have a new coach. They are looking for players. Will be looking for players.
By the way, speaking of that, Texas State has already had the Sam Houston State coach in. Sam Houston has won national championships at that level. That's a name that they're talking to down with Don Coryell and the Texas State brass. That's a name to watch for sure with them. Also, the name Garrett Riley has been mentioned down at Texas State, the offensive coordinator at TCU. Who's doing such a good job. Lincoln Riley's little brother, who has good Texas ties as well. So a couple of names, but you're right. I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, if you're a young guy and you can get your degree, but you want to play. I mean, you want an opportunity to play college football.
Because don't forget,
while you have eligibility,
90% of them think they're going to the next level. So they want to play the game. They want people to see them play the game.
Well, we'll hear from Steve Sarkisian coming up in our Coach's Corner talking about this and why he thinks it's healthy. And look, there's quite honestly, when you have a candid conversation with a young man and say, look, you're behind on the depth chart. We're going to keep recruiting good players. This might be the best is for you to go elsewhere if you want to play and be honest with them. Yeah. I mean, but if you're Steve Sarkisian, that opens up a scholarship, right? That gives you an opportunity to add another player through the portal or through recruiting. And that's really what you're trying to do if you're Steve Sarkisian is upgrade the roster.
Yeah, you're not trying to get rid of good guys.
No.
Because those are the guys that make up your team. Although a bunch of them that don't actually play.
Well, let's be real. This program's trying to get SEC ready. They're trying to get built for the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah,
and
they
SEC
need to be more than just too deep at places.
Yes, and so Steve Sarkisian, Kyle Flood, Pete Kwiatkowski, they're going to be recruiting the best players in the country. And if you're, let's say J.D. Coffey, seems like a good player, but is he good enough to crack the depth chart at Texas? Probably not. So go play elsewhere.
That's right. And don't keep spinning your wheels in one place.
I'll be interested to see where Hudson Card lands because I think Hudson Card's a good player, and I think his best football might be to come. And remember, Shane Buechele left Texas after Sam Ehlinger beat him out, and he played 2 really, really good seasons at SMU for Sonny Dykes.
And that fit him. His skill level and everything was perfect.
I think what you hope is that Hudson Card doesn't end up at like TCU or Oklahoma State or something. All of a sudden, you're playing the guy next year, which, you wish him the best wherever he's going to land. We'll come back. When we do, we'll continue these conversations. We'll get that Coach's Corner coming up. We'll also dive into some B&E facts of the day, including maybe the leading contender for the services of Astros right-hander Justin Verlander. Report on that yesterday as the baseball hot stove is cooking right now. Details to come. It's B&E on the Horn. First, Craig Way.
It's time for the Craig Way Sports Report, brought to you by Bud Light. Now, here's Craig Way.
The next big challenge for the number 2 ranked Texas Longhorn men's basketball team is tomorrow evening at Moody Center as the Longhorns play host to number 7 Creighton. Longhorns head coach Chris Beard says there are plenty of reasons why the Blue Jays are a top 10 ranked team.
All championship kind of quality teams have an identity. Creighton definitely has one. Coach McDermott's been doing this for a long time. His teams are explosive offensively. His team's balance is always very noticeable. This isn't a team that comes in with one leading scorer. It's a team that comes in with all 5 starters in double digits and then guys off the bench that can really score as well. They put a lot of pressure on you defensively. Starts in the open court, the transition game, then the half court. They're very challenging with all the stuff they run, and they're a good rebounding team as well. Defensively, might not be their identity by most, but those of us in basketball, myself included, recognize that they're one of the best defensive teams in college basketball. They got great guard play. They have pieces that can switch. And they obviously have a rim protector and their big guy in the middle. So it's going to be a challenging game, quality opponent. I'm happy for our fans. They get to see a Gonzaga. They get to see a Creighton all before Christmas. So We take this game with a lot of appreciation. We look forward to the opportunity to compete against who we think is one of the best teams in college basketball.
Coming up this afternoon, Chris Beard discusses some of the specifics that makes Creighton a tough opponent tomorrow night. That's in our next report. I'm Craig Way.
The Craig Way Sports Report, brought to you by Bud Light.
Real Texans are genius.
Bud Light salutes you, overly dedicated Texas Longhorn fan.
How come?
You show up to every UT football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sport there is.
Ping pong.
Each game, you slather your entire body in burnt orange.
Every nook and cranny.
Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas Edition Bud Light beer cans. Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan. I gotta believe you're sick and tired of living with that constant pain in your knees, maybe your back, your shoulder. That joint pain doesn't have to keep you from doing what you want to do. Sure, it's affecting your job, your relationship, your ability to do simple things like getting dressed in the morning. It's time to call QC Kinetics and learn about their advanced regenerative medicine to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, giving you your life back. Hips, shoulders, elbows, they can all be treated with natural biologics from your own body. Powerful healing properties, highly concentrated, that really do work. If you're tired of steroid shots that don't work, and if you're trying to avoid surgery, call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Learn about these exciting new cutting-edge treatments for pain caused by arthritis or injury. No more drugs, no more pain meds, no more downtime. It's an all-natural treatment that can get you lasting relief, and people all over Central Texas are raving about the results. Call now. Appointments are available this coming week at QC Kinetics, 512-593-4303. That's 512-593-4303. They have a location in Austin and in Round Rock at QC Kinetics.
This is Chad Hastings for Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. I've told you about these pick'em games. It's really simple. You pick whether your favorite players will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's games for your chance to win big. Pro football, college football, baseball, basketball, you can mix it all up. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. Remember, pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. You get them all right, and you win. You can also do rivals picks, which pits 2 players against each other. Also, check out that pick insurance option, which increases your chances to win. Trust me, if I can do it, you can do it. Sign up today with the promo code HORN and get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store, and don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Underdog Fantasy.
Ready to bake up a storm? 365 by Whole Foods Market flour, sugar, baking chips, herbs, and extracts are 25% off with Prime through December 13th, while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better communicate within your organization and with your customers. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. Great people, great service, endless possibilities.
The Houston Cougars return to the top of the college basketball rankings as this week's Leif Johnson Ford Return of the Week. The Cougars are number 1 in the national rankings for the first time since the Phi Slamma Jamma era of 1983. And it's also the first time ever that 2 Texas schools are number 1 and number 2. Houston is ranked number 1, Texas is number 2. The Return of the Week presented by Leif Johnson Ford, where if you don't like your new Ford purchase, return it within 7 days for a full refund. Leif Johnson Ford, Central Texas, number 1 online rated Ford family.
You can find it online, you can build it online, and you can have it delivered right to your home. LeifJohnsonFord.com. You don't have to come see us to get your new Ford. We'll come see you at LeifJohnsonFord.com. Not only can you get your best price, you can have your trade appraised and pick the financing option that fits you and your family. The entire process is right at your fingertips. And remember, every Leif Johnson Ford comes with a 7-day money-back promise. Check it out online at LeifJohnsonFord.com.
The Horns text line is brought to you by Specs. Specs wine, spirits, and finer foods. You're on the way, less to pay, everyday store. Cheers to savings. It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E with you on a Wednesday morning. 30 degrees colder than yesterday. We were approaching 70 yesterday morning at this time. Today it's 42 and blustery breezes out of the north as the cold front has moved through. Colder air, obviously.
Yeah, there's someone said that there may be some interest in UNLV and Gary Patterson. I would be totally surprised if Coach went and took a job like that. I can't picture, Gary Patterson and Elvis playing in the ghetto on a strip. You know what I mean?
I don't know. There's a lot of shows, a lot of venues he could play there.
I
He can
don't
get himself
know,
a residency.
I
think he feels like I think he was very happy and satisfied with what he helped to do and starting to build here. And I don't know if he wants to go into being that head man. I think he enjoyed being around these kind of players and really being hands-on, I think, this year.
We'll see. I think Gary Patterson will be the head of a program again this offseason or soon.
Not like UNLV.
Well, I don't know if he's going to go to UNLV. I don't know what that would do. But, look, according to reports, UAB, University of Alabama Birmingham, is about to hire Trent Dilfer.
Mm-hmm.
Trent Dilfer from Lipscomb Academy in Nashville. He's, talk about point of that is they're hiring coaches without a lot of experience. Gary Patterson has more experience than most any coach. He built that TCU program, and yes, things got stale and whatever was going on in Fort Worth. Same time, he built a pretty talented roster that's playing as the third-ranked team in the country right now. Sonny Dykes has done a tremendous job, but that roster was built and helped develop by Gary Patterson. We saw Nebraska hire Matt Rule. Auburn is going with Hugh Freeze, whether that's good or bad. Wisconsin, Luke Fickell, which I think is a great hire. We'll see. But Gary seemed to enjoy his role here. But at the same time, he's, it's one of those things. He's 62 years old. If he wants to be a head coach again, he's got to go pretty quick, right? And strike while the opportunities are there. But would UNLV be enticing to him? I don't know. That's that. He kind of likes the whole Horseshoe Bay thing.
In the ghetto, and there's Elvis.
Vegas pretty cool, man. Vegas is a good spot. You got Elvis. Yeah, the top four in college football, not surprising. Georgia, Michigan, TCU, USC. USC will play Friday night. Also, with the World Cup, Buck, you realize USA's given up one goal in their matches in the World Cup, and that came on a bonehead penalty that when they fouled.
Oh, yeah.
The kid fouled Gareth Bale of Wales, and he made the penalty kick. It was just the bonehead. Everything else, they didn't allow a shot on goal against Iran yesterday in the first half. Not one.
They look young and feisty. You know what I mean? They really move well. I mean, they take you off the ball, which is cool to see, And
they're playing great defense.
They really do. They can take you right off the ball. They're athletic enough to take you off the ball and keep the ball from you, which is good to see.
And the Netherlands has been a pretty prolific offense who they're going to play on Saturday in the knockout round. The Orange, as they call them. They're
another
all
tall
decked
group.
out. Yeah, well, big. The Netherlands, a big team, but they can score. But the U.S. defensive attack has been outstanding.
Those big brothers from the Netherlands.
Big brothers.
That's the tallest country by average.
Is that right?
On the earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Didn't know that. I wouldn't have guessed Netherlands. I mean, how many people live in the Netherlands? The Dutch. My grandma used to tell me about the Pennsylvania Dutch. Did you know
the
them?
Dutchies? Oh, I knew the Dutchies,
Pennsylvania
of course.
Dutch. That's where my grandma used to talk about.
Not far away from the Dutchies.
The Dutchies. Hey, Bijan Robinson is one of the three finalists for the Doak Walker Award, going to the nation's top running back. I think he wins that award. The other two are the kid at Illinois, Chase Brown.
Either he's going to win it,
and Blake
kid
Corum.
or Corum from Michigan.
And you wonder if Blake Corum not playing in the Ohio State game helps Bijan, right? Bijan had a great game on Black Friday. Almost 200 yards and a couple more touchdowns, some highlight reel runs, and Blake Corum didn't play.
Yeah, and I just think Bijan helps Bijan. I mean, his numbers are just, as I said, they're outstanding. If he was going to be, to me, if he was going to be 1,500, 1,600 yards, I thought he'd be going to New York this year.
And I think, as Steve Sarkisian said on Monday, if they were 10-2, he probably would be.
No doubt.
With the exact same numbers.
Yeah, no doubt.
He would be. I mean, and the Doak Walker goes to the best running back in the nation. I don't think there's much debate. Who's the best running back in the country? He's that guy. All right. Apologies to Chase Brown and Blake Corum. They're good players. Bijan Robinson's special.
Yes.
And he's got the numbers to back it up with the most total yards in the country, 20 touchdowns, which is number one. Running, receiving, total package. I think he ends up winning that. December the 8th, by the way, a week from tomorrow, is when they'll have that Home Depot College Football Award Show in Orlando. They'll announce all these big awards, just not the Heisman, everything else. And good luck to Bijan. in that. We'll come back. When we do, we'll reset those headlines. We'll get you into your coach's corner. We're talking all things Texas football with the transfer portal loading up fast and furious. Also, the offseason continues. Get you ready for Championship Saturday. And, the Cowboys gearing up for an interesting run. We'll dive into some NFL as we start looking forward to Week 13 in the National Football League here on BNE 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. We're always streaming for you, making it easy to find us on your Horn app, on the smart speaker, and always at hornfm.com.
Chad and Zay.
Zay, you got any favorite villains you would throw out? Like the movie just is different for you because of how good the villain was?
There's Scar from Lion King.
Oh, that's a good villain.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
They should have really just made the point of emphasis on Scar and how he got through life and why he was so petty and why he was so salty about Mufasa and the fact that he was king and stuff. No, just because I'm dark-skinned don't mean I can't be king.
Weekdays 12 to 3 on the Horn.
Data Savior, folks. Who's got your back? That would be your backup for your IT, your information technology. Data Savior does. They are your local business technology specialists. Brian and his team at Data Savior are ready to help you out. If you have a small business, and we've told you 95% of businesses are technically small businesses under that label, and so many of those businesses that Brian and his team have worked with or come across do not have a dedicated IT professional on staff. They don't have that full-time person that's covering their backup and is handling their information technology. They want to be that for you. They don't want to be a vendor. They want to be a team member with you at Data Savior, and they'll get you a complimentary consultation with your business day to find out where you're vulnerable, where you're secure, what you need, and how to get locked in with he and his team. Brian and his team have partnered with world leaders in data protection for over 35 years of experience. They provide industry-leading quality and service, and they just become part of the team so you sleep soundly at night knowing that your information technology, your IT, your data is backed up and it's covered. You're good. It's like the seatbelt or the insurance that you have to have, because so many folks have called Brian and his team after the fact. They've been hacked. There have been a theft situation, ransomware, and at that point they can help you, but it's kind of too late. At that point, maybe they can get it back, maybe they can retrieve some of it, but you need to get ahead of the game, and that's what they're all about at Data Saver. That complimentary consultation to get involved. There's no monthly commitment fees. They just become part of the team. They get you that HIPAA-compliant encrypted service that locks you in every day, 24 hours a day. They'll give you daily updates on your backup and that you're covered, and you'll sleep soundly at night knowing your business is protected with Data Saver. All you have to do is get that complimentary consultation going is go to the website, datasavior.com, or call Brian, 512-707-0026. That's 707-0026. Or go online to datasavior.com. That's datasavior.com, folks. They will have your back.
This hour brought to you by Austin Neurosurgeons, leading experts for neck and back health, providing compassionate, conservative, and patient-focused care. AustinNeurosurgeons.com.
The thought is there may be something going on southbound I-35 near Breaker Lane. We're seeing a bit of a backup toward Howard in that area. Now, further north, we do have a confirmed crash on the frontage of the interstate southbound. That's going to be at Grand Avenue Parkway. Now, further south from there, 290 headed toward I-35, slowing down a bit. The interstate southbound from there to the decks are going to be slow. And, of course, the heaviest delays, as usual, in Hays County and South Austin, northbound on I-35. And, yes, Highway 71 from Garfield to Toll 130. That's backed up as well. I'm Don Miller. That's traffic.
O'Reilly. See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O-Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Harbaugh Harge here, and I want to talk to you about Allstat Beer. Be sure to stock up with a variety of Allstat for your football festivities. Allstat has a beer for everyone. Allstat Light, Lager, Kolsch, Amber, Hefeweizen, and then look for their fall seasonal flavor with the Oktoberfest Brew. We know how great this stuff is in Central Texas, and now it's getting noticed nationwide. Allstat Brewery is located right in the heart of the Texas Hill Country, where they're making German beer. Go to allstatbeer.com for more details. Allstat Beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. I got to tell you, folks, it's winning season over at MyBookie, and if you want to win big, that's the place for you. With thousands of sports books to choose from, you need a platform that's simple and easy to use like MyBookie. Stream games and live bet while you watch it, so every hit, sack, and touchdown could be another shot to put money in your pocket. MyBookie has the biggest online selection of odds, prop bets, and contests to fill all of your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Will Dak Prescott throw for more than 220 yards this week? Will he throw for more than 2 touchdowns? Will Micah Parsons have a sack this weekend? You can build your own prop bets at mybookie.com. It's that easy. Sign up free today. Use the promo code HORN, HORN, and claim a half deposit match of any amount up to $1,000. That's the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus and give yourself the competitive edge. When you play with MyBookie, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, bet anytime, and bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Man, do you ever think prices will ever stop going up? Who knows? This is Scott Crossett with Apple Leasing. I do know we all need transportation. That's where Apple Leasing can help. For 35 years, I've been saying, why pay for the full price of the vehicle when you just have to pay for the parts you use? This makes more sense now than ever before. These are challenging times, but this is where Apple Leasing shines. Inventories are low and prices are all over the place. At Apple Leasing, all we do every day is look for the best price and locate any make or model vehicle. So we're able to find the best options for you. New cars might be a little more now, but wow, your current car has never been worth more than it is today. Apple Leasing makes it so easy with one phone call to 512-346-9977. We'll walk you through all your options. We specialize in helping people understand how to navigate and get out of their leases early, or even get a more efficient vehicle. Call Apple Leasing, 512-346-9977, or click appleleasing.com.
From the UBO Business Services Studios, you're listening to KTXX FM and HD1 BK, KTAE AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get the tools you need from the brands you trust. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this.
Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Mornings with Bucky and Aaron are brought to you by Bud Light.
What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
Broadcasting live from the greatest city in the world.
Austin, Texas, baby.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
You guys want to play some twos? You know what? Actually, we're kind of in the middle of a conversation.
B&E.
What's B&E?
Bucky Godbolt, Aaron Hogan on the Horn, 104.9 AM 1260 and hornfm.com, where the Longhorns play and Austin talks sports.
Better start it up. That would be your Wednesday right here on B&E. Bit of a different weather change here this morning. 70 degrees yesterday, 40 degrees today, 30-degree indifference, and wind is howling. Be careful out there. Bundle up. But it's going to be beautiful. Sunshine. The whole bit. But as we said, you get about 80-something yesterday and not close to that today as we get you rolling on this Wednesday. Wednesday is it gets you up over the hump Wednesday, meaning looking forward now to the big games coming, including tomorrow night. Boy, Thursday's jam-packed. You know, we've got, we get into tomorrow, you got the Bills and Patriots in Thursday Night Football. We got the Longhorns playing Creighton in a big-time college basketball game at Moody Center. Texas volleyball will open up play in the NCAA tournament as the #1 overall seed for head coach Jarrett Elliott. So a jam-packed sports weekend is on tap. We got to get you through your Wednesday, though. To get you there, it includes 7 Longhorns into the transfer portal yesterday. Coaching carousel continues in college football. USA advancing to the knockout round of the World Cup. So pretty good stuff on this Wednesday morning. You said your back is flaring up. With
I can tell what's going on weather-wise. It's just a little cooler around today.
Yeah.
Yesterday was beautiful.
Yesterday was almost hot. I mean, if you were in the sun, you were like, oh man. It felt like summertime with the humidity.
Humidity, yes.
But we will take that. And, you never know. That might be the warmest day rest of the year.
Could be. You're absolutely right.
Final couple days in November, into December, and here we go as we crank this thing up. But it's a busy one, and a lot on the agenda. I saw this. We'll get you the full update of the guys into the transfer portal for Texas. One of them is Hudson Card, obviously, and this is not a surprise. We kind of said all year there was talk or fear that Hudson Card might enter the portal if he didn't win the starting job back in camp, right? That but we said at the time, hey, the kid wants to graduate. He's got a chance to finish in December. Expect Hudson Card to be a good teammate and be here for the season, which he was. But, this was expected that Hudson Card was going to find a new spot. And I mentioned UT San Antonio. I didn't know this. UTSA is, Frank Harris has been their quarterback. He's a 6th-year starter this year. He's going to move on. But also a reason to keep an eye on the Roadrunners with Jeff Traylor is that their offensive coordinator and quarterback coach is Will Stein, who was his former coach at Lake Travis in high school. He's now on the staff with Jeff Traylor, so there's familiarity there. I think that's a place to watch down in San Antonio. I think that's a really good program, too.
Be a good fit.
It would be a good fit. And that kind of feels like where, Hudson Cards could go and star, right? You want to go somewhere where you can really become a leader of a team.
Sure.
I think that's a real good spot for him. But we'll keep an eye on that Hudson Card into the transfer portal. And we've got 7 in the portal now. Do you think there's more to come?
I think so.
Yeah, probably so.
When it officially opens up?
December the 5th. That's Monday.
Yes.
Is when the portal opens. So no one can really officially move.
Yeah, they got the weekend. They'll be seeing a bunch of football being played this weekend and start thinking about, what, am I really going to play here? Is this the right fit for me? I have an opportunity to go somewhere else. People still, I'm still getting, not supposed to be getting calls, but I'm getting, old teammates and players that I knew that are at other schools that are, talking about an interest that people would be interested in me. Yeah, man, you can understand that.
Well, and remember, by putting your name in the transfer portal, you are now available to be contacted by other schools.
You don't have to say anything to your coaches.
No. I mean, the coaches, this is all
they can't stop you.
Player-driven. You just have to go to compliance, tell them, you're putting your name in the portal, and the coach can't do anything about it. You don't have to tell the coach that you're going into the portal. And that was built for player access and player freedom, student-athlete freedom. But, schools are not supposed to be contacting players that are not in the portal, right? That's illegal. That's recruiting. Not to say it doesn't happen, but as soon as you put your name in that portal, you're now any coach in America can call you.
Yes.
And gauge interest, and so for your player, you kind of find out what's out there. And we've seen.
Yeah, I would be interested to know if a head coach was interested in a player that he didn't actually call the other head coach and say, "Bro, I'm interested in this kid." I mean, I just can't imagine coaches around the country that would not call another head coach, would just talk to the player. Even if he put his name in the portal, wouldn't call another coach and say, listen, I'm going to talk to him.
Yeah.
He's in the portal. I'm going to let you know that I'm going to make a phone call to him.
I mean, you got players from your roster that are into the portal and they're being contacted. That's what it's for. We've seen players enter the portal and then pull their names. Maybe they didn't get the interest they thought they would get, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't, the schools that they were hoping didn't call or didn't have interest or didn't have a spot.
And there'll be other coaches that if you put your name in there, you're gone.
Yeah, because the coach can say, well, no, I've already replaced you.
Yes, that's right.
And that becomes kind of a peculiar situation if that does happen. But and we'll hear Steve Sarkisian coming up in our coach's corner. He was pretty clear that he thinks this is a healthy process. I think it's good for the programs and for the player. And it's a good way to find if you don't fit here, maybe you'll fit somewhere else better. And that is
right.
It's not always that someone's disgruntled or mad. And the one name we didn't hear yesterday into the portal was Xavier Worthy, and that's the one that everyone's been talking about, that the X-Man may consider moving out to the West Coast. But as of now, he is not into that portal.
Yeah, I think he has unfinished business here. I really do.
Hey, let's get to the headlines, the other trending topics of a busy Wednesday morning. UBO Business Services brings it to you. We start with college football, and yes, as expected, Georgia, Michigan, TCU, and USC are the top 4 teams in the penultimate college football playoff rankings that were announced last night. College Football Playoff and Selection Committee. Ohio State and Alabama sitting as the first 2 teams out at 5 and 6. Actually, the top 8 spots from the College Football Playoff Subcommittee mirrored the AP poll, as consensus is rounded into form with only the conference championship weekend remaining. Of course, the first game will be the Pac-12 championship, USC and Utah on Friday night. 8-4 Longhorns come in at number 20 in the second-to-last rankings of the season. As we mentioned, with the regular season in the books, the run to the transfer portal now in full effect around college football. On Monday, head coach Steve Sarkisian at Texas revealed that he would be meeting with every player on the roster individually to discuss their roles and future with the team. Yesterday, 7 players made their decisions pretty clear. They have decided to enter the portal and move on. That includes the redshirt sophomore quarterback Hudson Card. He is into the portal, as well as offensive tackle Andre Carrick, wide receiver Troy O'Meary, 4 defensive players entering that portal, linebacker Prince Dorva, and Derek Harris, also defensive backs J.D. Coffey and Jameer Johnson. Portal officially opens on Monday. Also, award season in college football. Finalists being announced for the sport's most prestigious awards for the year, the honors. That includes the Doak Walker Award, which goes to the nation's top running back, Bijan Robinson, one of the final three. He is in there along with Michigan's Blake Corum and Illinois' Chase Brown. Quarterback C.J. Stroud of Ohio State, Caleb Williams of USC, Hendon Hooker of Tennessee are the top three finalists for the Maxwell Award. That's given to the Player of the Year in college football. All the winners of these awards will be announced at the College Football Award Show next Thursday night. NBA last night, how about only 3 games on the card, but a good one in Dallas. Mavericks got back to 500. They beat the Golden State Warriors 116-113. Tim Hardaway Jr. nailed a go-ahead three-pointer late. Luka Doncic posted a triple-double, scored 41 points in that ballgame. And, of course, from the World Cup, the USA has reached the knockout round, the round of 16, with a 1-0 win over Iran yesterday. Christian Pulisic with the goal in the 38th minute. They held it from there. USA will play the Netherlands on Saturday morning.
This segment brought to you by UBO Business Services. Great people, great service, endless possibilities. That's UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com.
Do you guys, even though Hendon Hooker is hurt, I mean, do you guys think he can win that award? I mean, did he have to play the entire year? I mean, that's a big deal for Tennessee, the kind of year that they had. You think he would have had to finish out the entire season?
Yeah.
You do?
I think so.
Okay.
I think and this is where mirroring their team, USC is coming on late, right? I mean, USC was not really talked about much in middle November because they hadn't played anybody, and they took a loss to Utah. Remember the day that all those scintillating finishes, Utah beat USC, and it kind of was thought that they were out. Well, as we said, they've the ability to play UCLA in their rivalry game, turn around, play Notre Dame, and now play in the championship, has pushed them into the Final Four.
Yeah, Caleb Williams is the guy.
And Caleb Williams is
if he's going to New York, he'll win this award if he's the guy, right? I mean, that generally is the way it kind of goes. I mean, his numbers are ridiculous over the last 6 weeks.
40-some touchdowns. And, yeah, I mean, I think he has put himself – I think Max Duggan should be in the conversation at TCU, and obviously he gets a chance to show his stuff on Saturday against Kansas State.
In the championship game, you're right.
He's been really good for them this year. He's probably the Big 12's Offensive Player of the Year for a 12-0 team who's at number 3 in the country. I think he should be in that conversation. But, yeah, it feels like –
Michael Penix, how about the kid went from Indiana to Washington? They had a pretty good year. Washington had a good year for them.
They did, and he was a big part of that. Same time, it's going to go, as Steve Sarkisian said, it's going to go to a team that's winning a lot of games, and the quarterback has great numbers, or a player has great numbers, and that's going to lead it to be Caleb Williams or Max Duggan, even Stetson Bennett in Georgia. I mean, I don't think he's the best player on their team, but at the same time, he is the quarterback, and it's a quarterback-driven award. There's not another star player, star name at Georgia. You could put him in there. Michigan, Blake Corum, the running back, who, he could be in the conversation, but I think it's Caleb Williams pretty heavily. C.J. Stroud at Ohio State, but obviously in that, big game last week, Ohio State took the loss. And it's, excuse me, it was one year ago this week that Lincoln Riley bolted from Oklahoma to USC, and it's just amazing. Oklahoma fans at the time were like, oh, no big deal. It's just Lincoln Riley. It's like, oh, really?
Oh, yeah,
now that
really?
you're 6-6?
Yeah, let me just say this, and look for a lot of their kids to be bolting. This is the kind of year where you can lose some of those Texas kids that went to Oklahoma. Talking about the portal, I guarantee there will be a few that are saying to Oklahoma, new coach later.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Oklahoma is now dealing with what Texas has dealt with. It's not easy to replace a great coach. It's just Texas, when Mac Brown and his time came to an end here, Texas has been searching for the next great coach. And Oklahoma had the luxury of, Bob Stoops handing the thing to
right over to him,
Lincoln Riley, and Bob Stoops was right about that Lincoln Riley was the right coach to continue the winning. And obviously he saw an opportunity at USC, and here he is. Remember when he took the USC job, a couple of narratives came out that, Oklahoma will be fine because they're Oklahoma. Well, 6 losses later. And that Lincoln Riley sees the opportunity to go out and dominate the West Coast and not mess with the SEC, because that's where Oklahoma's headed, and put himself in a position to win national championships. Well, year one, USC is going to play for a national championship.
And he hadn't even got into his recruiting of the West Coast.
Right. I mean, that's, give Lincoln Riley credit because he saw the opportunity. Now, people will say he's shady. People will say he cut and run the whole bit. But at the same time, Lincoln Riley saw a grass is greener opportunity, took it, And obviously Oklahoma wishes he had stayed.
Yeah, that dude is not saying, hey, listen, I'm staying at Oklahoma to go to the SEC. I think I'll just go out to the Pac-12 and see what I can do out there.
Yeah.
And with that talent in California.
And obviously the Trojans, USC is one of those programs, right? I mean, it's one that...
Yeah, and he's going to get the best of the quarterbacks. I mean, you're sitting there looking at all these great quarterbacks coming out of the state of California now.
That are all leaving, the C.J. Strouds of the world,
that's
right?
right.
These guys, if you can keep the best players in the state of California in California, you're going to win.
Yes.
Period. And obviously the transfer portal helped him a lot, bringing in Caleb Williams and Jordan Addison and Travis Dye, the running back. And that has been year one. But in year one, he's going to be in the Final Four. Now, can they beat Georgia if they have to play them in the semifinal? I don't think so. But at the same time, Lincoln Riley paying dividends for the who's coach of the year for you, Sonny Dykes or Lincoln Riley?
Sonny.
I think that's
having his TCU team undefeated.
I agree with you. Can we dive into our Coaches Corner? Speaking of coaches, it's brought to you by Audio Visual Consultations.
Audio Visual Consultations and Tom McKay, the really smart guys who never make you feel stupid.
All right, Tom McKay and his crew, and bringing it to you.
And all that good Sonos stuff if you need it for the holiday season.
That's the tunes, right?
Oh, yeah, man.
Love my Sonos. I just fire up my app, got music playing all through the house.
There you go.
Pretty cool. They can get that set up for you.
Got those Christmas carols going in there, Ty?
Yeah, a little Mariah Carey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed.
Mariah Carey.
He likes her for Christmas. She's good at Christmas time.
Are you saying Lincoln Riley started on third base and has actually gotten a run across? No, Lincoln Riley was fortunate because remember, Lincoln Riley was a high-level offensive coordinator at East Carolina. He was killing it, right? And that's when Bob Stoops plucked him to come to Norman, and that's when the offense went from good to unreal at Oklahoma, right? And the run of Heisman Trophy finalists and winners.
Yes.
With Baker Mayfield. What did Baker Mayfield go to New York 3 times?
Yep.
And won it once as far as a finalist and then won it. Obviously, Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. And now he's
got another one.
Now he's doing it with Caleb Williams. The guy can flat coach offense. And, the thing about USC that people haven't paid attention, they're plus 22 in turnover margin. They're not great defensively, but they're opportunistic on defense. They force turnovers, and they don't turn the ball over on offense.
Yeah.
Plus 22.
Yeah, you have to keep up with them. And they don't always have all these huge plays either. They can dink and dunk you right down the field. And Caleb Williams can take off and run with the ball. I didn't realize, I saw him run at Oklahoma, but I didn't know he was that kind of runner. When you watch him run, that dude's like a big running back running with the football. He's had a couple long runs at USC.
He has, and
he had him at Oklahoma too.
Well, he's accounted for 40-some touchdowns. He had 3 touchdowns rushing against Notre Dame. Caleb Williams. He's a really good player, and obviously the Longhorns saw Caleb Williams firsthand when they had the big lead against Oklahoma last year or in 2021 up there. Steve Sarkisian's first Red River game, and he came in, and next thing you know, look out, here comes Oklahoma. All right, can we hear from Steve Sarkisian on this? We know 7 players into the portal. As of yesterday, Sark said Monday, we hear Sark from Monday talking about, what the opportunity is for players to make good decisions, find out what's best for them, whether it's to stay and continue to build in this depth chart or move somewhere else. Here's Sark from Monday on what we're seeing come down now.
Yeah, I think nowadays, the NCAA, I thought, has done a nice job of trying to operate from an NIL perspective of what this looks like, and obviously we started Texas One Fund here in CDC, and then the university has done that. So yeah, there's going to be some things that we have to look at to make sure that the players are getting kind of, I don't want to say what they deserve, but in reality is you don't want that discrepancy on your roster. You want people, having the opportunity to do those things. And so we're on that. I've started on that this morning. I didn't feel like it would be fair to drill down way into that in season as we were playing in the regular season. Now we have a little bit of time because it's a reality. As you guys know, I've said this all along. NIL is not going anywhere. It's a reality. What are the parameters they put around it is where we need to operate within. And so those are things that we have to look at. It's a new era of college football. The transfer portal, NIL, things of that nature are all areas that we have to adapt to. And I think that we've got a creative group of people that we work with. Again, We take a lot of pride in what this university stands for and how we go about it and the support that we get. We just got to make sure that we do it the right way, and that's the plan, kind of moving forward on that.
All right. So there's NIL. There's also the portal, which gives players an opportunity to move forward and do what's best and have, real, as Sark said, remove the emotion. Let's have a real conversation about where you stand on the depth chart, what your future looks like, where your education is, where your degree plan is sitting, and that's where Hudson Card jumps in, Buck. I mean, he's a guy who's about to graduate here in December with a business degree.
Yeah, I mean, he's a local kid too.
Yeah.
I mean, that he can come back home, get himself a gig, and he doesn't have to worry. I mean, everybody has those aspirations of playing in, of course, in the NFL. But here's a guy who has he's got a business degree and lives right here in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, and can always be
sure.
Come back and have opportunities here in Central Texas. But the chance to go play major college football is not, because here obviously his chances are limited at this point with Quinn Ewers in the fold, and here comes Arch Manning, Malik Murphy developing as well. So his chances to start at Texas,
believe me, while he
slim.
was here this year, when there was opportunity to put him in games, he knows that too. He saw that.
Well, listen, he went 2-1 as a starter, and the one loss was Texas Tech. And if you remember that game, he did an unbelievable job to get them down the field to get into overtime. I mean, that was he gave Texas a chance to win that game. He didn't play great the whole game, but boy, he made big plays in big moments, and he doesn't get credit for it. But the Alabama game, when Quinn Ewers got hurt in the first quarter, he led Texas into the lead late in that game. I mean, Hudson Card showed a lot this year of a quarterback who can lead, who can win. His performance against West Virginia, I thought, in the early October was his best performance. And then he sat down, right? Then Quinn Ewers took the reins against Oklahoma and never looked back. I think there were times where the team could have used maybe a shot of Hudson Card, in Stillwater and maybe against TCU. That never happened. But I think Hudson Card can be a starting quarterback for somebody and win. We mentioned UTSA and others. The other guys, you just root for Troy O'Meary. You hope he finds a spot. He seems like a talented player that just, has never been able to stay healthy. Andre Carrick, I think, is a starting caliber offensive lineman at the Division I level. Where he lands will be interesting. He's one of the South Lake Carroll kids, so a Metroplex guy. We'll keep an eye on those players. 4 defensive players, 3 offensive so far. No word from Xavier Worthy. We will certainly follow that. Buck, what do you make of this coach's carousel that's going on? UAB about to hire Trent Dilfer, which it's going to raise some eyebrows. I mean, he hasn't. He's never been a Division I head coach. He's coached at the high school level at Lipscomb in Nashville, but seems like a natural kind of leader type.
I think we've over the last couple of years have thought about the great high school coaches in this area. Why do they? I know they do well as coaches in high school. Nobody gets paid like the coaches in the state of Texas in high school, but I mean, but they're athletic directors. They're named athletic directors. I'm saying they do stuff, but
you get some perks too.
And there's some perks that go with it being in this state, because this is a huge football state. But they're taking chances on younger guys like that. You know what I mean? UAB is not. I mean, it's not Notre Dame, but they would take a chance on a guy who's played in the NFL. Hell, the NFL's even doing it.
I mean, that's a program that was dead 5 years ago. And they've been competing in the recent years, so why not go after a guy that can maybe take you to the next level, like a Hugh Freeze has done for Liberty?
Yeah, Hugh Freeze. That was a reclamation project for Hugh Freeze after all the trouble at Ole Miss. Now he's back at Auburn, and I got that's one that Auburn's going to go for wins. I think the winner so far is Wisconsin with Luke Fickell. I just think that is such a good hire for them. It just feels like a great fit. Midwest guy, knows the recruiting landscape, and coaches the style of football Wisconsin's used to playing, right? I mean, it's going to be smash mouth football. It's going to be hard nosed. They're going to play great defense. I think so far Wisconsin has made the best hire of any of the coaching vacancies.
And look at the job that's happening out in Lubbock from a high school guy who spent most of his time in high school coach. I mean, those are
Joey McGuire.
Those are great opportunities.
Sure,
and you get in. Not only you just that you have the guts to do things as a high school coach, but you got ties to the state and ties all over the place, really.
No, it's huge. Well, look, I mean, for Trent Dilfer, Joey McGuire spent 5 years on the staff at Baylor with Matt Rule. I mean, and learned, or 3 years, I should say. But he went to the college ranks, coached as an assistant, and that's something Matt Rule did that was really smart when he got to Baylor, right? He hired 3 high school coaches.
Yes, he did.
Onto his original staff, one from the Metroplex, one from Central Texas, and one from San Antonio, and all 3 came in and helped with recruiting, helped Matt Rule, who came in from Temple, build ties within the state and build connections within the state and help that Baylor program grow. But those guys have all, moved on. Jeff Traylor did the same thing here.
Yes, he did.
When he joined Tom Herman's staff and parlayed that into, from Gilmer High School, he parlays that into the UTSA job a few years later, and he's done a great job. It's coaching, right? I mean, you coach. It's leadership, right? You're leading a program. You're the CEO of a program. But whether you're coaching high school football or college football, pros, it's leadership. Which is at the front of all of it.
And that leadership means you got to hire good people around you. You have to make sure that you're hiring stable assistants and guys that are going to continue to coach. They're not going to just, if you start winning, they just start kind of cruising. You want guys that are innovative and come to work with new ideas every day. You got to have those kind of guys around you.
No question.
I see Jeff Saturday's falling into, his deal with the Colts the other day. I mean, he had timeouts to call because he doesn't have any experience. He didn't know what to do the other day. He had timeouts that he blew. Now he's trying to defend himself on. I wish I had that back. Well, you don't get a chance to have that stuff back, Coach.
I don't know. I think that situation was a little bit overblown.
About the timeout.
Yeah, it didn't really come down to the timeouts.
He's not
down to making that fourth down.
Well, he's not gonna. I mean,
it didn't help.
But it was helter skelter, and he had 3 timeouts to do it. And
Matt
Ryan,
used it. Matt Ryan should be a guy that.
That's right.
Too,
that's exactly right. A veteran quarterback should have said, "Hey, we got 3 timeouts." He needs to know how many timeouts we got. He should have said, "Hey, timeout. We don't have this thing together."
And he definitely has the authority to call a timeout.
Yes, but now it's coming on. Now it's coming on a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience. It's coming on the head coach, and now he's back. Instead of saying, "Hey, we just missed out on that," people are after him, and now he's seeming like he's trying to defend himself, which he shouldn't have to. Yeah, Matt Ryan should know. Hey, I'm the quarterback. I've been doing this a lot of years. I know how many timeouts we got. We're really kind of disorganized. People are running in and out, and time is ticking. Why don't I use one of these timeouts now on a big play? You're right. That's on a veteran quarterback too.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, there's your Coach's Corner. We'll kick up these conversations. USA into the knockout round. We got hot or not for the end of the hour. Jam-packed on this Wednesday morning, getting you up over the hump. Much cooler conditions in Austin, Texas today. It's B&E on the Horn.
Attention. New to podcasts? Search for Horn FM on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever podcasts are found. Or go to hornfm.com.
Cedar Park Overhead Doors has an opening that you can help them close. Apply today at cedarparkgaragedoors.com. That's cedarparkgaragedoors.com.
And some extra slow traffic on the southbound side of I-35 as you head down toward Palmer Lane, Palmer to Breaker. A little slower than usual. There might be a crash there. Further north from there, a reported crash. Southbound access I-35 at Grand Avenue Parkway. That's not affecting the main lanes. Now, again, South Austin delays are happening from Onion Creek to Stastny. Old Turf to Cesar Chavez really slow. Hayes County delays still there. And Highway 71 headed toward Toll 130 from Garfield. That traffic is backing up as well. Not too many other wrecks to deal with. Over at Guadalupe 28th, we do have a minor one reported. I'm Don Miller, and that's your traffic.
Chronic joint pain has a snowball effect. It's not just the pain.
What that did is just make me depressed that I couldn't get back into the gym, and I was inactive, gaining weight. I had to find another alternative.
And for Chad, that alternative was QC Kinetics and the non-surgical natural biologic treatments that can give lasting relief to aching hips, shoulders, knees, and backs.
Once they explained it, it made sense. Putting what we have inside our body back into us in a certain strategic way to heal up in a natural process was fantastic.
QC Kinetics treatments take place right in the office. No downtime, no surgery. And as for the outcome?
I'm just back to bouncing around, having fun, doing my work, living pain-free.
Don't let chronic joint pain rob you of your quality of life. Discover advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics. Call now to learn more. It's a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 512-593-4303. That's 512-593-4303. 512-593-4303.
When your guests bring their endless appetites, Kroger Delivery will make your dollars stretch further with great prices on your favorite holiday foods. Our refrigerated trucks and professional drivers deliver your groceries just right, so the celebration can keep going and going. Shop now at Kroger.com. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Enjoy $15 off your first 3 delivery orders of $35 or more. Offer valid with digital coupon while supplies last. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
You know, people on the radio, we love to tell you what time of the year it is. It's our jam. It's our thing. So you'll forgive me if I remind you right now, it's fall, y'all. And that leads straight into winter. And that's when, if your RV isn't prepared, your RV can quietly take a beating as it recovers from spring and summer, putting a crimp in your spring plans and maybe repair bills in your path when the weather warms up. So take it to Shoreline Boat and RV right now. Shoreline is offering their RV Roof Lap Sealant Special, inspecting your roof, scraping off the old sealant and resealing it for a great low price. And Shoreline's winterization special is happening as well, with special low rates to get your RV safe from the elements when things take a beating from the winter. And if you haven't had a look at the state of the underside of your RV, Shoreline also provides RV axle and brake service for fifth wheels and travel trailers. Hey, get your RV safe and ready for winter and save at Shoreline Boat and RV. Call 512-251-1200 or online at ShorelineBoatandRV.com.
Does your car need work? Are you putting it off because you dread the hassle of taking it to a shop? Now you don't have to with RepairSmith. RepairSmith mechanics come to you and do the work in your driveway. That's right. Any work your car needs, from simple jobs like oil changes to major repairs, they do it all at your house or workplace, even on weekends. Your day can go on as planned. Expert RepairSmith auto mechanics will arrive with all the parts your car will need, so there are no delays. Your car is ready right on time, and they'll leave your driveway spotless. How much does it cost? RepairSmith's prices are competitive with your local shops. Why hassle with taking your car to a shop when the shop will come to you? Go to RepairSmith.com for your free instant quote, plus get $25 off any work over $99 with code QUOTE. That's RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE. RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE.
Factory Mattress is proud to support community-based nonprofits. And that's why every Tuesday and Wednesday, Factory Mattress will be donating 5% of sale profits to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Texas. Visit bigmentoring.org to learn more about becoming a mentor and making a lasting impact for kids in our community. Get better sleep and create brighter futures with Big Brothers Big Sisters and Factory Mattress.
My Factory Mattress.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
Sugar. Oh, honey, honey.
College football playoff Final Four announced last night. Georgia, Michigan, TCU, USC. Not surprising. AP is exactly the same, number 1 through 8. And college football playoff rounding into form. If all four win, obviously Georgia, Michigan probably in. I still think TCU's in with a loss even, but I know there's debate on that. USC needs to beat Utah on Friday night, and they will be in as well. Which team most likely to lose this weekend, Buck, in college football's championship Saturday? Georgia playing LSU, Michigan playing Purdue, TCU plays K-State, and USC plays Utah on Friday night.
I'm still thinking USC.
Yeah, because they lost to Utah earlier this year, and they're the type of physical football team that can give them trouble, keep the ball away from them, right? Kyle Whittingham and company at Utah, they're a 4-loss team.
I think you'll see that TCU defense come to play.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you go back to the K-State game when they played in Fort Worth in October,
K-State was up on them
28-10.
Right. I don't think you'll see that. I think you'll see Max Duggan get his team out quick.
I mean, they've got to go. It's remember, TCU's bye week was way back in September. I mean, they're on like 11, 12 straight weeks of football.
God, that's a lot of purple in one place, isn't it?
Yes. Can they get up one more time? Can they refill the tank at TCU one more time and find one more win? I mean, gosh, 12-0 is hard enough. 13-0 to beat a team twice.
Oh, dude, but it's to go to the Final Four. I mean, wow.
Yeah, and it's everything is on the line now. And, that's been the strength of the TCU team all year is the resiliency of a guy like Max Duggan, right? The veteran leadership, the refuse to lose kind of mindset, whether they're playing Texas or behind in games to Oklahoma State or K-State, they're going to find a way to win. And obviously the signature win was against Baylor, where they were down 8 points in the fourth quarter at Waco. Baylor was playing pretty inspired football. And Max Duggan found a way to win that football game, got him into it with a touchdown, and then that field goal, the walk-off field goal as time was expiring to put them into this spot. You feel
Absolutely.
like can they cross the finish line, get this win? If they do, Buck, then they're going to get a month off.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good games, but the biggest game for me, period, the biggest football game for me to watch this weekend is the Dolphins playing the 49ers. I want to find out, is this going to be, we'll find out if if they are for real. Either way, both teams, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the game of the weekend. And there's some great games. I mean, we start tomorrow night with Bills and Patriots. I think that'll be, since it's in New England, Josh Allen and company coming off the Thanksgiving win over Detroit, where they had to survive that game with the field goal. Now they're going to New England to play a 6-5 Patriots team. That's an interesting game. We know, Deshaun Watson returns for the Browns in Houston. That'll be of interest. But you're right about that, Buck. The 49ers hosting the Dolphins. And, of course, Mike McDaniel, the young head coach of the Dolphins, came from San Francisco. He was with Kyle Shanahan as a part of that offensive staff and got the Dolphins job. And he's got the Dolphins at 8-3. They're undefeated.
If they can win, if they can beat the 49ers, I'm thinking, wow, look out.
They're undefeated with Tua as quarterback, right? They've taken 3 losses. All 3 came in the game in which Tua got hurt, and then the 2 games subsequently he didn't play in. When he's been in, they've won. And they've been really almost impossible to stop. And that's what you wonder about with the 49ers. That game was at 3:05 on Sunday. 49ers have pitched back-to-back shutouts in the second half, and then last week a shutout completely of the New Orleans Saints. Didn't allow a single point. Now they're playing one of the best offenses in the league.
There'll be some hard hits going on there. Guys crossing the field. Look out.
It is a signature kind of game for the Dolphins because this will be on the road against a very physical team who's kind of getting themselves righted at 7-4 now.
Getting themselves into playoff mode.
Yeah, I love that game. You're right about that. And, at this point, if the season ended and they had the vote, Tua Tagovailoa would be the MVP of the league. I mean, he's been that good. Quarterback rating.
You're right.
The ability to, and I said this earlier in the week, but watching him closely last week as they played the Texans, so I watched the game pretty closely. He reminds me of a left-handed Drew Brees. The more you watch him, the more you see his anticipation, his accuracy. The ball comes out of his hands so quickly. There's no guesswork at all. He knows where he wants to go with the football, and he puts so much stress on the defense. He's thrown for 2,564 yards, 19 touchdowns, just 3 picks. He's completing, 70% of his passes. So 7 of 10 he's completing. And then you got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, who are both, those two have combined for, one guy's got 1,233 yards, one guy's got 963. Those two have combined for nearly 2,500 yards in receiving already this year. No one can cover them. They run these crossing routes. And
they catch on the run and go.
Yeah, and the accuracy of Tua has been part of that, right? He hits them on the run, hits them in stride, and they're full speed when they catch it. And look out. That is a great game, Buck. You're right about that. The San Francisco.
That's the game I really want to see.
Well, and the 49ers feel like a team that if they can stay healthy, and as we saw last week in their win over the Saints, Elijah Mitchell got hurt, sprained his knee. Their running back, Christian McCaffrey, got dinged up a little bit. So that's the thing in San Francisco.
I want to see if they can take some of the speed out of the game with a couple hits in this football game.
And familiarity between the two coaches. They know one another very, very well. They run similar offenses. And remember, the Dolphins on the trade deadline traded for Jeff Wilson, the running back from San Francisco. When San Francisco acquired Christian McCaffrey, they traded Jeff Wilson to the Dolphins, and he's become the lead running back with the Miami Dolphins and has become the go-to guy.
And with all the talk of Odell Beckham to the Dallas Cowboys, what's taking him so long? I mean, they know if he's healthy or not. I mean, you can't really – you really can't tell until he actually gets out there in real live competition against opponents. You know what I mean? He can catch it in warm-ups and practice and make moves and make cuts and do stuff, but until he has to go against some guys, how do you know? But they seem to – they're kind of bypassing that part. They just want to – why is it just taking so long if he's coming or not?
No, I think that's on Odell. He's trying to play the field, I think a little bit to get the best contract he can.
Or Jerry sounded like he wants him so bad.
Jerry wants him. I mean, Jerry's made it. He was on the Fan yesterday on radio doing his radio hit and was pretty candid. They want to get this done. And if you understand Jerry Jones, look, you have 3 games for the Cowboys with the Colts, the Texans, and the Jaguars that you should win.
Yeah, and to get him ready.
To get him assimilated into your system, find out how healthy he is. Because let's be fair, once you get through that Jacksonville game, essentially the playoffs begin for the Cowboys at that point because you're playing the Eagles, then you're playing the
and he has to be he really has to be healthy now. I mean, this time of the year where everybody's smoking and moving and everything else right now, and get ready for playoff play. I mean, they've got number 85. I mean, the Cowboys got the little dude, number 85. They've trusted
Noah
in
Brown.
him. Noah Brown, they've trusted in him. He's caught
Odell
some ball.
Beckham would be kind of a game changer. And I think the Cowboys are thinking about, okay, what's going to make us the most difficult to defend come playoff time? Like, what makes us really hard to stop? We can run the ball, we can throw it, but at the same time, when we get to a team like the 49ers or we have to play the Eagles in the playoffs, what if they take CeeDee Lamb away?
Sure.
Is Michael Gallup ready to be our go-to receiver? You got to start thinking about January. Like, what's going to make us really difficult? And I think Odell Beckham.
Yeah, they're not going to be frightened of Noah Brown, believe me.
Correct. Because that's what it's about now. And that's why I say these next 3 games for Dallas with the Colts, Texans, and Jags, you got to win those 3. Get yourself to 11-3. But really then the playoffs begin, because then you play a must-win game against Philadelphia at home on Christmas Eve. Then you play at Tennessee. The Titans are a playoff team, probably going to win the AFC South. Then you're going to Washington. Your last 2 games are on the road against the Commanders, who right now, if the season ended, would be in the playoffs with Taylor Heineke. And then beyond that, obviously, you're into the postseason. So, to me, these next 3 weeks are huge. That's why I'd like to get Odell Beckham in now.
I got to believe Beckham wants more than just this year. He's looking to get deep money for 2 or 3 years.
And that's where I think the slow play is coming.
Yeah.
He's trying to, negotiate the best deal possible. And
I got to know if that guy has the quickness to go. Even though I got Noah Brown, I mean, I got to know that he can.
That'd be an upgrade.
Well, yeah. Name alone is going to get more coverage, but if dude can't, if he doesn't have those quicks still, and who knows?
Well, yeah, you got to see that he's healthy, and that's what these next 3 weeks could be about. Getting him on the field.
That's what I'm saying. What's taking us so long? This is the time to do it, isn't it?
Sure, but he's got to make the decision. I mean, I think the Cowboys would sign him yesterday if he would sign up, if he would take the deal. But I think he's obviously playing the field a little bit, trying to get the best deal possible.
Are there others that are involved besides the Cowboys?
Chiefs are reportedly interested. The Giants are reportedly interested. As far as New York Giants, back to where he started. Look, if the season ended today, all 4 teams in the Cowboys division will be playoff teams. All 4. So they're all in it in their minds. And so the Giants are into that conversation. The Eagles have already made a couple of moves towards the trade deadline, and then they signed Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph to help their run defense. Giants and Cowboys are the 2 biggest suitors right now, along with the Chiefs, for Odell Beckham. So the question is, what's taking so long? I think he's just trying to make sure he maximizes the best deal possible. I think he ends up in Dallas, and hopefully, if you're a Cowboy fan, sooner than later. So he's not going to play this week against the Colts on Sunday night, but get him in the building, get him ready to go. So
I keep hearing about James Washington. I'm not.
You'd rather have Odell Beckham. And you can tell, just listening to his radio interview yesterday, Jerry Jones senses an opportunity. He senses that this team has a chance, and the NFC's wide open.
He knows they need him now. They need him for this year.
He knows the Eagles are good, but I don't think they're afraid of the Eagles. I don't think they're afraid of the 49ers as far as, you're not facing Tom Brady and you're not facing Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
You can beat those teams, but you got to put your best foot forward, and I think he's trying to get it there. But Odell Beckham has to make that decision and stop falling asleep on airplanes and getting everybody kicked off the plane, for crying out loud.
Holding me up from catching my flight.
Oh, man, I'd be so mad at that. Hey, coming back, our man T.Y., the choir expert, and he's going to be helping us with our B&E Christmas Carol contest. He's going to lead us through some hot or not topics on this Wednesday morning. We'll also reset your top stories coming up. The USA has advanced into the round of 16. We're talking NFL, college football with you on a busy Wednesday on 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, always streaming on the Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com.
Certainly, we've got the volume building up around town as we expected. Southbound I-35, again, south of Palmer toward Runberg. Traffic is picking up. Whatever happened near Breaker appears to have cleared, so that's good news. In Round Rock, it's slow, and out of Georgetown, a little heavy, too, south of Highway 29. Research building up as well. Mopac, north of 183. We do have a wreck reported. Not sure if it's on the front edge of the main lane. That's near the Domain. Further south from there, northbound I-35. Hayes County delay still there. Onion Creek to Stastny, Oldthorpe to Cesar Chavez, stop and going from Garfield to Toll 130 on the westbound side of Highway 71. You are really backed up. Collision reported. This is Elroy Road at Ross Road, but that one should be clearing shortly. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
The Wagner Wire. All right, it's a tip of the week, and we're talking fantasy football, DraftKings style, DFS for NFL Week 13. I'm rolling Trevor Lawrence as my quarterback for 5,900 going up against the Detroit Fighting Dan Campbells. They're 32nd in the league at allowing points to quarterbacks, Detroit is, and that bodes well for Trevor Lawrence. Ooh, I'm feeling a big shove out of the backfield with Nick coming out there for 8,000 yards. Yeah, Houston is also 32nd in the league at allowing points to running backs. And then on that other side of the field, Dameon Pierce toting the rock there for Houston. The Texans run the ball rather efficiently, and Cleveland is really bad at allowing points to running backs. They're 30th in the league at that. How about a little Deebo Samuel, Cortland Sutton, and Garrett Wilson as my wide receiver core? Tanyan for my tight end, and then Aaron Jones as my flex, rocking that Steelers defense going against Atlanta this week. For more fantasy sports information, you got to hit me up on Twitter at NotTheFakeWags and listen to the show here on The Horn. Sundays, 9 a.m. to noon, presented by Audio Visual Consultations.
Derek Rains for our partners, John Hardy and Divided Sky Roofing. They're local and the ones to trust for roofing, and now they're installing backup batteries and Generac generators. Rain and winter storms can really damage your roof and knock out your power. Divided Sky can help you be prepared for any short or long-term power outages by installing a backup battery or a Generac generator. Call our partners at Divided Sky Roofing for more details. 512-995-ROOF or DividedSkyAustin.com. Texas license TECL 37397.
Attention sports fans, your favorite sportsbook, BetUS.com, is back for our 28th year of NFL action.
Back with the industry's biggest sign-up bonus, up to 200%. BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all of your favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more.
We've also got hundreds of new casino games, including the coolest European slots, and our live dealers are waiting for you at the table.
Get signed up at BetUS.com or call 1-800-79-BET-US and get into the action. And don't forget to mention the promo code HORN.
BetUS, where the games begin.
It's difficult to know what it feels like to really need. Most people's worst days can't compare to the pain of one more night without food, or the heartache of watching your children miss another meal. Perhaps the thing we need most is perspective. At the Central Texas Food Bank, we need your help. You can make a difference for those who need it most, and by giving, you can get what you needed all along. Give to the Central Texas Food Bank. This holiday season, feel good again.
Tour of Texas Golf on the Horn is presented by Callahan's General Store, known everywhere for their incredible selection of fantastic pet food. Here's Charlie from Callahan's.
Our dog food selection is unique in that it really appeals to those pet owners who have larger animals. There is such a great selection of high quality ingredients in their food. We have Victor Dog Food, which is a Texas-made, Texas-based food. And one of the best benefits of having Victor in your pet's life is that the ingredients are by and large Texas-made. The grains are from Texas. And so when it comes time for those days when you think your dog may or may not have allergies, chances are better that they will not have allergies if they're eating those locally made ingredients. And you get that out of a food like Victor Dog Food, those locally made ingredients.
Callahan's General Store, a Central Texas legend since 1978. Find them right there at 501 Bastrop Highway between downtown and the airport. Online at Callahan'sGeneralStore.com. Callahan's General Store, reminding you to make it a Callahan's Day.
Golf lovers are a special breed, and the folks at Golfinity share their passion for golf. That's why Golfinity has everything the golf lover needs to increase your skills and enjoyment in a 20,000 square foot, first of its kind indoor golf performance club. The ultimate destination for the golf lover of any age and skill level to learn, practice, and play. Plus, Golfinity's event space is perfect for your next get together. Golfinity, 12332 North FM 620 and at Golfinity.com. Mention the Horn and receive half off bay rentals.
Don't forget exciting Golfinity holiday promos. Stop by or call 512-551-0789 to learn more.
My husband and I felt welcome as soon as we walked into the dealership.
I actually look forward to car shopping with Sewell because I know that the whole process is going to be seamless, comfortable, and we're going to be taken care of.
I don't think that there is a dealership that could ever do it better. It is really special.
I will always drive a Sewell.
Sewell Jaguar Land Rover North Austin is located at Highway 45 and Palmer Lane, and we look forward to serving you.
Real Texans are genius.
Bud Light salutes you, overly dedicated Texas Longhorn fan.
How come?
You show up to every UT football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sport there is.
Ping pong.
Each game, you slather your entire body in burnt orange.
Every nook and cranny.
Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas Edition Bud Light Beer Cans. Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
The Horns text line is brought to you by Specs, a Texas-sized selection of wines, spirits, finer foods, and specialty beers. Cheers to savings. What's hot? And what's not?
This segment brought to you by Altstead Beers, brewed right here in the heart of the Hill Country. Check out their state-of-the-art brewery, tap room, and restaurant next time you're in Fredericksburg. Altstead Beers, no impurities, no regrets.
Hot and not on a much cooler Wednesday morning, to say the least, than yesterday. Temperatures down 30 degrees day to day. Grab your pullover, your jacket, whatever it might be. Wind is up as well. How about this? Our man T.Y. is going to lead us through Hot or Not, Buck, and he is a big fan of fast food. We found out yesterday that he doesn't eat leftovers. Guy will not eat leftovers, but he'll eat fast food aplenty.
Mm-hmm.
McDonald's is giving away 12 McGold cards, which will grant you free McDonald's for life, T.Y. Free McDonald's for life. To be eligible, you have to participate in their a season of sharing promotion, which involves ordering through their app. So you got to get the app, but they're going to give away 12 McGold cards.
Oh, I got the app. There's deals on there.
Ooh.
I survived on that app for a few years in college.
What does that mean? Like that's
no,
all you ate?
No, well, you can get, they have a deal on there. If you buy a quarter pounder, you get one for free. There's free fries on there every day. There's all kinds of things.
Really?
And you build up points, and you can use those points.
Well, you're going to be in for the season of sharing.
I might already be up high on that leaderboard for that.
There you go.
For that gold card.
No, I don't eat burgers from there. No.
I'm still puzzled by his. He won't eat leftovers, like good food that he made like the night before. He won't eat it the next day, but you'll jam quarter pounders.
Oh, yeah.
For days.
My favorite leftover is that pork chop I have. When, you end up getting a couple pork chops, having them over, having me a nice pork chop sandwich the next day. Love it.
See? Leftovers, as we found out yesterday from some of our food experts out there, a lot of times the flavor is better the next day.
That's what they like to tell you.
Oh, it's true.
For certain things.
Better than a quarter pounder.
What I don't enjoy as a leftover, and people love it, and I know you love it, is pizza. I don't like reheating pizza. I don't.
Got to use your air fryer though. You don't
air fryer for pizza?
Yeah, for anything.
You can reheat anything in the air fryer. That's what it's for.
Pizza.
It makes it crispy. Get a little crisper on it. Oh yeah. So there you go, Ty. You need to be in the running for the McDonald's McGold cards, 12 of them. And you could eat McDonald's for the rest of your life
for the rest of your
free.
life, and then die of malnutrition.
die of I don't know, something will kill you. Something there.
Make sure you get that fillet of fish, brother. That fresh fish.
When does that come back?
Oh, that'll be back in the spring.
The fillet of fish is always.
It's every day.
That's 24/7, 365.
Yeah.
It says the app saves you so much money. I get breakfast for me and my 3 kids on the app for less than $10.
Yeah, I'm telling you. It's a game changer. I did go to the McDonald's down here off Bee Caves the other day, and they don't serve breakfast all day there. I pulled out of the.
Oh, no.
Well, that's why you go to your Texas Honey Ham place and slap down one pancake, and you're good for the day.
That's a little bit pricey.
Do you have any other fast food apps on your phone?
Yes. Pretty much all of them. Yeah, I have Gaddy's.
Yeah, but you like to cook. I don't get that. You cook.
Yeah, but
Aren't you the cook
I'm either
of the house?
I'm either cooking or eating out. There's no in between. But I'm either cooking like a nice 3-course meal or.
And it has to go that day. It's not hanging around.
Yeah. Well, it usually hangs around. My roommates and my girlfriend pick on it. But
Yeah. The roommates eat the leftovers. He does not. He goes to Arby's or wherever you go.
Not Arby's.
No Arby's?
No Arby's.
Me and Pam and Jimmy used to eat leftovers all the time.
Back in the day?
Back
Three's Company?
in the day, of course.
Three's
Company. Come on, Mr. Furley.
Gosh.
Mr. Furley.
Why no Arby's? You don't like the roast beef, the open-faced roast beef sandwich?
No. I've only been to Arby's once in my life.
No, me and Jimmy and
Didn't go
Pam,
too
we
hot.
never went to eat out. We never did that. We cooked at home. Pam was quite the cook.
Oh, she was?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Lots of good German food.
It's elk steak tonight, though. Elk steak dinner.
You're making elk steak?
Elk steak?
Oh, yeah.
Look at you going
Who
exotic.
shot the
Y'all
elk?
need some elk? And my dad.
Oh, that's the best.
Your dad shot the elk. Where'd your dad shoot the elk?
Oh, dude, you
in
need
Montana or Colorado.
That's a
Did
big
you get
one.
some burgers out of that?
Yeah.
Oh, you need.
I got a bunch. I'll bring you some.
I need some of those burgers. Those are the best. The burgers. Mm-hmm. Now you're talking.
Yeah, we had a Hungarian pig the other night. Got made some pulled pork. It was great.
You know what? I'm not all that. I do like a pork chop, but I'm not so fond of the other white meat. You know what I'm saying?
The other white meat.
No, I don't. No. Not the pulled pork, no.
Elk steak. Bring me some
Bring
tomorrow.
me some
I'll eat it as a leftover.
Oh, you'll love that. You'll love
I don't
that
think I've ever had elk steak.
You'll love it.
It's so good.
I've seen elk.
delicious.
Seen some big old elk up in Wyoming with the big old racks, man. Those things.
I'll send you the picture of this elk.
I've never seen like it. One of those big old huge animals running like full speed. It's unreal to watch them. What do you got there, Ty?
Well, speaking of elk, the Liver King. Have you all heard of him? He's a workout influencer.
The
online.
Liver King.
He got famous for claiming that he only eats. Well, he goes primal and he only eats raw meat and organs. And he's pretty shredded. But an email was leaked that alleges that he spends over $10,000 a month in steroids. So he's built this whole empire on just being primal and eating raw meats and organs, and yeah, it's all lies. So. This has been suspected.
And I'm
for a
looking
while.
at this guy right now. It seems like he spent some time in the tanning bed too.
Yeah, it's not all natural. He's got a pretty nice beard, though. I'll give him that. But yeah, it looks like it's him emailing like his doctor or something, just being like, I don't know if this is enough, and it's about $10K worth of
steroids
per month.
So this is not. So there's what was the Tiger King? Right, there was Tiger King, who's in prison.
Wasted a lot of my good hours.
That was during
the beginning of COVID.
That was the pandemic. We all watched it. We wouldn't have otherwise. But this is the Liver King.
Yes. Look
the
up,
Liver King.
He's pretty big on social media. He has a big following. They call him like primals. It's weird, but yeah, it's not all I guess it's not all raw meat and organs for him. A little bit of steroids.
Oh, okay, I got that.
Scumbag,
liar.
I know. Liar. I never heard of him until just now. Now I'm looking at him. Yeah, he's tanning. He hits the tanning bed. He's got the tanning bed going and the roids.
Sure.
Look at that big old liver he's holding. Jeez Louise. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's all about Texas and the transfer portal. Also, Buck, regardless of moving on or who's coming in, the Texas core defense for next year, we'll have a look at that. The defense was the most improved unit on the football team. We'll talk a little bit about what's coming back and what they may look like in 2023. We'll dive into some Texas football. Also, your flex segment. We're to the round 4 of the state high school playoffs. We'll start to drill down on some of the big games of your weekend coming up. Also, plenty to do. Salacious Gossip and Blitz all coming. Part of the 8 o'clock hour on B&E.
Like our podcast, we're moving. What are you talking about? Instead of listening on SoundCloud, you can now get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Sounds fantastic. Also on HornFM.com.
Folks, Dr. Daniel Peterson at Austin Neurosurgeons. He's an expert and specializes in spine health. Dr. Dan is 100% invested in careful, safe, effective, non-invasive procedures focusing on spine health and management of nerve pain due to spinal stenosis and other neurological conditions. I had spinal stenosis, as a matter of fact, and Dr. Dan reconstructed my thoracic back. Now, it has worked for me now. I'll say it helped my golf swing. Well, at least it's got me playing the game of golf, which I wasn't going to be able to do before. Dr. Daniel Peterson at Austin Neurosurgeons has been doing this in the Austin area for over 28 years. He's my doctor. He's also an experienced, personable, and he knows how to get you feeling better and right back into the swing of things. So if you're suffering from nerve pain due to spinal stenosis or any other type of neurological conditions, go see Dr. Daniel Peterson at the Austin Neurosurgeons. You'll find them at the Arise Medical Center right down the road here, 3003 B. Caves Road in Westlake and Rollingwood. They take all medical insurances plus Medicare, TRICARE, and Medicaid. Get more information about Dr. Daniel Peterson at Austin Neurosurgeons. That's AustinNeurosurgeons.com.
Certainly, we've got the volume building up around town as we expected. Southbound I-35, again, south of Palmer toward Runberg. Traffic is picking up. Whatever happened near Breaker appears to have cleared, so that's good news. In Round Rock, it's slow, and out of Georgetown, a little heavy, too, south of Highway 29. Research building up as well. Mopac, north of 183. We do have a wreck reported. Not sure if it's on the front edge of the main lane. That's near the Domain. Further south from there, northbound I-35. Hayes County delay still there. Onion Creek to Stastny, Oldthorpe to Cesar Chavez, stop and going from Garfield to Toll 130 on the westbound side of Highway 71. You are really backed up. Collision reported. This is Elroy Road at Ross Road, but that one should be clearing shortly. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
This holiday season, Diamonds Direct gives you the gift of 0% interest financing for 3 years on any purchase. With high prices and high interest rates everywhere else, Diamonds Direct is here with the incredible shopping experience you need. Our guaranteed best value prices will save you money. And with 0% interest, you can spread your payments over 3 years with no finance charge, period. And for this holiday season, we're showcasing an expanded selection of affordable and timeless holiday gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstones, and if you're upgrading her diamond or getting engaged over the holidays, we have one of the largest diamond selections in America. All sizes and shapes, all cut for maximum brilliance, and all offered at our amazing direct importer, no middleman prices. Check out our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Buy now or come into the showroom. Let one of our experts guide you in finding the holiday gift that's at the top of their list. And enjoy 3 years zero interest financing on any holiday purchase. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Chad Hastings for Total Men's Primary Care. The holidays are around the corner, which means the end of the year is fast approaching. I want to remind you to use your 2022 health benefits before you lose them, like, for instance, a free annual physical. Many men are reluctant to have a yearly physical, but they're important for all men regardless of age. So get yours scheduled today. Total Men's Primary Care makes excellent health care easy with their simple 4-step process that only takes 30 minutes. At Total Men's Primary Care, you check in from the convenience of your phone or tablet without touching stacks of paperwork. Best of all, you're seen at the time you scheduled. When you show up on time, Total Men's Primary Care does their part to see you on time. With over 20 area locations to serve you, don't forget to utilize your 2022 health benefits before you lose them. Book your appointment at TotalMens.com by clicking the big yellow button. That's TotalMens.com. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men.
They say a good craftsman never blames their tools, and the best always choose the right one for the job. For the builders and makers of this world, nothing beats knowing you've got what you need to get the project done. Northern Tool is a problem solver's paradise. And with savings of up to 50% off and great new deals dropping every week, we've got the perfect gift for all the solvers on your list. Come see us in store or shop online at northerntool.com. Now open in Buda. Shop our Austin area locations.
Jeff Quick started Quick Roofing in 1984 with one house. That one house has evolved into over 200,000 projects. Quick Roofing doesn't require any money up front until 100% completion and 100% satisfaction is achieved. Quick Roofing requires a project manager on every job site, ensuring the customer is getting everything they were promised. Quick Roofing believes if you can't take care of the customer, then you're not going to have a business. Quick Roofing has been around for 38 years. Schedule your free inspection at quickroofing.com.
From the UBO Business Services Studios, you're listening to KTXX FM and HD1 BK, KTAE AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock.
This hour brought to you by Sinus and Snoring Specialists. Get sinus and snoring relief with Dr. Daniel Slaughter at Sinus and Snoring Specialists, 512-601-0303 or sinussnoringent.com.
Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Mornings with Bucky and Aaron are brought to you by Bud Light.
What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
Broadcasting live from the greatest city in the world.
Austin, Texas, baby.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
You guys want to play some twos? You know what? Actually, we're kind of in the middle of a conversation.
B&E.
What's B&E?
Bucky Godbolt, Aaron Hogan on the Horn, 104.9 AM 1260 and hornfm.com, where the Longhorns play and Austin talks sports.
You think we've gotten too radical with our message? Well, I got news for you. You ain't heard nothing yet. And if you don't know, now you know. Glory, glory! Woo! You better put the
Put them together for Wednesday on B&E. Busy when we got our flex segment coming up. FLXATX.com. High school football playoffs continue. You'll be jonesing this weekend, Buck. No high school football for you.
I know.
You have to get out to a game. Maybe get out to that Vandergrift Dripping Springs game. Just take it in as a fan. That's going to be a good one. Good games going up this weekend. Quarterfinal round of the state playoffs. We'll get to that. Also, an update on our all flex teams is coming your way at the bottom of the hour. Craig Way has his report. Also, gossip and blitz for the end of the hour. And coming up here in about 6 minutes, we're going to check in with our buddy Mike Craven of Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Good friend of ours. Used to be at the Statesman. Now with that great publication, Dave Campbell's. He was at the Sonny Dykes news conference yesterday covering the TCU Horned Frogs getting ready for their showdown game with Kansas State in the Big 12 championship game. I heard Sonny Dykes say, he can't remember the last time he prepared for the same team twice in one season. Like, it's just a rare thing to do. You get ready, you do your scouting report, you beat them, and then you got to come back and play them again. Always a challenge. You do that a lot in the NFL, Buck. You don't do that much in college football.
It'll be interesting because, like last time they were down.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the Final Four now, it's Michigan and Georgia, of course, and they were both in it last year, and Georgia won it, and Michigan was in the Final Four. So they're, just building on what they've done. The other two teams in the Final Four right now are USC and TCU, and both have first-year head coaches, and both are equally impressive. I mean, Sonny Dykes inherited a very veteran team, whereas Lincoln Riley was introduced as the new head coach at USC 1 year ago yesterday at his news conference. A 4-8 team, Buck. He brought in 20 players through the portal? 20. Including his starting quarterback, his starting receiver, his starting running back. 20 players through the portal. And here they are in year one, a win away from playing for the national championship.
Very talented players that he gets.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because we debate which one is more impressive. They both went about it in completely different ways. I mean, Sonny Dykes really had pretty much a built roster that Gary Patterson had left.
They just need some new voices.
Yeah, new schemes. And as we've said, Sonny Dykes hired Garrett Riley, who's the younger brother of Lincoln, and they installed a tremendous offense.
Well, they had to make sure that their quarterback that for 7 years, was going to fit what they wanted to do. He was the right guy.
Well, remember, breaking camp, Max Duggan didn't win the starting
That's right.
job.
He was the backup.
Chandler Morris, the transfer from Oklahoma, came in, and he was the starting quarterback, got hurt, and Max Duggan took over and never gave it back.
That's right.
Never gave it back, and has played to a Heisman level, all Big 12. Maybe the Big 12's Offensive Player of the Year, and obviously at Oklahoma, at USC, to bring in Caleb Williams from Oklahoma as part of those 20 transfers, that expedited the process because you had a quarterback coming in who knew your system, knew the terminology, didn't have to break it all in new. He was helpful there as a sophomore quarterback who may win the Heisman Trophy. Pretty impressive. 2 first-year head coaches in the Final Four right now with big games this weekend. Let's get to the other headlines, your trending topics of this busy Wednesday. Also talk to Mike Craven coming up, but first the news. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you those headlines. Yeah, as we say, no surprise last night. College football playoff rankings, the penultimate rankings, the second to last of Georgia, Michigan, TCU, USC, the top 4. Ohio State and Alabama sitting as the first 2 teams out. Longhorns come in at number 20 in the second to last rankings at 8-4. With the regular season in the books, the run to the transfer portal now in full effect around college football, and certainly here in Austin. Remember on Monday it was Steve Sarkisian revealing that he'd be meeting with every player on the roster individually to discuss their roles and future with the team. Well, yesterday, 7 players from Longhorns made their decisions clear. They've decided to move on. That includes the redshirt sophomore quarterback Hudson Card. He has entered the transfer portal, as well as offensive tackle Andre Carrick, wide receiver Troy O'Meary. 4 defensive players also into the portal, linebackers Prince Dorba and Derek Harris, as well as defensive backs J.D. Coffey and Jameer Johnson. The portal officially opens on Monday. It's also award season around college football. Finalists have been announced for the sport's most prestigious awards and honors, including the Doak Walker Award. That goes to the nation's top running back. List does include Texas junior Bijan Robinson. Leads the nation in total yards from scrimmage with 1,894. Second in total touchdowns with 20. He averaged a Big 12 best 132 yards rushing per game. Illinois Chase Brown and Michigan's Blake Corum also as our finalists of the top 3. For the Maxwell Award, which is given to the best player and player of the year, quarterbacks C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams of USC, and Hendon Hooker of Tennessee have been announced as the 3 semifinalists. All the winners of the major awards will be announced next Thursday, December the 8th, at the College Football Awards Show. NBA last night, only 3 games on the card, but a good one in Dallas. Mavericks beat Golden State 116-113. Tim Hardaway Jr. had a big 3 late. Luka Doncic, 41 points and a triple-double, his 5th of the year. And obviously, if you missed it yesterday, the USA has reached the World Cup Final 16, the knockout round. After a 1-0 victory over Iran yesterday, Christian Pulisic with the goal in the 38th minute. The defense made it stand up, and the Stars and Stripes will face the Netherlands coming up on Saturday morning in the knockout phase.
Horn Headlines brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. We got turkeys running scared and running for office this month. So come gobble up great deals on steel lawn equipment for fall at Top Gun. TopGun.net. We'll shoot you straight.
The Mavs had a huge lead early. Or did they get out to a lead against the Warriors last night? I mean, quickly.
I will admit I have not gotten into NBA basketball yet.
It's almost December, or after Christmas.
January, typically.
January,
I'm more into college basketball at this point. Yeah.
Or, I mean, the Longhorns got a couple of really nice games. I just can't wait to see them play Illinois.
I can't wait to see them play Creighton tomorrow night. There are some who think Creighton's a Final Four caliber team out of the Big East, and they'll be at the Moody Center tomorrow night.
They got big dudes.
Twin Towers. Greg McDermott's a veteran coach. Really like what they're about. That'll be a good test for Texas. Last night we saw Marquette, Shaka Smart, the Fighting Shaka Smarts, beat up on Baylor in a big way, 96-70. Big-time blowout at Marquette. Also, Houston, the number one team in the land, they crushed Norfolk and Illinois. How about Illinois, who, as you said, the Longhorns will see next week. That'll be up in Madison Square Garden.
Yep.
They'll play Illinois. Illinois throttled Syracuse last night, 73-44. Yikes. Hey, somebody mentioned on Lincoln Riley, and it's a good point. It said Lincoln has had the benefits of transfer quarterbacks. Think about that. Has any coach been better at bringing in transfer quarterbacks?
Nobody.
I mean, and assimilating them into the offense. Baker Mayfield, obviously. Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, Caleb Williams. Every one of those guys were transfer players.
It's got some pretty decent wide receivers to go along with that, too.
For sure. That's impressive.
But as I said, I got to believe that Oklahoma, that portal will open up now that he's gone out of there.
Yeah, with someone to get some thoughts on that, let's go to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina hotline. He covers college football in the state of Texas for the great publication Dave Campbell's Texas Football, our friend Mike Craven. Mike, good morning, man. How are you?
Good, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing fantastic, Mike.
Hey, you were at the Sonny Dykes news conference yesterday. TCU having to play K-State again. What'd you take away from Sonny Dykes and his team getting ready to try to punch their ticket to the championship?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a team that's not overwhelmed by the moment. They've done a pretty good job of handling it the last month or so. What I found interesting was Sonny Dykes talked about how he hasn't really prepared for a team 2 times in a season before. He even, harkened back to his Navarro college times back in the day at the JUCO level. So, that's an interesting plot twist. When you play somebody 6 weeks ago, maybe Coach can answer this a little bit more. Like, how much does that game matter? Like, how much do you look at that film? How much do you look at the last couple of weeks? How much do teams change? Do you kind of overlook at that stuff and try to chicken and egg yourself to death? And so it'll be interesting to see which team kind of comes out and just tries to do what they do well and doesn't focus too much on what happened the first time or maybe what's happened the last few weeks.
Yeah, you'll focus in more on the personnel because the good part about it is, and hopefully that you got a lot of the same personnel will be playing in that same game. Guys get hurt here and there, but you try to figure out that personnel, who hurt you the first time, because somebody's always going to hurt you, Just got to figure that part out. Mike, let me ask you this. With Oklahoma and their new coach, with Coach Venables, and let me ask you this about the transfer portal as that thing opens up and gets ready. There's got to be players on that group that can't be very happy about first-year head coach. I know, with the way things went this football season for him. I mean, it was not a good season. There had to be some disgruntled players on there. Lincoln Riley leaves, and all of a sudden, here's what your new coach brings to you in year number 1. I got to believe that portal is really going to open up at Oklahoma with some players leaving.
Oh, 100%. I think the transfer portal, as much as anything, kind of gives us an idea of the locker room culture and the belief within it, right? The more guys that join it, the better idea we have that something's going on behind the scenes. The less guys that do, I think that tells you that's a good locker room. I'm a UTSA grad, and G5 teams get pillaged all the time on the transfer portal, but nobody leaves UTSA, right? Because everybody's happy there. They're winning football games. And so, I do think when you look at teams like Oklahoma and some of the other teams that probably disappointed this year, you're going to see a mass exodus. And I wonder how many guys are entering the portal these days just to dip their toe in the water, right? Like, just because a guy enters the transfer portal, does that mean that they're necessarily leaving the school, or are they just trying to see what's out there a little bit? I'm just curious to see how this thing evolves year in and year out, just kind of what new wrinkle comes out, each year.
College Football Insider from Dave Campbell's Texas Football is Mike Craven, and he's with us. Mike, you mentioned portal. I mean, Steve Sarkisian was pretty blunt and clear on Monday, saying, look, there's just going to be some guys that maybe if they've fallen down the depth chart, and they're going to jump in the portal and have an opportunity to play. Hudson Card fits that role. He's into the portal for Texas along with 6 other players, Troy O'Meary among them. What do you make of Hudson Card? It feels like a guy that we saw play winning football at Texas. You mentioned UTSA. That seems like a spot where Frank Harris is graduating. That could be an interesting spot for Hudson Card. What do you think of Hudson as far as the portal and where he may land?
Yeah, I think UTSA is definitely an option. His offensive coordinator from Lake Travis, Will Stein, is now the offensive coordinator at UTSA. I'm fascinated at what his market will be. Casey Thompson got to Nebraska. I think I'd argue Hudson Card looks better this year than Casey Thompson looked last year. And so, UTSA may be a bottom-level floor for him. He may get P5 offers. He may get major P5 offers depending on, what they want out of a quarterback. I mean, I think Hudson Card could do a Stetson Bennett type situation, right, where if everything else is working for him and he doesn't have to be, throw the ball 50 times a game, I think he could lead, a really good football team to a lot of wins. I think he could have done that at Texas as well if the circumstances would have been different. So I think he'll have plenty of suitors. And, I'm definitely not one of these guys that, bashes these dudes for going out there and seeing, what they can go get. Like if at Dave Campbell's, they hired 3 other writers and I wasn't getting to write stuff that I wanted to write, I'd go see what jobs were out there, right? So if you're second, third on the depth chart and, you're bringing in Arch Manning and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I don't think anybody can blame these guys for going and seeing what's out there because you only get to do this one time. Not everybody gets to go play NFL and all that kind of stuff. You only get 3 or 4 or 5 years of college football, and then you got to go do what we do and, work every single day. And so trying to figure out a way – yeah, try to go get on the field and have some fun before you got to be an adult.
Well, and another thing is, there is that common sense of you can the handwriting on the wall. I mean, you see that, you feel it every day. You're at practice, you're around the coaches. You know who they're looking at. You know what the next move is. Most players aren't surprised by what happens when it comes to whether it's recruiting or their position. They already know. They can already feel it. They feel it every day.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're there, and, they go through the practice, and they can see who else is on the roster and how they stack up, right? I mean, and so, yeah, I mean, if you're leaving after your first year, maybe that's something that could be addressed, and, maybe you're just running from some competition, and you could be better suited to stick that out and see how it goes. But if you're getting to year 3, year 4, and if the situation isn't right where you are, go find a new one. There's nothing wrong with that, especially for Hudson Card, who is going to have his degree. And so, you've done your thing at UT. You have earned your scholarship. Go play some football, enjoy that last year in college football, and be a college student, have some fun.
Yeah, you will graduate in December, and much like Shane Buechele, should have 2 more years of experience to play and eligibility. Mike Craven is with us. Mike, another big story in the state of Texas is down at Texas A&M. Speaking of disgruntled locker rooms and guys who may be jumping into that transfer portal in large numbers, but Jimbo Fisher's got a job to do. The number one is to hire an offensive coordinator. You had a story yesterday about the top candidates for that job. Some interesting names, including on your thoughts, Garrett Riley, the OC at TCU. Tom Herman was a name you put on there. How do you think this plays out with Jimbo Fisher being kind of forced from the powers that be to give up the reins of the offense?
It was interesting. I was trying to, mostly in good fun. Some of those names are names I've heard as well. Like Garrett Riley, I think, is a name that's really intriguing for a lot of reasons. Joe Brady, who's now the quarterback coach at Buffalo in the NFL, we saw what he did at LSU 2019 when they came to Austin. And so I do think there's intriguing names on there. What I found interesting, when I put that out, I had 3 or 4 FBS coaches reach out to me and say, no way he's doing it. I just think there's still disbelief within the coaching community that Jimbo Fisher is truly going to go out there and call an offensive coordinator that has autonomy to really call plays in a way during the season. I think that the thought between coaches that know him is that he's going to go out there and hire somebody who has a system, who can come in there and tweak some things and maybe add some new dimensions. But at the end of the day, he's going to call plays next year. And I just find it really interesting. I don't know which way it's going to go, but it does seem like one of those deals where he's got to do something. And I know that's hard to say about somebody who's owed like $86 million guaranteed, because, how do you make somebody do something when they're owed that kind of money? Couldn't he just be like, no. I'd rather not. And so I'm curious if that LSU win ends up being the worst thing that could have happened to A&M, because if you're Jimbo and you've had, success your whole life and people have thrown money at you your whole life to do this kind of thing, and then you beat LSU at home, do you kind of in the mirror go, well, this isn't about me. This is about the players. And if the players grow up and get a year older and we get, some more talent in here, we fix the offensive line, we can get back to scoring some points. And so Yeah, I mean, I just think what happens with A&M and the offense and Jimbo Fisher is probably the most interesting storyline of the offseason.
Well, Mike, you know this.
I have no idea which way it's going to go.
You know this. Every coach is, hey, wait till next year. I mean, they're all like that. Wait till next year.
Yeah.
I mean, and fans are the same way. Wait till next year.
No question. No question.
Mike, let me ask you about.
Sorry.
Let me ask you about Xavier Worthy. His name continues to come up, and social media and the kids and their social media and their Twitter and their everything. That's just the way of the world. And I tend to think that until he actually says something. I mean, kids have been messing around with their social media. When they have a bad week, they start saying certain things, or they'll take something off because they know it'll get attention. And I don't know if kids need to have that attention, but they seem to really, really love it. But I when I watch this kid, I always think of him as he's got unfinished business. He had that great freshman year. He had, he's got a so-so sophomore year going in. But I think he's got to believe that there's just unfinished business at a place. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy to just take off and I'm gone. I mean, money, he can get the money here. If it's about the money, you can get the money here. I mean, that's an NIL deal. Somebody will drop whatever it is for him to stick around here, unless he's just all of a sudden he's homesick to go to California. Really? That just seems kind of weird to me.
Some of it could be a negotiating tactic, right? I think a lot of guys are going to jump into the quote unquote portal before it's open just to kind of see what they can leverage, at their current situation. I think Caleb Williams balling at USC, that can be fun to see, right? You're looking at that and you could go back home, be in LA and play in that offense. That's attractive, obviously.
And it's not like you wouldn't get paid. You get paid there too.
Right. That's absolutely true. And I think a big part of it is when we're 20 years old, we're emotional. Like, I remember Facebook kind of started when I was in college, and my girlfriend, changed her status of relationship every other week, depending on, what argument we were in at that time. And so, I think some of it is, this season didn't go the way he wanted to.
Right.
I think he thought that, the quarterback play didn't get him the ball and the positions that he did. I'm sure he's frustrated with some of the drops and different stuff that he's at as well. And I think he's just upset maybe and just looking for, reassurance and some love and to see where that's coming from. And, I don't think that's unnatural for a 20, 21-year-old. I'm sure that's happened in every generation. Just nowadays we get to see it. Beforehand it probably happened, behind the scenes and stuff. And now we get to see it front facing and it makes it more obvious. But I'm with you. I think with 1 year left and with Quinn Ewers there, Arch Manning there, and everything that Texas has in terms of just the support system and the NIL, it's hard for me to see them losing big-time stars like that. It seems like a place that can keep them around.
We'll see. He's not of the 7 in the portal yet. Xavier Worthy, we'll keep an eye on that. Down 35, Mike, is Texas State. They've moved on from Jake Spavital after 4 seasons. They're looking to upgrade there with Don Coryell, the athletic director. You also have a story there. I know that I'd already heard that they brought in the Sam Houston State coach for a visit, Casey Keeler. What are other names you're hearing for the Bobcats as they're trying to, follow the suit of UTSA and other programs in this area that have really started to play winning football? That's what the goal is for the Bobcats.
The 3 names that I've been hearing, frankly, since the end of October, early November, were Casey Keeler, G.J. Kinney, who's at Incarnate Word, and then Eric Morris, who's the offensive coordinator at Washington State, who was the head coach at Incarnate Word the previous 4 years, who actually went into Texas State last year in 2021 and beat them with Incarnate Word. And so, I think those are 3 names to know. Kinney is kind of the hot name in college football right now. He's up for the Tulsa job. I feel like any job that's kind of opening up at the G5 level. When Willie Fritz was thought to maybe leave Tulane, that was another one with Kinney. So it'll be interesting there. What I like about the Keeler potential hire is a lot of coaches, and I think this happened to Spavital when he got there as an offensive coordinator at West Virginia and A&M. You can walk into a place like Texas State and go, where's the money? Where are the resources? I thought, FBS football was different than this because they're still trying to get there. And I think with Casey Keeler, he would get there from Sam Houston and look around and go, wow, this is pretty nice. And so he's done less. He's done more with less. And I think Texas State needs a coach who kind of understands some of those budget constraints, the facility constraints, and can still go win and can ingratiate themselves on the recruiting trail. Keeler would be a great pick for that, and I know that he's interested in the job. If he gets offered it, it's something he would definitely consider for sure.
What about some of these outstanding high school coaches and in jobs like that? I mean, is the Sun Belt just gotten so big and heavy that you're not even going to take a chance at a high school coach? I mean, talking about coming up the ranks. A couple years ago, a job like that, if there was a great high school coach, you may have taken a chance. But now, with the way the Sun Belt is, I mean, every week is a dogfight in the Sun Belt. Are you more apt not to try to do that, or there's just not a great one around?
I think what Jeff Traylor and Joey McGuire have proven, along with like what Todd Dodge on the other end, is that you need a few years in college football before you're a head coach. Like it's hard to go from head coach in high school to head coach in college. You have to make that 3-4 year transition just to get used to what compliance is and just how to build the staff and all the different stuff college-wise. And so if they were going to go do that, I think you're going to go find somebody who's already at the college ranks that used to be a high school coach. I know that they've contacted Joe Gillespie, the defensive coordinator at TCU, who is the head coach at Stephenville for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody like Sean Bell or an Evan Jones, Mike Jinks, Jason Washington, those kind of guys who have that experience are contacted, who have ties around Texas. Because, I've always thought that coaching changes are a lot like dating. And when you break up with somebody, you end up going with the opposite. It's like I was with a partier. Now I'm going to be with somebody who hangs out at home and kind of a homebody. Jake Spavital was a transfer portal guy. He did not ingratiate himself with the Texas high schools very much. He didn't think he had the budget to do a lot of high school recruiting. He lost a lot of relationships because of that. I think the next person they hire at Texas State is somebody who is going to really value the Texas High School Coaching Association and really put an emphasis on recruiting high schools, whether that's somebody like Keeler or somebody like a Joe Gillespie who has experience as a high school head coach. I'm not sure, but I do think it's going to be an important part of this job.
Texas State looking for a guy, and Casey Keeler would be interested at Sam Houston State. He's won national championships at that level. Delaware before that, so he's built programs. And he built Sam Houston State into a power for sure. G.J. Kinney is an interesting name, too. He was at Texas, right? He was a quarterback at Texas, transferred out, and now he's a hot name to watch. Appreciate it. Hey, Mike, appreciate it. Good stuff. I know you're all over the place these days. Sonny Dykes news conference yesterday. Great stuff at Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He's the college football insider. Find him on Twitter at Craven Mike. And appreciate his time this morning. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
All right, so there's a little transfer portal. TCU trying to secure their spot in that Final Four with a win on Saturday against K-State. And that's an interesting name. Joe Gillespie, the TCU defensive coordinator, has done such a fine job. And that's the number one thing we talked about going into the conversation with Mike Buck. Part of being a great head coach is hiring the right staff, right?
Sure.
Putting the right staff together. And there is no doubt that Sonny Dykes walked in there, hired the right offensive coordinator who installed the right offense that fit the talent. And Joe Gillespie coming in and running that 3-high safety, that flyover defense, which has been so prevalent in the Big 12, just fit the personnel at TCU perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, Sonny didn't have to come in there and talk about toughness with that football team. They already had that with Gary Patterson. He didn't have to try to build a culture of toughness.
They were plenty tough.
Yeah.
And they were plenty, hard-nosed under Gary Patterson.
Well, there were plenty of those kids who were recruited and didn't get to go to the big-time schools. They ended up at TCU, so they were hardcore anyway.
Well, and the Garrett Riley, Lincoln Riley offense was perfect for what Max Duggan does.
And those special players that they have,
I mean, give them credit, and that's what this is about right now, trying to hire the next, head coach at certain places, and Jimbo Fisher. I think that's interesting what Mike said, that he's hearing from FBS coaches that he doesn't think Jimbo's going to give up control of that offense. He's not going to be forced to do it. He'll put some window dressing on it and hire a new name, but in the end, he's still going to be in charge of the offense, which is going to, I would imagine, frustrate Aggie fans who are longing for something new.
And for Texas State, they just want to win games. They're just kind of chomping at the bit to win.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's Flex Time, Flex 30. Also, Craig Way has his report this hour. Gossip and get your blitz ready before the end on this Wednesday morning. It's B&E with you.
This is Dallas Cowboys football 2022.
Snap back to Prescott. He's got a lot of time.
Only heard here.
Deep down the right side. Oh, it's caught at the 45, 40.
All season.
Pollard, 20, 10. Pollard. Uncle.
Sunday night, it's your Cowboys and the Indianapolis Colts.
Live from AT&T Stadium.
On this Dallas Cowboys radio network station.
Pre-game at 6 p.m. Sunday. Kickoff at 7:25 on the Horn.
Folks, home sales, of course, are down a little bit, and reports of inventory has more than double since last year at this time, and total sales are down about 30%. The market is balancing out right about now, and demand and prices are still high with the right agent. That's the one agent that I trust to sell my home in this market slowdown. Of course, that would be Christopher Waters. Maybe you're worried about you've missed out on the boat and maximize the home sale price of your current home. Christopher Waters is the only real estate expert I trust and recommend for the sale of my home. He guarantees your home sold at an agreed-upon price and deadline, or he's going to buy it from you. No costly repairs to your existing home. You pick your move date and stay in your home after the sale stress-free while you close on that dream home. No long-term contracts available with Christopher Waters, and you could cancel at any time. Why would you? Randy and Dawn, of course, in Cedar Park, who needed to move out of the market but were worried their home wouldn't sell because of the changing market. They went to Christopher Waters Realty, and with relentless effort and marketing, they got an amazing offer in only a couple of weeks, only with Christopher Waters. Call the agent who guarantees the sell of your home, or he's going to buy it from you. Call the agent that I recommend, Christopher Waters at Waters International Realty. Christopher Waters, reach out to Christopher Waters and his team at ChristopherWaters.com. That's Christopher Waters with 2T's.com, or call them today at 512-829-8000. That's 512-829-8000.
Sewell has been serving Texans for over 100 years, and we're proud to serve Austin. Sewell Jaguar Land Rover North Austin is located at Highway 45 and Palmer Lane. Come by, visit us online today. This weather update brought to you by Total Men's Primary Care. Taking care of your health has never been easier. Go to TotalMens.com and find the location that is right for you. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men.
On 183, as you make your way southbound toward McNeil, we do have a crash and a backup toward Anderson Mill, Lake Creek Parkway. So 183 southbound going to be slow. Further south from there, as you approach the Mopac interchange, you got another crash. And one north of there on Mopac southbound. That's going to be right near Palmer Lane. A little bit of a delay there. Heaviest delays when it comes to a crash not on a major thoroughfare is going to be North Lamar at 45th. Southbound on Lamar is very slow in that area because of that wreck. So good idea to avoid that if you can. Other than that, just the routine backups and buildups around town. We got another heavy volume morning going on here. I'm Don Miller, and that's traffic.
This is Scott Crossett with Apple Commercial Leasing. That's right, Apple Commercial Leasing, the home of the unlimited mileage commercial lease and so much more. Are you looking for a smarter, more cost-effective way to handle your company vehicles? Do you need customized work trucks? Are you looking for ways to cut your transportation cost? Look to Apple Commercial Leasing for the quick, accurate solutions. For business owners large and small, the unlimited mileage lease offers you tax advantages, cash flow savings, low to no out-of-pocket expenses, no dealership hassles, and fast and friendly service. From light-duty trucks to medium-duty trucks, even commercial specialty vehicles, buses, even 18-wheelers, we can do it all. Experience the Apple Advantage. Give us the opportunity to bid, and you'll never regret it. Call for free quotes at 335-3273, 33Lease, or click 33lease.com. That's 335-3273. We will save you and your company time and money.
Attention sports fans, your favorite sports book, BetUS.com, is back for our 28th year of NFL action.
Back with the industry's biggest sign-up bonus, up to 200%. BetUS offers their members the opportunity to cash in on all of your favorite leagues, including the NFL, NBA, MLB, and more.
We've also got hundreds of new casino games, including the coolest European slots, and our live dealers are waiting for you at the table.
Get signed up at BetUS.com or call 1-800-79-BET-US and get into the action. And don't forget to mention the promo code HORN.
BetUS, where the games begin.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Football season is back, and when I think of football, I think of Pluckers. You can dine in at one of Pluckers' 7 Austin area locations, or if you don't feel like leaving the house, Pluckers has some of the best takeout in the game. You can also order Pluckers on DoorDash, so you never have to miss a minute of the game or get off your couch. Visit Pluckers.com and place your online order for pickup or place a delivery through DoorDash. You know what they say at Pluckers? If you don't like our wings, we'll give you the bird.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
B&E on this Wednesday morning. Get your blitz ready before the top of the hour.
The song that Ty brought back the last one, Sugar Honey Honey, that's not the Archies. I mean, who's the band that sings that?
It's Archies.
Is it really the Archies? Man, you are such an old soul.
Was that an hour ago?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
I just didn't want to say the Archies and be wrong, but it was the Archies. That was the name of the band.
I don't know them. I don't know the Archies.
You're even too young for that. Getting ready to be 50 guy.
Getting ready to be 50. That's exactly right. Good buddy of mine turned 50 earlier this week.
How's he feeling? How do you feel?
Older the violin, the sweeter the music,
there
baby.
you go.
That's all.
That's it.
That's all.
That's it. Get that Medicare ready. That means
well,
you're
you know
not
how
far
that goes,
from
right?
Medicare.
All your when you turn 50, like all your buddies you grew up with are all turning 52. So there's all these 50th birthday.
Oh hell yeah!
Lunches and
you don't get to celebrate that by yourself.
No.
Take that trip out to Big Ben.
Boy, we all got to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? But here's a text on the text line. The Specs text line says, would be disappointed if KC Keeler left Sam Houston during their FBS transition. Remember, Sam Houston's moving up into the top level. But reports that KC Keeler might be the top choice at Texas State, as we just talked to our buddy Mike Craven. It is just about 8:35 on a busy Wednesday. That makes it a Flex 30 on the Show of the People.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
Wah, no game for the buck.
No game for the buck this week. But I do know this. That next Wednesday, 1 week from today, is the day when we will announce the top 3 players at every position, in our opinion, in high school football, to be the Flex top 3s for our all-Flex team. We're going to be having big conversations over the next week or so to get you ready for that. Then, of course, the following week, we'll have the winner. We'll have the best player at each position. 5 offensive linemen, 4 on the D-line, quarterback, running back, receivers, 3 of them. Also, defensive backs, linebackers. Got 11 on either side, plus the specialists. We'll have the all-Flex top 3s next Wednesday.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your nominations, everybody. We appreciate it, but these are our opinions, so let us do what we need to do.
Absolutely. Well, you're always welcome to
yeah, that's what I said. Your opinions
thoughts.
Are
yeah. Send them in, but we are whittling it down. Top players at each position by performance this season, and been a lot of really good players in Central Texas, no doubt about that. And looking forward to it. So on this Wednesday, Buck, you start looking forward to the round 4 previews. Your Lake Travis team is out, but Westlake rolls on. They're going to play San Antonio Brennan, the team that knocked Lake Travis out last week.
That'll be an interesting game.
Yeah, that game will be Saturday, December the 3rd, down in San Antonio. That's at the Alamo Dome, 2 o'clock Saturday. And we know Westlake, when you look at powers in Central Texas, obviously they are one of them. 8 straight years this deep into the playoffs. They've won 50-something straight games, and they'll be favored in that ball game. But you saw Brennan up close. They're pretty good. Pretty good football team with some a lot of talent there. That'll be fun. Any fear for you, Mr. Westlake, T.Y., about the Brennan? What's their mascot, Buck? San Antonio Brennan. Do we know?
The Bears, I believe.
The Bears. The Brennan Bears. I like that. Any fear there,
Never.
Chaparral guy?
No fear.
No fear.
Now when you got 50-some in a row.
50-something in a row. Ridiculous.
Wow.
53, I think.
And I heard
53.
I heard Coach Salazar last night on Under the Lights. Under the Lights. Pretty good conversation. He's excited. And he said, put the call out for the Austin fans because they're going to be playing in San Antonio against San Antonio team. So
this is now Jack Kaiser's time of the year now.
Yeah, the running back.
Put your running game and see if anybody's up to the task of stopping your run game now.
That's going to be it's amazing to hear Coach Salazar put the shout out for no one's recruiting the kid. No one's recruiting Jack Kaiser. And it's like,
only Kansas State.
Well, anybody. South Texas State. I mean,
he's still got another year.
I know.
Yeah,
but,
he's still.
But junior is when you start getting some interest.
Got to get some camps this summer.
Got to get in. Yeah, but
you're absolutely right.
Coach Salazar's his biggest advocate that he's being overlooked because he's not the tallest guy, but he is a big part of that offense that makes it go behind that great offensive line. Also, Buck, we mentioned Westlake 8 straight years into the 4th round or further. Liberty Hill. They're into the 4th round for the 6th straight year at Liberty Hill, running that slot T. That's second all time behind Westlake's current streak of 8. Pretty darn impressive. Liberty Hill will play Corpus Christi Flower Bluff.
Yeah, I got to believe your Wimberley group has to be pretty close to that, about 5 years in a row, too.
Hey, you know who started that streak?
There it is.
Right here.
There it is. Was that in the choir?
The choir has a streak going,
You're
too?
all-state choir, we
that
heard.
streak's probably a nation record, or nationwide record.
Wow.
I like that. Now, you mentioned Wimberley, Buck. They're playing Lago Vista. And, Wimberley has averaged blowing people out 56-7.
Oh, yeah.
But the closest game they played all year was against Lago Vista. It was a 3-point victory in the regular season. These are two teams from the same district.
Good stuff.
Meeting in round 4. This will be a heck of a ball game. They're going to play at Hutto Stadium, the Hippo Stadium. They're right there east of Round Rock at 7:30 on Friday night. That's a heck of a football game on Friday. Dripping Springs Vandergrift, Buck. It is the featured attraction. That game will be at Gupton Stadium in Cedar Park on Friday night at 7 o'clock. These two teams, as we know, played first game of the year. It was a 3-point Dripping Springs win, 23-20, as Austin Novosad led his team down the field for a game-winning field goal. And that was, that was Vandergrift had tied that game. Braden Buchanan, the quarterback there, led them on a touchdown drive and a 2-point conversion to make it 20-all in the 4th quarter. So it was a heck of a ball game, and then left too much time for Novosad to go back down the field and get the field goal. I expect similar with this game here.
Another close game, huh?
Oh, man. Just very even football teams. They're both tremendous on defense. They both have, high-level elite quarterback play and just really good lines of scrimmage. I mean, there's not much separating, Dripping Springs and Vandergrift, and we saw that in that first week. I mean, it went to the wire. I think we're going to see more of that in this ball game. So those are your biggest games of the weekend. Dripping Springs Vandergrift on Friday. Liberty Hill plays Corpus Christi Flower Bluff Friday at Ferris Stadium in San Antonio. Lago Vista Wimberley. And then, as we said, Westlake on Saturday afternoon in San Antonio against San Antonio Brennan. One other game Thursday night. I heard Snoop saying he may go to this game. Rattler Stadium in San Marcos, which is a great place to see a football game. Thursday night. Llano will play Ed Couch Edna. There you go.
Edna.
Llano, what are they, the Yellow Jackets? Llano Yellow Jackets? Oh, yeah. Bring it. There you go. Those are your teams. All the details there at FLXATX.com. Also, Snoop has all the mixtapes, the highlight videos from the third round action, including a new mixtape that just went up with Lake Travis and the Brennan game. Also, Georgetown, their season came to an end, but the mixtape is up and running at FLXATX.com. And 1 week from today, we will have the top 3 at all 11 positions on both sides of the ball of our all-flex team for 20 and 22. Excited
including
about that.
deep snapper.
Including deep snapper. Did you ever do any deep snapping there, T.Y.?
I was the deep snapper.
You were?
Yeah.
Did you know this?
The dude fired a couple over the guy's head. You know that.
No.
He's all hyped up on McDonald's 100%. Hamburgers and flipped one back there.
What is this guy not doing?
He does it all.
He was at All-State in the choir.
All-State choir.
All-State choir.
First team All-State.
Cooking elk sausage tonight.
There you go.
Elk steak tonight.
Ooh.
And he was the deep snapper for the Westlake Chaparrals when they began their run of 8 straight years.
Spokesperson for Mickey D's.
Wow. He's got every fast food app known to man on his phone. You remember the Pluckers Club app?
I am a rewards member at Pluckers.
See, look at you.
I have the gold card.
I have the gold card. I will admit freely, I don't have a single, except for Pluckers, because I'm a Pluckers Club member, I don't have a single restaurant app on my phone.
It's a great way to save money.
Or you just eat at home. T.Y.
That takes work.
What about your broccoli? You're getting your broccoli?
Oh, I love broccoli.
I do too.
Broccoli every night.
I'm a broccoli-loving fool.
Broccoli and baked potatoes. That's probably.
Oh, I'll get you a baked potato. All right.
That's gross.
I mean, really, if you need one badly,
still gonna have to hear that story here soon.
I make a great baked potato. When I should be making the steaks, we'll never forget that. Still mad about that.
All right. Well,
60 years later.
So he says, is it possible that Westlake and Dripping can be state champions? Yes, they can. They're in different divisions, so they can, yeah. Or Vandergrift, too. Vandergrift and Westlake, or the winner of the Vandergrift. That's unfortunate because I think Dripping Springs and Vandergrift are both state championship caliber, but one's going to win and one's going to lose on Friday night out there at Gupton Stadium in Cedar Park. Westlake will be has a chance to go 4 in a row. 4 in a row. Pretty impressive stuff. All right, we'll come back. When we do, load up your blitz. It's a Wednesday edition. Bring it strong at 447-3776. Also a little salacious gossip mixed in there ahead of it. First, Craig Way.
It's time for the Craig Way Sports Report, brought to you by Bud Light. Now, here's Craig Way.
The next big challenge for the number 2 ranked Texas Longhorn men's basketball team is tomorrow evening at Moody Center as the Longhorns play host to number 7 Creighton. Longhorns head coach Chris Beard says there are plenty of reasons why the Blue Jays are a top 10 ranked team.
All championship kind of quality teams have an identity. Creighton definitely has one. Coach McDermott's been doing this for a long time. His teams are explosive offensively. His team's balance is always very noticeable. This isn't a team that comes in with one leading scorer. It's a team that comes in with all 5 starters in double digits, and then guys off the bench that can really score as well. They put a lot of pressure on you defensively. Starts in the open court, the transition game, then the half court. They're very challenging with all the stuff they run, and they're a good rebounding team as well. Defensively, might not be their identity by most, but those of us in basketball, myself included, recognize that they're one of the best defensive teams in college basketball. They got great guard play. They have pieces that can switch. And they obviously have a rim protector and their big guy in the middle. So it's going to be a challenging game, quality opponent. I'm happy for our fans. They get to see a Gonzaga. They get to see a Creighton all before Christmas. So, we take this game with a lot of appreciation. We look forward to the opportunity to compete against who we think is one of the best teams in college basketball.
Coming up this afternoon, Chris Beard discusses some of the specifics that makes Creighton a tough opponent tomorrow night. That's in our next report. I'm Craig Way.
The Craig Way Sports Report, brought to you by Bud Light.
Real Texans are genius. Bud Light salutes you, Mr. Unnecessarily Big Pickup Owner.
Oh, so big.
Some people drive trucks, but you drive a pickup that generates its own gravitational pull.
At $3 million.
Where did you park? Oh, yeah. That spot and most of that spot.
Is that even legal?
Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas Edition Bud Light beer cans. Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
Viking fence, folks, since 1972. As Buck keeps reminding everyone, I've turned 50 next week, and that's where Viking fence is. 50 years, doing it the right way here in Central Texas since 1972. Still locally owned and locally operated. Great people, and Viking Fence does it all for any fencing need you have, whether it's commercial or residential. And I know so many folks have moved here, bought property here, started businesses here in the last few years. If you are among them and don't know that Viking Fence has been trusted in the Lone Star State since 1972, you should. They do it all. They do it better than anyone, and I can tell you this, and the reason why. They've invested in the quality of the fence, the workmanship of the fence. They are the only fence company you'll find with their own on-site lumber mill where they produce the different grades of the Western Red Cedar. They have their own on-site pre-staining equipment for that Western Red Cedar with the Ready Seal stain. They have their own on-site gate fabrication facility for any kind of residential or commercial gate, and their on-site custom iron facility with the CNC bending equipment, cold and hot forging capability, pipe bending. So they do it all on the premises. They don't farm that out. They don't run down to the box store for lumber or the lumber yard. They have it there for you, and they control the quality of that product from start to finish so that they can bring you the highest quality and the best value, no matter what your budget is. It's Viking Fence, 837-6411, the phone number, 837-6411, or go to the website. Get a quote there, see the gallery of work that they do in all of the divisions. It's vikingfence.com. And always remember, when you think fence in Central Texas, there is one name. It's a Viking Fence.
Christmas is coming, so visit Texas Truck and Trailer in Leander or on Northeast I-835 between Runberg and Breaker, where you'll get the attention and service you need. You can choose from camper shells, bed covers, lift and level kits, wheels, tires, and all types of other truck and Jeep accessories. They also provide services for van upfitting, for safety and storage solutions from Ranger Design and WeatherGuard equipment. Unsure on what to get? Truck and Trailer has gift certificates so your buddies can pick what they want. Google TexasTT.us. Happy holidays from Texas Truck
truck and trailer.
This Christmas, give the gift of Austin from Sue Patrick. Sue Patrick is the home, the collection of local, distinctive gifts about Austin and Central Texas, right here in Austin. All right, for ladies, the Consuela handbags, designed right there on Congress Avenue. Wallets, tote bags, and accessories. Talk about an Austin original. The El Arroyo Glass Mercury ornaments have arrived. Inspired by the clever wit on the 5th Street signs, perfect for everybody on your list. And by the way, they also have the El Arroyo hardcover coffee table books, the mugs, the magnets, Tyler candles. The Scents mulled cider, homecoming and Christmas tradition, complete with glamours, wash, mixer melts, Austin's best selection of candles that make the best gifts. Jay Willems and Sue Patrick, they've got everything that nobody else has. The things you want this Christmas. Give the gift that is Austin, Texas. From the store that is Austin, Texas. Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Easy free parking right there by the door. No garage to mess with. Check them out at SuePatrick.com.
Spa Kalahari. Treat yourself to a world-away experience. Luxurious massages, skin, hair, and nail care. With many unique products and a wide range of services, including the Halo Therapy Salt Room. You'll discover the true meaning of relaxation when you slip into Spa Kalahari at Kalahari Resorts and Conventions. Locals receive free valet parking and a 10% discount on services. Call today for the monthly specials or to reserve your next soul rejuvenation. 512-651-1015.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers. I love Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina. You hear me bragging about it all the time. The truth is, I eat it 2 or 3 times a week. I probably could eat Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina every day. That's how much I love it. And now, the fine folks at Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina are hiring at all positions, including servers, bartenders, bussers, line cooks, hosts and hostesses, also kitchen staff as well. And Vaqueros will be offering competitive wages for all new employees. And we all know Vaqueros is home to the best Tex-Mex experience in Central Texas, and that's because the fine folks at Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina are an extraordinary group of men and women. And now you have a chance to join this all-star team by joining the staff at Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina. For employment inquiries, please give them a call today at 512-382-7899 or submit your resume and contact information to vaqueroscafe.com. Remember, any day or time is a good time to get in a Tex-Mex state of mind with Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina, the best Tex-Mex in the ATX.
This holiday season, Diamonds Direct gives you the gift of 0% interest financing for 3 years on any purchase. With high prices and high interest rates everywhere else, Diamonds Direct is here with the incredible shopping experience you need. Our guaranteed best value prices will save you money. And with 0% interest, you can spread your payments over 3 years with no finance charge, period. And for this holiday season, we're showcasing an expanded selection of affordable and timeless holiday gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstones. And if you're upgrading her diamond or getting engaged over the holidays, we have one of the largest diamond selections in America. All sizes and shapes, all cut for maximum brilliance, and all offered at our amazing direct importer, no middleman prices. Check out our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Buy now or come into the showroom. Let one of our experts guide you in finding the holiday gift that's at the top of their list. And enjoy 3 years zero interest financing on any holiday purchase. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
The Horns text line is brought to you by Specs. Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. You're on the way. Less to pay. Everyday store. Cheers to savings.
Where you get that from? Did Tawana tell you that? Did Tawana tell you that? Because I ain't for no games, okay?
Salacious Gossip brought to you by Bud Light, the world's favorite light beer, the state of Texas's favorite light beer, brewed by Texans, for Texans, deep in the heart, and the official domestic beer partner of the Texas Longhorns. With football season over, no more games at DKR, 7-game home schedule over, but now Moody Center, Buck. Moody Center, the spot to get those burnt orange, special edition burnt orange cans of Bud Light, watching Texas and Creighton tomorrow night, the Blue Jays, or Texas men or women, whenever you're at the Moody Center for basketball or concerts, whatever you're doing, do it with a nice cold Bud Light. Live music update coming up next hour. Always good to get out in the live music capital of the world and take in the Bud Lights. Be safe and smart. Always make good decisions with those adult beverages, but do it like I do with the world's favorite light beer. It is Bud Light. USA, Buck. Winning yesterday, and there's so many reasons why we're forever thankful to be citizens of the United States of America, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Proud of our country. Well, how about this? New York Post, a guy named Kenneth Timmerman, who's a political author and an expert on Iran, told the New York Post that he believes that the men's national soccer team of Iran, after their loss to the USA yesterday, when they get back to their home country could face arrest or perhaps even worse, brutal beatings upon returning back to the dictatorship.
Caning your feet.
Obviously not for losing, but according to Kenneth Timmerman, remember at their first game they didn't sing the national anthem.
Did they sing it yesterday?
They did.
They did.
They did, because the same reporter reported that there were threats on their families and their children if they didn't. So they all sang.
How did it look? I missed the
they sang
forced.
I mean, they refused to sing the national anthem in their first game. They took the vow of silence to support protesters back in their home country. But according to this report, when they get back, it might be ugly for them. That is not
wouldn't
good.
go back.
Those lips better be been moving yesterday.
Oh man, just terrible. But good for the USA. They got the victory. I did see, and this is gossip, that Cristiano Ronaldo is about to sign this massive contract with a team in Saudi Arabia. You know, Saudi Arabia, Live Golf, that whole thing. Oh, yeah. That he did like $300 million or something for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, that dude is not used to chump change.
He's going to do well.
Yes.
Speaking of the Live Golf Tour, did you see Tiger Woods yesterday at the Hero World Challenge? We told you he's not going to play. He's got
bad foot.
The foot injury that continues to bug him. He was pretty candid, though. He was talking about the Live Tour and he said, you know, what's going to need to happen for the PGA Tour and the Live Tour to coexist and get along. He said, first and foremost, Greg Norman has to go.
Yeah, that's what he and Rory have been preaching that.
Greg Norman has to go. No one likes Greg Norman. Apparently no one liked Greg Norman when he was a player. And now he's in charge of Live. And everyone, to a person, and some would say Jay Moynihan should go from the PGA Tour because the two just can't get along. But everyone's
Tiger's
unanimous.
a good friends with Jay.
And Tiger is Tiger. So,
yeah.
And he says Greg's got to go. The Shark got to be gone. Got to be gone for anything to happen there at this point. So we'll see. That Hero World Challenge will tee off tomorrow. Can I also mention, this isn't gossip, but our friend Omar Uresti, who's helping us with our tour of Texas golf courses,
What's Omar doing?
He is participating in the Champions Q School. He's trying to qualify for the Champions Tour card that he needs, and we wish him luck. He's teeing off tomorrow. He'll try to get Omar on. That's
there
pressure.
You go. Yes, it is.
He's in his 50s now, and he wants that to keep playing on the Champions Tour, but you have to qualify for it.
Yes, you do.
And he will go for it. So good luck to him as he tees off this week out there, which will be cool. Man, we're going to be out at Lions Muni tomorrow, Buck, taking some video. That is our course of the month. Lions Muni. Save Muni. Save Muni.
Get yourself a nice breakfast over there.
Okay, so here it is. According to a recent survey, 10 vehicles that are most likely to make it 250,000 miles if you buy one. Most likely to make it 250. Number one on the list, the Toyota Sequoia. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Toyota Land Cruiser. The Toyotas are good vehicles, apparently. Chevy Suburban, Toyota Tundra. Three of the top four are Toyotas. GMC Yukon, Toyota Prius. So that makes 4 of the top 6 are Toyotas. The Chevy Tahoe, the Honda Ridgeline, the Toyota Avalon, and the Toyota Highlander Hybrid.
What's that little piece of crap that Zay drives around in? A little piece of red wagon.
Is that a Corolla?
It may be. The one he's so worried about the guy bumping into.
All right. Well, Toyota takes up most of the top 10, so you might want to invest in a Toyota. I don't know. Or buy a Chevy. A Chevy's a good one, too. The Suburban and the Tahoe. That's out today in your salacious
200 G's.
Yeah. You ever had a car? I have a
All
Nissan
mine get to be
Altima
that
I gave to my son that's still going. It's over 200.
I had a car that got to like 650,000.
Really?
Honda CRV.
What'd you do then? Drive it into the river?
Did you say 600,000 miles?
Yeah.
Wow.
My grandpa had it before.
You drove the wheels off of that thing. Good night. All right, let's get to your
2 12s in the back of it.
boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom. Nice.
You're only 25 years old. How'd you live long enough to put 600,000 miles?
I got it with like 400,000.
Oh, I got you. Now I see. Let's go to your Blitz.
The Bucky and E Blitz.
The Morning Blitz brought to you by Apple Leasing, where you only have to pay for the new half of the car or truck. The half under factory warranty in any make, any model. Look appleleasing.com and see how easy it is.
Here you go. First Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, rumors abound. What about the Brockmeyer brothers leaving Alabama? Any truth to that?
Well, portal time.
It's portal time. If it's ever going to happen, it's about this time. Next Blitzer, talk to us.
The topic is leftovers. These coaches
are bound to take them home from your house. Who is Mike McCarthy, Mark Mangino, and Kenny Sumlin?
Wow.
Kevin Sumlin.
Kevin Sumlin will take those leftovers. Next Blitzer, talk to us.
Buck.
What's up?
Listen, Coach, Longhorn Nation needs you. Here's what we need you to do. Go ahead and call Ricky, set it up. Ricky and Bijan meet, and Ricky tells Bijan, come back, baby. We need you. Go get that Heisman next year.
There you go. That'd be a nice move. Next Blitzer, talk to us.
So, as a point of reference for all you turd polishers, what was TCU's record last year and USC's record last year? Meanwhile, in Austin, the never-ending rebuild continues.
Still working at it. 8-4. Next Blitzer, you're up.
Yeah, this is Tim Duncan. Yeah, hey, I took Bobby Blue's leftovers.
Shut it down! Let's go!
Leftovers.
Man, you leftovers. I love leftovers.
I do too. Ty doesn't eat them. Still fine. When you left yesterday to go get your dog, Ty and I had this conversation. He'll eat fast food all day, but he will not eat. One day later, a really well-cooked meal from a day previous, he won't eat it.
I will try to at least extend that to a day after that day. I don't like to back-to-back them.
I'll go a week later. I don't care. Come on. Hook me up. I'd rather eat week-old leftovers than McDonald's.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that if my mom was around. She'd say, well, guess what? I guess you don't eat.
We'll be back when we do. It's the 9 o'clock hour, of course. Tom Gimbel from the ACL TV will get your live music update. We continue to monitor the transfer portal happenings around college football with the Longhorns, and the awards finalists are out there. Who's going to win the major awards, including Bijan Robinson? Is he the favorite for the Doak Walker? The more on that coming. B&E on 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. Always streaming on your Horn app, on your smart speaker, and at hornfm.com.
The Vipers turn things around in a hurry.
Buchanan, high snap, handoff, Witt, up the middle, into the end zone, touchdown Vipers. 3 touchdowns in the past 2 minutes on the clock for Vandegrift.
Now it's the matchup everyone's been waiting for in the state quarterfinals. Vandegrift and Dripping Springs. Friday at 7 on the Horn. The Flex pregame starts at 6:30. Pregame from Gupton Stadium at 6:45. The winner is in the Final Four. Vandegrift playoff football. Yeah! On the Horn.
QC Kinetics, folks. QC Kinetics, 2 great locations here in Austin, one in Round Rock, throughout Central Texas, and helping folks through their chronic pain. It is time for you to quit with the pain pills, the steroid injections, and the thought of surgery, and call QC Kinetics and learn about the advanced regenerative medicine and restorative treatments that they have. It repairs and restores the damaged joint tissue, which can give you your life back, get you through the pain in your knees, in your shoulder, maybe your lower back, wherever that's going to be, whatever joint. They can all be treated with the natural biologics from your own body, from a powerful healing agents, highly concentrated, and then used to restore, as we said, and repair that damaged joint tissue. Please call for the free consultation and set up that appointment to learn more about how these treatments can get you back in the game and get you back up and moving again. They're all natural treatments. They can get you lasting relief that people who have been through them are raving about all over Central Texas. Call now. Appointments are available this week and into next. 512-593-4303. That's 512-593-4303. It's QC Kinetics, 512-593-4303.
As we roll toward the theoretical end of the rush hour, we still have a lot of heavy traffic out there. If you're on the road, you're not really experiencing the end of the rush hour, particularly on 183 Research heading from McNeil to Mopac, where we had a crash earlier near the Mopac interchange that's causing a huge backup there. Also, Loop 360 Capital Texas Highway is in on the act. Southbound south of Westlake, we have delays because of a crash. And I-35 on the southbound side approaching Breaker, another crash reported there. Now, as we check northbound I-35, Hayes County delay is pretty much done, but Onion Creek all the way to downtown really going to be very, very slow. And Highway 71 headed toward Toll 130, that's backed up still as well. So no end in sight here at this point in time. We are dealing with some other crashes. The Lakes Boulevard and Howard Lane. Here's one of Giles at Harris Branch Parkway. That is in the process of clearing up, however. I'm Don Miller, and that's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. I got to tell you, folks, it's winning season over at MyBookie, and if you want to win big, that's the place for you. With thousands of sports books to choose from, you need a platform that's simple and easy to use, like MyBookie. Stream games and live bet while you watch it, so every hit, sack, and touchdown could be another shot to put money in your pocket. MyBookie has the biggest online selection of odds, prop bets, and contests to fill all of your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Will Dak Prescott throw for more than 220 yards this week? Will he throw for more than 2 touchdowns? Will Micah Parsons have a sack this weekend? You can build your own prop bets at mybookie.com. It's that easy. Sign up free today. Use the promo code HORN, HORN, and claim a half deposit match of any amount up to $1,000. That's the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus and give yourself the competitive edge. When you play with MyBookie, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, bet anytime, and bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Craig Way for John Hardy and Divided Sky Roofing and Solar, the ones we trust for roofing, where you'll never pay more than your deductible. They offer easy financing and no money up front. There's no payment due until the day they start your job. Let them come out for a free inspection, and they'll let you know what kind of damage you may have and if you can file a claim. They carry a full lineup of solar products, including Timberline solar shingles. Don't trust your home to a fly-by-night roofing company. Divided Sky is local and provides a lifetime warranty on your roof. Call them at 512-995-ROOF or DividedSkyAustin.com.
Skip the drama and get the perfect gift for everyone on your list, a gift card to Twin Peaks. You don't even have to leave your couch. Just head over to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com to grab as many as you need and send them right to your fam's inboxes. While you're there, who says to-go food has to be boring? Twin Peaks has a kitchen bursting with made-from-scratch eats ready for you to order online and enjoy at home. Visit them online for gifts, dinner, or to learn more. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Stastny, San Marcos, and Round Rock. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
Hey folks, it's Bucky here, and I want to tell you about one of my good friends over at Syntex Tickets, Shelby. The best local sources for tickets you need. Syntex Tickets has tickets for every event, from college football to college basketball, NFL, soccer, the theater, Las Vegas, and of course Broadway, South by Southwest, MotoGP, and the PGA. Syntex Tickets is also the best source of tickets for the University of Texas and for future Longhorn and A&M tickets and more. Visit SyntexTickets.com. Yo, Shelby, get them to me, and get them to me quick.
Real Texans are genius.
Bud Light salutes you, overly dedicated Texas Longhorn fan.
How come?
You show up to every UT football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sport there is.
Ping pong.
Each game, you slather your entire body in burnt orange.
Every nook and cranny.
Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas Edition Bud Light beer cans. Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
From the UBO Business Services Studios, you're listening to KTXX-FM and HD1 BK, KTAE-AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock.
This hour brought to you by ChristopherWaters.com. Call Chris Waters today at 512-829-8000 to get your home sold, guaranteed. That's Waters with 2 T's, ChristopherWaters.com.
Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. Mornings with Bucky and Aaron are brought to you by Bud Light.
What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
Broadcasting live from the greatest city in the world.
Austin, Texas, baby.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
You guys want to play some twos? You know what? Actually, we're kind of in the middle of a conversation.
B&E.
What's B&E?
Bucky Godbolt, Aaron Hogan on the Horn, 104.9 AM 1260 and hornfm.com, where the Longhorns play and Austin talks sports.
Final hour on a Wednesday, dragging you up over the midweek hump. Looking forward now to a tremendous weekend, which will include big-time football, championship Saturday in the college ranks, high school football aplenty. We went through the big fourth-round matchups, trying to get to the semifinal round of the state playoffs this weekend, starting Thursday, games Friday and Saturday. And, of course, NFL Sunday coming your way. NFL actually kicks off tomorrow night with a good one on a Thursday night. The Patriots hosting Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills in a big AFC East battle. That's a division led by the Miami Dolphins right now. Dolphins actually have a big one this weekend as well on Sunday with the San Francisco 49ers. Also tomorrow night, we know the number one ranked Texas volleyball team will begin play in the NCAA tournament over at Gregory Gym, and the second-ranked Texas basketball team cranking it up with their second big-time top 10 showdown at the Moody Center already this year. Of course, they beat Gonzaga back on November the 16th, beat them up bad, and that really let the college basketball world know that Texas is for real. And now they get another chance against the 7th-ranked Blue Jays of Creighton, who are 6-1 on the year. We'll have a full preview of that match and that game tomorrow as we get it cranked up. Also, props to our man T.Y., who gave you the gambler's pick of the millennium yesterday with the USA. Way to go, Ty.
Thank you.
Way to go. Did you?
It was my patriotic duty.
It was your duty, and Christian Pulisic helped you out there with that collision at the goal, but what a goal it was. The only one they needed in the 38th minute, and they made it stand up. The USA has only allowed 1 goal in their 3 games so far at the World Cup, and that came just on a terrible penalty taken by the USA against Gareth Bale of Wales, and he made the penalty kick. Can't do that, and that's the only goal they've given up so far. They played to a draw with England and then beat Iran yesterday 1-0, so they're off to the knockout round, final 16, beginning Saturday. So, yeah, you told me yesterday when you were leaving that if the USA doesn't win, you're going to be hurting for certain.
Yes.
Hurting for certain.
I was feeling good, though.
Yeah, feeling good. Okay, so that's what we're looking forward to. Obviously, on this Wednesday, we're also talking Longhorn football with 7 players into the transfer portal. Fortunately, if you're a Longhorn fan, not Xavier Worthy at this point. So far, he is still not into that portal, but we know that Hudson Card is. This is not a surprise. We kind of told you all year that when the season's over, you can expect Hudson to put his name in that portal. We talked to Mike Craven last hour from Dave Campbell's Texas Football of where he may land. UTSA has been a prominent name. Somebody mentioned TCU when Max Duggan moves on. We'll see. I mean, I think Hudson Card is going to have an opportunity to go play some Power 5 football somewhere. He showed he can play winning football this year. Went 2-1 as a starter for the injured Quinn Ewers, and actually nearly led Texas to the win over Alabama when Quinn Ewers got hurt in the first quarter and played really well on a bad ankle. It led them, and they had to lead with 2 minutes to go after that field goal, but the defense couldn't hold it. So Hudson Card into the portal, along with offensive tackle Andre Carrick. Wide receiver Troy O'Meary is headed elsewhere. Defensive players, 4 of them. Linebacker Prince Dorva, defensive end Derek Harris, along with a couple of defensive backs, J.D. Coffey and Jameer Johnson. And it's interesting, Ty, that with these players entering the portal, and you're thinking, well, the 4 on defense, but the defense comes back next year. The defense was the most improved aspect of the Texas team this year, from year to year improvement. They were a terrible defense in year 1 for Steve Sarkisian. They were so much better this year, and it really became the strength of the team. And think about this for next year, just on paper. On the defensive line, which was so good this year, you're going to lose Keandre Coburn and Moro Ojimo, but you're going to come back with Barron Sorrell, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, and Alfred Collins as 4 returning veteran kind of foundational players. And you add to that, the young guys who we saw get a little bit of time this year, the Justice Finkley, Jere Bledsoe, Jamon Tapp, and Christopher Ross. So 4, freshmen who are going to step in and become part of that rotation. And for the 2023 recruiting class, they've got Colton Vasek from Westlake, who a lot of people look at and think, can step in and be an immediate help at pass rush. They've also got Sadir Mitchell. People forget the kid from New Jersey, 6'6", 340, committed as part of the class of 2023. You wonder if he can come in and be a part of that defensive front. So you feel good about that. The linebackers, Jalen Ford is likely to be back. He's going to be potentially the Big 12's Defensive Player of the Year. Led the team in tackles and interceptions and forced fumbles, just became an absolute force on that defense. Number 41 should be back to anchor the defensive linebacker position. You got to replace DeMarvion Overshown at that star position. But then in the defensive backfield, your 3 best and most consistent defensive backs are back with Ryan Watts at corner, Jahdae Barron, and Jaron Thompson. They all return, which, those are 8 really good players to begin the foundation of an 11-person defense. And obviously the goal, Ty, is to get too deep to where they have depth behind these guys. And I think we started to see some of that this year.
And I agree. I'm not really worried about the defense. Ryan Watts, I expect him to be, all Big 12 level corner by next year. He's got all the tools physically to make that happen. And then, like you said, along the defensive line, Alfred Collins is a guy that I need to show up next year and be a difference maker on every single down.
Wouldn't that be great if you see him make that next step like we saw Keandre Coburn make this year, just playing at that high? I mean, Moro Ojimo had been a guy that, kind of underachieved at times, but he was a pillar for them. And that's what happens when you have depth. You can always have a fresh body on the field. You rotate those guys in, and they can play with a high motor each play. We saw that, and I think the ceiling is high for Barron Sorrells. I think, the ceiling is way high for Alfred Collins. If the light comes on for him and Bo Davis continues to work with him and get him to that next level, I think Tavondre Sweat coming back, he's eligible to move on. But I think he sees that he can continue to improve his stock with another good year. He's a big 340-pound guy at the point who can anchor that defense. And obviously, Jalen Ford coming back at linebacker really, really helps. So Texas defense should be in good shape. And this is where the portal is, right? I mean, there's guys into the portal who kind of realized, and after meeting with Steve Sarkisian and their position coach, that they're probably going to be second or third on the depth chart, maybe even third with some of these guys because of the freshman class that's coming in, the guys who were young this year. And this is what the portal's about. I mean, it's an opportunity for J.D. Coffey to say, you know what, I'm probably running third team here. Jameer Johnson, I think I can play somewhere. So let's put my name in the portal and see what's out there. I think it's a great opportunity for guys to get a fresh start.
Yeah, and it opens up spots for transfer portal guys to come in, or freshmen, sophomores going in the next year to take some of those spots.
Just continue developing players, and this says we need to lock in Gary Patterson, no doubt. Was a big key to the defensive success. Well, we'll see. That's also up in the air. What's Gary Patterson's market? Obviously, we saw Nebraska go to Matt Rule. Wisconsin is full. I mean, I don't think Gary Patterson's going to be interested in a job like Texas State, which is open. UNLV has been mentioned as a name for him. Again, Deion Sanders apparently has been offered the Colorado job. If he turns that down, would Colorado be interested in Gary Patterson? And would Gary Patterson be interested in Colorado? I mean,
do you think he's interested in a complete rebuild, though?
Yeah, that's kind of that's what we don't know. Where is Gary Patterson mindset wise? Is he happy doing what he's doing, just being a coach, being an advisor?
How old is he?
62.
Okay, so
62. He's got some years in him if he wants it.
Mac Brown's still doing it.
He's in his 70s now. Nick Saban's in his 70s. We know that. But yeah, I mean that's really the question. What level of happiness for Gary Patterson? Does he like living out at Horseshoe Bay and just doing what he's doing with Coach Sarkisian? I do think if the right opportunity popped, he would be interested. But at the same time, it takes two to tango. Someone's got to want to go there. So will be interesting to see. Hey, how about your NFL or your college football awards finalists are out? The finalists have been announced for the Heisman Trophy. I'm disappointed that Max Duggan didn't make the top three for the Heisman Trophy. I thought for sure he would, but the Heisman Trophy, the national award, is the Heisman been announced? The finalists? No, this is the Maxwell Award. Am I right about this?
I don't think the Heisman's been
I don't think the Heisman. This headline said Heisman. No, but this is Maxwell. So Maxwell Award for college football's Player of the Year. The finalists are C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams, and Hendon Hooker. I hope because I think the Heisman votes are due Sunday, like after the championship Saturday. And Max Duggan is the guy who gets to make another argument that he belongs in this conversation. Because right now it's really about those three quarters. Like Hendon Hooker, even though he's on a 2-loss team, is kind of trending ahead of Max Duggan, who's on a 12-0 team. And Max Duggan has been the linchpin to their wins. I mean, he has been huge in their comeback victories and bringing them back in big spots. And obviously the Baylor game stands out in that regard. They were down 28-20 in the fourth quarter. He led them to 2 fourth-quarter scores, including that game, walk-off field goal as time was expiring. I think you need to have Max Duggan at New York and at the Heisman Trophy, recognition. He is up for the Davey O'Brien National Quarterback Award, which goes to the nation's top quarterback, along with C.J. Stroud, along with Caleb Williams, and as mentioned, the Maxwell. We mentioned yesterday that Bijan Robinson is up for that Doak Walker Award, the premier running back in the country. I think he's the favorite to win that. Do we not? I mean, Blake Corum has been tremendous at Michigan, but didn't get to play in that Ohio State game. Chase Brown from Illinois. But best all-around back this year has been Bijan Robinson.
It's got to be him.
I think it does. Other names of note, the wide receiver, best wide receiver, which goes to the Biletnikoff. How about this? Jalen Hyatt, Hendon Hooker's favorite target at Tennessee. Xavier Hutchinson, who, they didn't have much going at Iowa State, but that guy tore everybody up with Deckers throwing him. Marvin Harrison Jr. At Ohio State is on that list, too. He has been tremendous. Chuck Bednarik Award, which goes to the Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson from Alabama, Ivan Pace Jr. from Cincinnati, and Tuli Tupatolo from USC. Tuli is on that list. So
they do have some defense there, huh?
Well, the thing about USC is that the reason that they're on a one-loss team right now is that their turnover margin is plus 22. They're plus 22. They don't turn the ball over on offense with Caleb Williams at quarterback and Lincoln Riley, and they force turnovers. They give up yards, but the opportunistic defense for Alex Grinch has been, plus 22. They just force turnovers, and they bend but don't break, and they find a way to give the ball back to their offense, and that's going to be key in the game against Utah on Friday night. Remember that Pac-12 championship is a Friday night game for the USC Trojans. If they win, they're likely into the Final Four at this point after the college football playoff rankings were announced last night. All right, so we've got that in college football. We've got Tom Gimbel coming up with the live music update. He's the general manager of the the Austin City Limits television show. Do you have the song ready I asked you to get? Do we have this? You know what debuted 40 years ago today? 40 years ago today. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Now, you're only 25 years old, so you do not remember this, Ty. This was 40 years ago today, and it debuted. Oh, yeah. If you remember this song, Thriller, and the video, turns 40 today, and it premiered on a TV show on NBC called Friday Night Videos. Friday Night Videos, and there was like global anticipation for this coming out, and Michael Jackson was obviously at the peak of his popularity, and this came out in Thriller. Friday Night Videos, 40 years ago.
Not even MTV, huh?
No. I mean, it became a staple on MTV, but the video actually premiered on Friday Night Videos, and everybody was, by their TV set to watch it. And was it Victor Price, the film director who voiced it and helped direct that thing? I mean, it was high level with Thriller and Michael Jackson.
Was that like the first real big production for a music video?
I think so. I mean, somebody would tell me otherwise, but I mean, as far as like getting movie directors involved and taking a song and make it into essentially a movie, short film, was Thriller. I mean, it really, and it took over. It was on, MTV all the time. Once it debuted, Michael Jackson went straight to the top. It was off of his 6th studio album. It was produced by Quincy Jones, the song, but the video, man, that's what took it to the top, and that's really when MTV took off. And it's hard to believe that's 40 years ago now, 1982, when that came out. Pretty cool. Hard to believe. And you weren't even born yet, but you were
not even close.
You're 15 years from being born, Ty.
I think my mom was like, it said 1982 is when that came out?
1982.
So, yeah, my mom was like just turning a teenager.
Yeah.
It's crazy. She talks about that video all the time.
Yeah.
She's a big MJ girl.
Vincent Price. The actor Vincent Price. Yeah, he voiced it, right? I'm trying to remember. Somebody produced it. Like someone directed the video. Someone will tell me what that was. But Vincent Price narrated the Thriller, the overdub, the talking over situation.
It was directed by John Landis.
There you go. John Landis, he was a Hollywood director, big time.
And produced by George Folsey Jr.
Yeah, there you go. It says Thriller, the album, was released 40 years ago today. Well, that's right. The album came out, and it was on a Friday, and the whole hype was that it was the video would debut on Friday Night Videos. And it was, that was over-the-air television, NBC, after the late local news, and it was a big deal. I remember I was 12, or 10. I was 10 at the time, 1982, and it was something like appointment television back in the day for Michael Jackson. Okay, so that happened. There's a little reminder. Speaking of music, we'll have our live music update. It's coming up with our buddy Tom Gimbel. He's the general manager of the Austin City Limits television show. Great time of year to get out and take in the live music. Tom will get us your roadmap to that. We've also got plenty of college football on the brain. I'll mention this because as we say on Wednesday, we start looking forward to the big games. Buck mentioned earlier that 49ers Dolphins game. I know the Cowboys are playing Sunday Night Football with the Colts, and I know they'll never flex the Cowboys out of Sunday Night Football because they're such a draw. But there's better games that we could have in primetime. But and the 49ers and Dolphins is one of them. The Chiefs and Bengals is one of them in a rematch of the AFC Championship game. But how about this? You realize it because maybe people haven't been paying attention to just how good Miami's offense is and how good Tua Tagovailoa is. You realize that Tua is the number 1 red zone quarterback in the NFL, number 1 in red zone success rate and red zone TD rate, not just for this season, Ty, but for all quarterbacks since 2000. So for every insert name here, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, insert any quarterback in the last 22 years, this year in his 8 games, and the Dolphins are 8-3, they've won every game that Tua has started and finished. He has the highest red zone success rate of any quarterback since 2000. And this week, with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Mike Gesicki and all that they do, they're going to face DeMeco Ryans and that 49ers defense, which shut out the Saints last week. They've pitched back-to-back second-half shutouts in their 3 straight wins. And DeMeco Ryans, their defensive coordinator for Kyle Shanahan, he's on the short list of the next head coach that everybody wants, right? Everybody's looking at DeMeco Ryans as a possible head coach I think the Texans, if they don't sour on Lovie Smith at the end, if they want to make another change, he was a great player in Houston. D'Amico Ryan's a linebacker out of Alabama, but I didn't realize that. Warren Sharp had that stat. Number 1 in red zone success rate and red zone TD rate for all quarterbacks in the last 22 years. That's just how good 2 has been. Unbelievable. That offense is really difficult to get your hands around. They'll play a really good defense in the 49ers. Cowboys play the Colts. And in that Chiefs-Bengals game, Ty, Jamar Chase expected back, the number 1 target for Joe Burrow, to bring that offense fully back. And I think Joe Mixon is due back for that game.
They've been doing all right without those two guys.
I know, but Samaje Perine.
Yeah.
Samaje Perine's been great.
Hendrickson.
Henderson Hawk back in the day, by way and then off to Oklahoma. But Perine's been great, and I'm still the fact that they went into Tennessee and bullied the Titans. Like, Titans bully people. They bullied the Titans without Joe Mixon and without Jamar Chase. And now they're going to Kansas City in a rematch of the AFC title game on Sunday afternoon with those guys expected to be healthy. That is one to watch, no doubt about it. Also in the NFL on Sunday, it's the return of Deshaun Watson, 11-game suspension, and as the NFL would do it, he will return as the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns in Houston against the 1-9-1 Texans, where how many fans will actually be there for that game?
I think a lot.
You think so?
Yeah.
The ones who
if I was a Texans fan, that's probably the one game this year I'd want to go to.
Just to boo the guy or what? I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Texans might win that game outright.
Yeah.
They'll probably be pretty heavy underdogs just because of the Deshaun Watson addition. But, I mean, this is a guy that hasn't played football in, what'd you say the other day, like 700?
700 days.
Yeah.
As of Sunday, it'll be 700 days since Deshaun Watson has played in a regular season football game. It's been that long. All right, that's a good preview. What's coming this week? Get a full preview tomorrow of that Longhorn Hoops game, which we're excited about. Texas and Creighton out at the Mood. Coming back, though, it's your live music roadmap with Tom Gimbel from ACL TV.
Miss one of your favorite live shows? Catch up with our podcasts. Find us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yes, sirree.
Or go to hornfm.com.
Well, that crash on Loop 360 cleared pretty quickly south of Westlake. It was affecting you on the southbound side, but things are looking better through there. Not looking so good past the Wyandotte Kill on 290 again for the second day in a row. We've got a crash. And, of course, we've got that construction going on that we've been talking about. So the westbound side of 290 is slow from the Mopac interchange all the way toward the Y, and that's been a continuing issue. Here's some good news. Westbound on Highway 71 headed toward Toll 130 from Garfield. Things have eased up a little bit, as have the delays up along I-35 and Round Rock, North Austin, and then toward the 290 and the decks. Northbound still slow from Onion Creek all the way to downtown. And 183, heavy traffic from Anderson Mill all the way toward Mopac. The crash at Mopac has cleared. However, still residual delays in that area. We also have a crash from earlier, but this is going to be over on Giles to Harris Ranch Parkway. We think that one is just about done as well. That's your traffic.
Dr. Greg Eckert, folks. Dr. U can give you that brand new smile. And boy, I hear from Dr. Eckert quite a bit. So many folks are taking advantage of this opportunity and getting in and getting the new smile they've longed for. And it's permanently secured dental implants. And this is revolutionary, man. It used to be a long process to get new teeth and painful at times. You'd spend time without teeth, and not anymore. One day for the permanently secured dental implants with Dr. Eckert. So it's such a short treatment time. You spend no time without teeth. You'll be smiling with confidence again, eating freely without pain or discomfort. And it's amazing what a new smile can do for your confidence level when you're speaking in public or on Zoom meetings, taking pictures. And if you've been told you need the new teeth, you just want that better smile, and it's time, call Dr. Eckert today to learn about the revolutionary alternative to dentures. All you have to do is call Dr. Eckert. His team is ready to meet with you. 27 years Dr. Eckert's been doing it right here in Central Texas, and it's that simple phone call, 512-345-3166. That's 512-345-3166. It's Dr. Greg Eckert, and always remember that's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T.
This is Chad and Dr. Slaughter from Sinus and Snoring Specialist. Dr. Slaughter, you called me a mouth breather the day you met me. Talk to me about mouth breathing. Is it normal?
It is definitely not normal. It's all the rage right now, even for people to try to tape their mouth to force themselves into nasal breathing. Look, nasal breathing humidifies and filters and warms the air, and that's the right way to go. But if you're mouth breathing, there's a reason, and we should evaluate the nasal airway and get that corrected rather than literally putting a Band-Aid on the problem.
So you're saying a CPAP CPAP machine by the bed is all right. Tape by the bed to tape your mouth shut, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, just save the taping for your boxes.
All right, get it taken care of, whether you're a mouth breather or not. Call and set it up today, 512-601-0303 or sinussnoringent.com. Don't tape your mouth shut. Take yourself to sinus and snoring specialists, 512-601-0303 or go to sinussnoringent.com. Sinus and snoring specialists. Feel clear, rested, and healthy.
Man, do you ever think prices will ever stop going up? Who knows? This is Scott Crossett with Apple Leasing. I do know we all need transportation. That's where Apple Leasing can help. For 35 years, I've been saying, why pay for the full price of the vehicle when you just have to pay for the parts you use? This makes more sense now than ever before. These are challenging times, but this is where Apple Leasing shines. Inventories are low and prices are all over the place. At Apple Leasing, all we do every day is look for the best price and locate any make or model vehicle. So we're able to find the best options for you. New cars might be a little more now, but wow, your current car has never been worth more than it is today. Apple Leasing makes it so easy with one phone call to 512-346-9977. We'll walk you through all your options. We specialize in helping people understand how to navigate and get out of their leases early, or even get a more efficient vehicle. Call Apple Leasing, 512-346-9977, or click appleleasing.com.
Families coming in for the holidays and large holiday meals and even larger relatives require your plumbing to be in tip-top shape.
Sorry about your toilet, but Brisket always does that to me.
Don't let unsuspected plumbing problems turn your holidays into your horror days.
35 flushes should do the trick.
Call Hambone Plumbing, 512-388-7030. From garbage disposals to water heaters and everything in between.
Make your plumbing relative proof.
Check out the Hambone Fall Special, $25 off water heater flushes during November. Online HambonePlumbing.com.
License number M12470.
Golf lovers are a special breed, and the folks at Golfinity share their passion for golf. That's why Golfinity has everything the golf lover needs to increase your skills and enjoyment in a 20,000 square foot, first of its kind indoor golf performance club. The ultimate destination for the golf lover of any age and skill level to learn, practice, and play. Plus, Golfinity's event space is perfect for your next get together. Golfinity, 12332 North FM 620 and at golfinity.com. Mention the horn and receive half off bay rentals.
Don't forget exciting Golfinity holiday promos. Stop by or call 512-551-0789 to learn more.
It's Bucky and Aaron.
We're going to have Tom Gimble coming up with the live music update. And if you are musically inclined, it is your time to shine. It's our B&E Christmas Carol contest. It is back and better than ever. All you got to do is go to hornfm.com for all the details. And we found out that first place, and remember, if you're not first, you're last. We're not doing first, second, and third place for the Christmas Carol contest. One Christmas Carol, a parody that you have written. We will put it together if you just write it, right? Be creative, be clever.
I'll mix and master it.
And then we'll mix and master it and make it sound great. Of course, Ty was all state and choir at Westlake in addition to being the deep snapper.
If you need me to sing for you.
And you will sing. Well, you're going to have to sing them. And so take your favorite Christmas Carol, make your favorite parody out of it, sports related, B&E related, whatever you need to do. What rhymes with Sark? Hark. Oh, see, that's how that goes. You can have fun with Sark or whatever you're doing. Have fun with it. Get them to us. We'll produce them. And again, if you are musically inclined and you want to produce it yourself, and there's so much technology to make that easy these days, go ahead and produce it and get it to us. Place to send them is ehogan@hornfm.com. That's my email, ehogan@hornfm. Here in the last couple days of November, we'll start, play them as they come in, and then by Christmas time, last week there, we'll have our winner of the B&E Christmas Carol contest, because 'tis the season. And the winner, how about this for Christmas, a 55-inch flat-screen television, LG. Thank you to our friends at Audio Visual Consultations. And Bucky mentioned a $250 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Do some damage with $250 at the Academy, your local location, and that television. So get the inspiration going. If you need some help, go to the website, click on the B&E Christmas Carol link, and you can hear old classics that we've played in recent years and kind of see how it all works. One of them is I Want a New Football Coach for Christmas, Christmas at the Horn Anthem is on there, the B&E Show. Those are all fun. Go listen to those, be inspired, and get us your Christmas Carol, ehogan@hornfm.com. Let's go to the Vaqueros Hotline. Speaking of music, every Wednesday in this spot, we are thrilled to bring on the general manager of the iconic Austin City Limits television show. He is Tom Gimble. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I know you're a big soccer fan. That had to be good for you yesterday, watching the USA advance to the knockout round with Christian Pulisic and the big goal from Hershey, Pennsylvania. That was big time.
Man, the last 9 minutes of that game, talk about
edge of your seat.
Being on the edge of your seat. Man, they just were knocking on the door there, but they couldn't put it in the net, thank goodness. And the U.S. held on. And from what I've seen, Christian Pulisic will be back on Saturday and recovered from that knock that he took. That was, talk about sacrificing your body for your country and for the game. He certainly did that. So yeah, it was fun to see the U.S. win. And the U.S. came through their group undefeated. They only gave up one goal, and it wasn't in the run of play. So anything can happen in the knockout stages, but certainly it'll be exciting to watch that team on Saturday morning.
Yeah, and props to the head coach there, who's been criticized at times with Burkhalter. What's his name? Burkhalter did a nice job. A nice job getting this team through to the round of 16. Also, I'm going to ask you this because you're always pretty level-headed on this as a sports fan, Tom, in addition to your music expertise. But you went to every Texas football game. You feel pretty good about where Steve Sarkisian is with this team? I know 8-4 for many disappointed, maybe another trip to the Alamo Bowl, but I think we saw real signs of progress in year 2 under Sark and this staff.
We're a few plays away from being in the Big 12 championship game, potentially having a win over Alabama. Certainly the OU game was a lot of fun for Texas fans. That was a statement. They feel close. You have a young quarterback who is as talented as his arm is. He's still got to learn the game, and you got to have some faith that Sark is going to be able to do some good things with him, and certainly the recruiting you've got to feel very good about. So, yeah, going from 5-7 to potentially 9-4 with a bowl win and a good recruiting year, I think we've got to feel good as Texas fans. It's a shame because you're losing a generational talent in Bijan Robinson, and I think we're also going to lose some key folks off the defense. So it felt like, it was there this year. So it's kind of, mixed feelings that we really should be in the Big 12 championship game. This was the team to be able to do some things, maybe have a 10-win season and compete for the Big 12 championship. I think I would feel better about that. But is this year acceptable? Are we heading in the right direction? Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And now you got Hudson Card into the transfer portal. You wonder if, with that young quarterback, if he could have helped to win a game or two there that gets you there when Quinn Ewers was struggling. But obviously Sark decided not to do that. Hey, let's get to the music. Now, live music update week. It's December. Good weather to get out and enjoy the live music capital of the world. Where are the best spots?
As always, there's some good choices this week in the live music capital of the world. Starting tomorrow night out at the Far Out Lounge and Stage. That's in far South Austin. Christian Bland and the Revelators. He's the guitarist for the Black Angels, and this is his solo project. If you like psychedelic rock, Christian Bland is really cool, and that's a good show to check out on Thursday. A really big one at ACL Live on Friday. It's Elvis Costello and Friends, and it's benefiting the Music Treatment Foundation. And he's when you talk about Friends, he's bringing some great folks along, including his wife, Roseanne Cash. Oh, I'm sorry, not his wife, but his good friend, Roseanne Cash. He is married to Diana Krall, another musician. But Roseanne Cash, good friend of Elvis Costello. Sarah Jarosz from right here in Central Texas. Valerie June from Nashville, and many more are going to share the stage at ACL Live at the Moody Theater on Friday. So if you're an Elvis Costello fan, that's definitely worth checking out. Marshall Tucker Band is going to be in town. They're going to be at Green Hall, and then they're going to come back and play again in Austin at Hotspot. So you got two chances to check out the Marshall Tucker Band. The list of musicians that have appeared in the Marshall Tucker Band is like 30 guys long. This band's been going since 1972. But one of the great Southern rock bands. Marshall Tucker Band still going strong. They're going to be in town, and you can catch them twice. You can either catch them Friday at Green Hall, or they're going to be in town on Sunday at Hotspot. So if you're a fan, you get 2 shots at it. I am a really big fan of an artist out of Oklahoma. His name is John Fulbright. He is a piano player, a singer, a songwriter, a storyteller, and just a really unique talent. About 8 or 9 years ago, there was a huge buzz on John Fulbright. Everybody was talking about this guy as the next big thing. And then he kind of had some personal issues and decided to just kind of stay close to home, in Oklahoma and work on some stuff. You know that I'm a big mental health advocate, and I really support what John Fulbright's been going through, but he has emerged and just as talented as ever. And if you've never seen John Fulbright, you can catch him at the Saxon Pub on Friday, and I'm going to be at that show. I think he's fantastic. He's certainly someone that we're looking at for Austin City Limits. I think he's deserving, and his time has come. So a chance to catch him in some smaller venues around town before he explodes on to bigger things. But John Fulbright is a name to look for. Dayglow, speaking of talents from Austin and someone who we featured on Austin City Limits and who's played the Austin City Limits Music Festival, he's going to be at Stubbs for 2 nights on Friday and Saturday. You can check out Dayglow. As you mentioned, the weather looks pretty good for this weekend, and he puts on a really great show. So you can check out Dayglow this weekend. The Piano Guys, as you would think, they are a collection of piano players. They're out of Utah, and they kind of cross classical and popular music together. Obviously very talented. They're going to be at the HEB Center at Cedar Park. That's a fun one for the family if you're looking for something to do. Jimi Hendrix would have turned 80, and it seems like Jimi Hendrix would be 110, but Jimi Hendrix, he would just be 80.
Yeah.
November 27th. He was born in 1942. He'd be 80 years old. He'd still be going strong, probably still playing that left-handed guitar. But there's going to be a tribute to him, and it's going to be led by Billy Cox, who is the lone surviving member of the Jimi Hendrix band. And he is bringing along, he's the bass player, but he's bringing along some incredible guitarists, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, David Hidalgo, and Cesar Rojas from Los Lobos, Eric Johnson, and many more are all going to be on the stage playing Jimi Hendrix tunes at ACL Live at the Moody Theater. If you've never seen Austin's own Eric Johnson play Jimi Hendrix, it is something you've got to see. There's a Jimi Hendrix song called Are You Experienced?
Yes.
And the guitar solo on the record is played backwards. Jimi Hendrix played the solo, and then they flipped the tape and played it backwards. Eric Johnson can do that live. He can make his guitar sound like it's going backwards live. It's like unreal, something you've got to see. But I got to get out to that one. That is Sunday, December 4th, ACL Live at the Moody Theater, Jimi Hendrix 80th birthday celebration with some really great folks. And of course, it's the holiday season, so we're going to start to see some of those holiday music shows. And one is going to be Monday night. Marcia Ball, Carolyn Wonderland, and Shelley King are all going to be out at the 04 Center. That's right next to Matt's El Rancho down there on South Lamar. And they're going to do a whole set of holiday music on Monday night, something worth checking out. Modest Mouse is going to be at ACL Live at the Moody Theater on Monday. That's a great show. And then another holiday show, the Ryan Davis Trio performs the soundtrack of A Charlie Brown Christmas, the Vince Guaraldi classic, and that is going to be at Parker Jazz Club, which is a great place to see jazz music right in the heart of the Warehouse District in downtown Austin. So we've got some holiday music starting up. We've got some great touring acts coming through. 2 really good benefit shows or special shows with Elvis Costello and friends, and then the Jimi Hendrix birthday celebration. So, as always, good stuff to see in the live music capital of the world. And we've got the U.S. advancing in World Cup. I'm in a good mood.
Should be. Also, we said earlier, Tom, in this hour that 40 years ago today, Thriller, Michael Jackson Thriller was released, the album, and the video, debuted that night on Friday Night Video. So it's been 40 years now, if you can believe that, as time flies.
Wow.
And one other brush with greatness. Yesterday, while I was watching the soccer match, I went into town in Buda there at a little place called Brooklands, and guess who was sitting right down the bar? Gary Clark Jr. Gary Clark Jr. hanging out, watching some soccer. So I said hello. And
oh, cool.
Yeah, he lives out in Kyle, so he was there too. So I was, speaking of great guitar players, always good to see him. And I would say this, that Dayglow, our man Ty Henderson, our producer and Westlake alum, he knows those Dayglow guys. You know those guys?
Yeah, they used to perform at some, day parties and backyards when I was fake going to UT. So I've met a few of them a few times.
Pretty cool.
Of them.
Yeah, local guys. All right. All right, Tom, thanks so much, bud. Appreciate you always. And we'll post all of your picks because you highlight your favorite shows, but you give us picks for every night, and we call it the Roadmap to the Live Music Week. You can always find it at our website, hornfm.com, and get out and see some live music and support it in the live music capital of the world. Thank you, Tom.
My pleasure. Talk to you next week.
All right, Tom Gimbel, General Manager of the Austin City Limits television show. And when you're out and about, always be safe, but enjoy those ice cold Bud Lights. It's nothing better. We love it with sports, but also with your live music. Make sure you're taking in the number one selling light beer in the world, brewed right here, deep in the heart, by Texans, for Texans, the number one selling light beer in the world and the official domestic beer partner of your Texas Longhorns. We're coming back. We'll reset these top stories, get you set up for the rest of the day. A busy Wednesday here on B&E.
It's another big ranked matchup for Texas at the Moody Center. The Horns are 5-0 and getting first place votes after what they did to Gonzaga. Creighton has been in the top 10 and barely lost the Maui championship game to Arizona. Get out to the Moody Center and find out what the Corral is all about and just how loud the new house can get. Tip-off Thursday is at 6 p.m. Pre-game at 5:45 on the Horn, Coke FM, the Horn app, and the Coke app. Texas and Creighton, Thursday on the Austin Radio Network.
Over the last few minutes, the traffic has started to back off on the main lanes, the major thoroughfares in some spots, and other places not so much. Like southbound on the interstate from 1431 to Highway 79 in Round Rock, it's still slow. Just a few delays, a sliver of a delay, 290 to the deck southbound. And then through downtown, of course, going to be slow. Northbound, Onion Creek to Stastny. And then from Ben White to Cesar Chavez is going to be stop and go. Westbound on 290 really backed up toward the Y and Oak Hill. Got to crash past the Y on 290. Of course, that construction going on has been happening for a while there. Westbound on the frontage of Ben White at Alvin Devaney crashed there. And we have one from a little earlier. This is southbound on the frontage of Research at Olden Road. Again, that's an access road collision, which is clearing. There's your traffic.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's Bucky Godbolt for Relax the Back.
With my messed up back, getting the right support has always been incredibly difficult. I searched everywhere, but nothing gave me the comfort my back needed, and that's why I love Relax the Back. At long last, somebody's found a way to help me live pain-free. Relax the Back embraces the holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based in 35 years of proven expertise with the motto, Live Wellness. Relax the Back can help you transform your routine and your life just like it did for me. Right now, get $500 off select zero-gravity recliners, 15% off select office chairs and desks, $1,000 off select full-body massage chairs, and $500 off Tempur-Pedic mattress sets. Relax the Back gave me the comfort my back needed. Be like me and live pain-free at Relax the Back. In BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. 35 years of proven expertise with the motto, Live Wellness, live pain-free for a healthier lifestyle at Relax the Back.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free online visit. forhims.com/radio.
Real Texans are genius.
Bud Light salutes you, overly dedicated Texas Longhorn fan.
How come?
You show up to every UT football, basketball, baseball, volleyball, and ball-related sport there is.
Ping pong.
Each game, you slather your entire body in burnt orange.
Every nook and cranny.
Yes, you're brewed in Texas, and so is your Bud Light. Enjoy responsibly. Texas Edition Bud Light beer cans. Anheuser-Busch, Houston, Texas.
World Cup updates brought to you by Daspit Law Austin. DaspitLawAustin.com. 512-865-6710.
Well, has your heart rate gone down yet? It was mission accomplished for the United States men's national team yesterday in a 1-0 win over Iran to advance to the round of 16 in the World Cup. A 38th minute goal from Christian Pulisic of real quality that involved teammates Weston McKennie and Sergiño Dest was the difference. Pulisic would go off injured at halftime. It was a first half where the U.S. played Iran off the field and only could lament not getting a second goal. The second half, with the U.S. leading 1-0, Iran began to push, knowing a draw would be enough for them. The U.S. reverted to a 5-4-1, bringing on defenders Shaq Moore and Walker Zimmerman to see it out in a dramatic grind and in fashion that made the U.S. fans and hearts skip beats. This was a seminal moment in that it keeps the mainstream of America still involved with World Cup interest and benefits the game overall organically. Up next, the greatest soccer-playing nation to have never won a World Cup. The U.S. takes the Netherlands on Saturday in the knockout stage. I'm Glenn Davis.
This update brought to you by Daspit Law Austin and Soccer Matters. Monday nights at 7 on the Horn.
This special World Cup 2022 coverage on the Horn is presented by Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLawAustin.com. John Daspit and his firm are personal injury attorneys. They are committed to working for you 24/7. If you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, your first call should be to the Daspit Law Firm. 512-CALL-NOW. 512-CALL-NOW. They are bilingual. They'll fight for your right for compensation. That's DaspitLawAustin.com. 512-CALL-NOW.
The Horns text line is brought to you by Specs, a Texas-sized selection of wines, spirits, finer foods, and specialty beers. Cheers to savings. It's Bucky and Aaron.
Appreciate Tom Gimbel. Also, Mike Craven today. Good stuff with Mike from Dave Campbell's Texas Football. He had some interesting thoughts on who might be the new offensive coordinator at Texas A&M. Actually thinks it's he's heard from some coaches, Buck, that don't think Jimbo Fisher's going to give it up. That he may hire someone symbolically to appease the fan base, but and the brass. But he's hearing that people who know Jimbo Fisher well say they're going to have to rip that play calling away from him. And as you said, the win over LSU in the final game may give Jimbo a little bit of, hey, I can still do this.
It's not me.
I can still do this.
He's probably thinking, hey, that's not me. It's those guys.
And, of course, they owe me $86 million, so I'm going to keep calling the plays.
Yeah, what are they
going to do about it? Also, you had some thoughts on who could be the next head coach at Texas State, which I thought was interesting. And, obviously, the Longhorns into the offseason and the transfer portal. Keeping an eye on that situation.
Yeah, that's a daily thing now.
It is.
Leading up to Monday.
And, as we were talking about earlier, I think the 7 guys in – I don't want to say would be expected, but when Steve Sarkisian said on Monday that he's going to sit with every player and kind of talk about where they are on the depth chart and what the future looks like and what their opportunities are, I mean, all the guys that entered the portal yesterday were probably not going to crack the 2 deep next year, including Hudson Card, who, he's a graduate now. He's going to finish up with his degree, and he can play 2 more years of pretty high-level football, I think. But with Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning and Malik Murphy, he was probably going to be down the depth chart at this point, and good for him. That's what the portal's all about. But, until you get a name that you're like, oh, no, then you're just – it's just the natural, I think, attrition of the portal. And it's probably a healthy thing. The guys at the bottom end of the roster can go find a place to play, and you can replace that scholarship with maybe, a young player, a scholarship player who can – or a portal player yourself who can come in and fill some needs because you only get so many scholarships. So.
Yeah, and a lot of guys are just testing the waters. That's all.
Sure. Yeah, because once you put your name in the portal, you can then be contacted legally by coaches. They can reach out to you. They're not supposed to and aren't allowed to until the name is in the portal. But that's what that's all about. So that was an interesting conversation this morning. We do have good stuff in the National Football League. And tomorrow, looking forward to that Texas basketball game. We'll get a full preview of Texas and Creighton. The Longhorns are number 2 now. Did you see North Carolina lost again last night?
Yeah, they did.
They were number 1 in the country. They've lost 3 straight now. Also, Baylor got smoked by Shaka Smart's Marquette team. Big-time win. And I will give congratulations to Ty Henderson, our producer, who's already cashed his first bet of the morning.
There you go. He didn't tell y'all about it, but it happened in the middle of the show.
That's the premium package.
Now, you had a World Cup match this morning, first half Australia.
First half plus 2.5 or plus 2.5, which is Asian lines getting deep.
Asian lines?
I still don't really
Is
understand.
the European slots or something going on here?
What are you doing here?
Hey, it won.
Hairy armpit slots? What are you doing there?
Something like that.
Money. Good job there, Ty. Do you have a pick of the night tonight? Anything stand out to you from the fields?
When are we getting Maction? Are we getting Maction
Maction's
playoff game?
over.
I mean,
that's what I was about to say. It's getting to the point where I can't bet on football during the week. So
because there isn't any football during the week,
and hockey's tough.
But they have a championship game got to be coming up for the
this weekend.
This weekend
Akron
too?
and Buffalo.
Oh,
is that right? How's Akron in the championship game? They're 2-9.
No, there's no way.
That's what it says.
It's one of the Miamis of Ohio or Ohio, and I don't even know if Buffalo
Toledo
got
plays
there.
Ohio.
Okay,
Toledo plays Ohio.
Buffalo didn't get there.
Oh, Akron must be playing Buffalo in a makeup game. I guess that's what that is.
Oh, they're making that up?
Because that was the snow game. Remember when they had like 7 feet of snow in Buffalo?
Yep.
So Buffalo had to cancel that game with the Zips, and so now the Zips have to go in there on Friday and play.
Yeah, they need all paydays.
Yeah, got to fill that stadium one more time in Buffalo. But yeah, the Maction championship game is Saturday at 11. Same time the Big 12 championship game kicks off with K-State and TCU. It's Toledo and Ohio. Toledo and Ohio. Do anything for you? No.
I've watched a lot of this.
He's watched them all.
We'll Toledo and Ohio Bobcat football this year. Probably Ohio in that one, though.
Vegas says minus, plus 1.5. It's an even game. Pretty much a pick 'em in that spot.
I'm going with where Ty goes on that one.
I guess he's 40 units up for crying out loud.
And he loves the Maction.
10-0 in my last Maction.
And keep in mind, Friday night, in addition, you get 2 championship games. And congratulations to Seth Luttrell and the Mean Green of North Texas. They're playing UTSA in the Conference USA championship game on Friday night at the Alamo Dome. Also on Friday night, Utah plays USC in the Pac-12 championship game in Vegas. Then, of course, Saturday with the
there's a lot going on Saturday. I mean, Tulane is back playing Central
Florida
for about the 5th time this year. It seems like they've played like 5 times.
Just twice. This will be 2.
They whooped them the first time.
They did. But yeah, that all comes. We're looking forward to it now. Thursday, it all gets cranked up, and we'll have full previews tomorrow on a Buck Off and Buck On Thursday. Coming up, it's Light the Tower, Buck. Coach Salazar from Westlake will be on with the guys in the 11 o'clock hour.
There you go.
To get you the full playoff previews with Snoop and Craig and Jeff. Then it's Shirts and Skins through the midday, or we like to call it Chad and Zay through your midday. And Ball Don't Lie this afternoon.
There you go.
Ball Don't Lie. Hey, Buck, have a good Wednesday.
Nice.
Enjoy
garden
the cooler.
day. Trying to get out in the garden today.
Hitting the garden. Ty,
yeah.
Good luck with your gambling. Don't.
And your trip to McDonald's.
Saudi Arabia and Mexico, draw.
Oh,
so
you're calling it.
Oh, call it.
That's your pick. Saudi Arabia.
Mexico to draw.
Did you see that the government there in Saudi Arabia gave every one of those players a new Rolls Royce, $400,000 Rolls Royce because they beat Argentina?
Give me a house. Keep that Rolls. Give me a house.
Oh, that's too good. Hey, every hour podcast at hornfm.com. Have a great Wednesday. Light the Tower next.
Stop putting off LASIK. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK is now offering LASIK starting at $495 per eye and guaranteed financing approval. Call 512-596-2020 or go online to schedule your free consultation today. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK, official LASIK provider of Austin FC.
The 2022 World Cup is here. This is Glenn Davis. Tune into the Horn for World Cup 2022 coverage and updates throughout the day, presented by Daspit Law Austin. The passion of the world's greatest sporting event, brought to you by your soccer station, The Horn.
Oh, you're definitely going to have to deal with the backups on westbound 290 from the Mopac interchange to the Y and Oak Hill. Those delays, of course, are going to continue here as that construction rolls on. Now, as far as everything else, we're finally seeing an ease up, but northbound I-35, you're still slow from Onion Creek to Stastny, and then from Riverside to Cesar Chavez, westbound on Highway 71, Garfield to Toll 130. Folks, that is still backed up a little bit. I-35 in the Round Rock area, still heavy. North and south of Highway 79 on the southbound side, and research heading toward Mopac, a tad slow. Earlier crash, though, appears to have cleared up, but boy, we have a slow ease up. I mean, really slow. We're heading close to 10 o'clock now. As we check for crashes, other ones that may have occurred, westbound frontage of Ben White at Alvin Devane. We had that one earlier. Looks like it has pretty much cleared up at this point. 290 past the Y. We talked about that one, but that should be wrapping up as well. I'm Don Miller. There's your traffic.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers. Happy Hour is back at Twin Peaks and better than ever. Happy Hour is the place to be this holiday season. Get up there Monday through Friday from 2 to 7 p.m. and score sweet deals like $1 off all wine, liquor, cheap shots, and freezing cold 29-degree draft brews. And if you're feeling snacky, they have a select appetizers available for $2, $4, and $6. And if you're a bit of a night owl, come back for awesome specials during their late night hours. Go to Twin Peaks, the Stancy location, the San Marcos location, or the Round Rock location. Twin Peaks, East Drinks, and Scenic Views.
Man, do you ever think prices will ever stop going up? Who knows? This is Scott Crossit with Apple Leasing. I do know we all need transportation. That's where Apple Leasing can help. For 35 years, I've been saying, why pay for the full price of the vehicle when you just have to pay for the parts you use? This makes more sense now than ever before. These are challenging times, but this is where Apple Leasing shines. Inventories are low and prices are all over the place. At Apple Leasing, all we do every day is look for the best price and locate any make or model vehicle. So we're able to find the best options for you. New cars might be a little more now, but wow, your current car has never been worth more than it is today. Apple Leasing makes it so easy. With one phone call to 512-346-9977, we'll walk you through all your options. We specialize in helping people understand how to navigate and get out of their leases early, or even get a more efficient vehicle. Call Apple Leasing, 512-346-9977, or click appleleasing.com.
Your garage door won't go up or down, so give us a call. We're all over town. Promise to you is honest and fair. The real Cedar Park overhead doors. The garage door on your house needs repairs. Call Cedar Park Doors and we'll be there. We'll get there fast and we'll treat you fair. Call Cedar Park Overhead Doors. We work really hard while the other guy snores. Happy customers, we have more. We'll get it right and we'll get the job done. We're Cedar Park Overhead Doors. 335-7441.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. 1-800-582-1717. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. So don't delay. Call right now. 1-800-582-1717. That's 1-800-582-1717. Again, 1-800-582-1717.
With the holiday season upon us, you can bring in the holidays by breaking out the Hot Cat Tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple and just as delicious. Cinnamon, agave, nectar, and tequila. That's why it's so light and so smooth. Turn your holiday gathering into a party and turn your family get-together into an unforgettable celebration with Hot Cat Tequila. Be the hit of your holiday party with Hot Cat Tequila. Visit cattequila.com to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up this holiday season with Hot Cat Tequila.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan. My great friends and your friends at Callahan's General Store are exercising their green thumb to help you prepare your lawn for the cooler months ahead. Callahan suggests planting winter rye seed now, which will give you a green lawn throughout the winter. But more importantly, that winter rye rapidly produces a ground cover, holding the soil in place during the winter, which will lead to a much more lush and full lawn come the spring. Callahan's General Store, 501 Bastrop Highway, and still here since 1978. Between downtown and the airport, online at Callahan's General Store. And remember, make it a Callahan's Day.
From the UBO Business Services Studios, you're listening to KTXX FM and HD1 BK, KTAE AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock. Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. It's Light the Tower, your daily look around the world of sports. With Hall of Fame broadcaster and voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way.
Say goodnight to this one!
And Horns 24/7 insider, Jeff Howe. on your live, local, and independent home for sports talk in Austin, The Horn.
Beautiful, if brisk and crisp late autumn morning to you here on this Wednesday. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com. My name is Craig Way. Glad to have you with us. Jeff Howell will be along shortly. Always at his post and ready to roll is our good friend, the purveyor of all good things, Flex ATX, because after all, in the final analysis, it's Flex. He's John Donaldson, Jay Donaldson. We know him as Snoop Daniel. How you doing this morning, Snoop?
Good. I'm getting in hoops mode.
Yes. We should point out that Snoop is always at the trigger, ready to add something or correct something. There was one little minor imperfection on the Flex ATX website with regard to the opponent for the Atlanta Yellow Jackets on Thursday night. Big game tomorrow night in the state quarterfinals. You're planning to be down there at Rattler Stadium.
Toyota Rattler Stadium.
Yeah, that's right. So they're playing.
They get the name branding.
There you go. So they're playing. They're playing the Edna Cowboys, and we were talking about this yesterday on the show. That Edna's most famous alum is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yes,
former defensive lineman, also played at North Texas, and of course went on to international fame as a WWE guy, as a wrestler. But Snoop, it did notice it kind of slipped through the name you listed, Edna-Elsa.
Yes.
No. You listed as Ed Couch Edna, which is really, there is a school, Ed Couch Elsa. There's two communities down near Corpus. One is Ed Couch, one is Elsa. So it's a hyphenate, Ed Couch Elsa. Snoop thought that was part of the deal because Edna is also on the Texas Gulf Coast. It's a very reasonable mistake to make. And you had it listed as Ed Couch Edna. And I heard Aaron Hogan say it this morning, so I went in and went, hey, that's a different school, Ed Couch. They're playing Edna. He goes, well, that's what it says here on Flex. So I sent a text to you and Derek Cohen, because you two guys are the purveyors of the things going on there. And you said, would you say, I'll own that one?
Oh, yeah, I'll wear that one.
I'll wear that one.
It was like, oh.
It's quite understandable. Now, there's a lot of there's some folks who may not have heard of either, or only vaguely remember.
Or a big one that came to mind last week was on the mixtape, on the videos that I do every week on the text, because you talk about making mistakes. That's proofreading is one of the toughest parts of doing mixtapes. But Coach Sanders, he is a detail monster, and he catches the smallest things. Oh, like all
Drew Sanders?
Yeah. So he helps me proofread my mixtapes every week.
Good.
He does. I don't know if y'all know that. That's a little bit behind the curtains. But
yeah.
But anyway, he's like, Snoop, he's like, Harlan is not Harlingen, and it's not, but he's like, it's a Harlan. And he's like,
this Harlan, Harlan.
He's like, and I don't think a lot of people know about this school because it's only 3 years old.
Yeah, it's pretty new. So did you originally spell it Harlingen like the team that lost to Drip?
Correct.
Did it not cross your mind that it would be difficult for Harlingen to play two games on the same day in the same venue?
This is why people do not know, like, the pressure on these mixtapes to get them out from the time they're shot on game nights to when they drop on Tuesday morning. There is a world of things that happen in between, and that proofreading thing is one of the biggest and longest.
Sure it is.
So anyway,
Harlan.
Just so y'all know, Harlan.
Harlan.
Yes.
Remember the old Michigan running back Harlan Huckleby?
I do remember
spelled
that name.
the same.
Sure.
Harlan. Harlan. That's who fell to Vandegrift. Harlingen, Harlingen, which is from down in the Rio Grande Valley, is the team vanquished by Dripping Springs. Yeah. Henceforth,
45-0.
Yeah. Henceforth, setting up the state quarterfinal big time showdown in the greater Austin area at John Gupton Stadium on Friday night. between Vandegrift and Dripping Springs, which you'll hear live not only on 101.9 and AM 1260, where you always hear Vandegrift Viper football, and you will hear it on 101.9 and 1260, but also right here on the Horn on 104.9. So it's on all three signals on Friday night. So those of you who live a little bit further south who might not be able to pick up the 101.9 and AM 1260, you'll get the Horn signal there. So, and of course on the Horn app as well. 104.9 here on the Horn, as well as 101.9 and AM 1260 for Vandegrift and Dripping Springs.
How poetic for them to meet here after the first game of the season. Really, like, you talk about storylines, you don't know how a season is going to unfold. But this is definitely one of those things I'm going to look back. And it even goes deeper, Craig, because during the summer, 7-on-7, which Flex does really big, those two teams played into overtime to try to make it to the state tournament. And Dripping Springs wound up going to state. And that's where Novosad got the offer from A&M.
That's true.
Way back in May of 2022. Or what was it? Yeah, May.
Yep. Yeah, back some almost 7 months ago.
Yeah.
Almost to the day 7 months ago. Because today is the last day of November. Have you taken note of that?
Oh, yeah, 30 days.
Oh, here we go. You know the rhyme, huh? 30 days.
We have September, April, June, and November.
Very good.
The last one.
All the rest of 31 except February.
Yep. Okay, anyway,
yeah. So, today being November 30th, it's the final day of the month. But as we mentioned, we have only really crested the halfway point of the Texas high school football playoffs. Somebody on the Specs text line at 337-3776 says, Craig, have y'all had Tep on already? Yes, I had him on in his we had him on in his regular slot. So anyway, yes, that we had him on yesterday to talk about. But we'll talk some more about it. In fact, coming up here in just a few minutes, we'll have our Whataburger Top 5. Snoop will run down the top 5 players to watch this week for the state quarterfinal round, including ties. I take it there are ties.
Yes.
There are always ties.
Always.
Ties at number 5, so I have that. Now, Wednesday is when we visit with Westlake Chaparral's head coach, Tony Salazar, and we will, but it's going to be at 11:05. Coach Salazar is in meetings this morning, and these are different kinds of meetings. The meetings about with regard to playoff stuff and on down the line and everything. So he contacted me this morning and said, "Is there any way we could do this maybe in the 11 o'clock?" I said, "Absolutely." So we'll visit with him just past 11 o'clock. So we'll do that. All right, and then of course. We have Longhorn notebooks both at the bottom of this hour and the bottom of hour number 2. We have that. And, of course, the man who puts that together, my co-host, the pride of Northwest Williamson County and a proud graduate of Florence High School. And he proudly wore the purple and white 79 for the Florence Buffaloes when he was known as Highway 79. But you know him best for his outstanding work at Orange 24/7. That's Jeff Howe.
Thank you, Craig. Portal. That's what we're talking about today. Transfers.
Sure.
And by the way, I want to reiterate, these are declarations that guys are going to enter the portal. It's not open for FBS players yet. So it opens on December 5th on Monday.
It's just what we know from what players have put out there about themselves.
Yeah, so they're not actually in the portal yet. So in theory, you could have some guys change their mind. But I do think there's maybe a little bit of a misconception that these guys met with Sark and then were told something. A couple of these players, we've been hearing about it for a couple of weeks now, to expect
that it was going to happen.
Expect player X or player Y that they were going to enter the portal. So I don't think anything took the staff by surprise, and none of these moves that went down yesterday really were a surprise. And I don't think to our staff at Horns 24/7 any of them were a surprise.
Yeah. Okay. We were just talking about the fact that Edna's playing Atlanta tomorrow night, and we talked about Stone Cold being from there.
Mm-hmm.
How big a Stone Cold fan were you?
Still am.
Okay.
Massive.
Sorry, my bad on that. Okay. Yeah. So, anyway, and somebody correct me. I don't know why I said Corpus. I remember Ed Couch Elsa is headed down to the Valley. I remember seeing that last year when I drove down to the Valley to for the Longhorn baseball game. And here's what I said, unfortunately, we've fallen in tough times the past 9 seasons, says Billy Joe Jim Bob. So you're right. Thanks for that's down in the Rio Grande Valley. So there is that. And Snoop, somebody letting you know about Harlan, Harlan, and sent the big banner and showing about the namesake. It was named for John Marshall Harlan, who served as Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court from 1877 to 1911.
Is that a Northside ISD school?
I didn't think.
Yes, it is. Because North. Here's how you.
I
can
was thinking
remember this.
Northeast. You're right. It's Northside.
Northside ISD in San Antonio.
Yeah.
All of their high schools are named after Supreme Court justices.
That's exactly right. I remember that. Yeah, it's a good point. Good point. Yeah, because you just had Sotomayor High School open up recently.
You got Sandra Day O'Connor, John Marshall.
Yeah.
The whole
well done.
Yeah.
Bernard Jetty says, my friend's aunt dated Stone Cold at Edna High. They were making out in a parked car and got rear-ended. Her teeth bit through his lip. Ever since, he's kept that facial hair to hide the scar. It's a great story, whether it's true or not. It's a great story. So, how long was it going to take before we saw this? Transfer portal, Brockermeyers, go.
If they enter, it's not going to be Texas. I can tell you that much. I can say that with almost 100% confidence that if they enter, it won't be Texas.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so there's a lot to get to. On
I didn't get mad at that one, Craig. Just it's a simple answer. Now we might have to record that and just have Snoop play it,
but play the button
90 times between now and the start of the spring semester. But
just push the button.
Yeah, but no, just real simple. If they go in, I would not expect them to end up at Texas.
We all got pretty busy yesterday, and the conference calls and stuff like that, and stuff going on as well. How much did either of you guys get to watch any of the U.S. national soccer team win their World Cup match yesterday? Did either of you guys?
The first 10 minutes, which is scoreless.
Yeah.
It.
I'm going to make a confession.
Yeah.
I have not watched 1 minute of World Cup soccer.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that where did the wife and I go that they had it on the TV? I forgot what restaurant we were at.
Yeah,
but they had it on the TV, and that's all the World Cup I've watched. I'm not a soccer guy, but I'm not going to knock anybody that is. It's just it's not my cup of tea.
Well, and the part of the reason I asked Snoop that because Snoop's all into the high school soccer. Figured you'd be into our national team. I figured you'd be into our national team. No?
No, more. Well, I am. I love America, obviously.
Because most people who are not into it, it's because they're not into soccer, period, that aren't in it. They don't care about soccer as a sport, that it doesn't score enough, that there's not enough action, so on and so forth. So they're not into the World Cup because they're not playing.
Soccer doesn't matter to them.
Right. But clearly it matters to you when you're at the high school tournaments.
It's probably more personal.
Okay.
The kids, because I know that the kids and so. But soccer is very exciting to watch. I think it is called the beautiful game, and I am still falling in love with the beautiful game.
I'm not.
Yeah, you're not knocking anybody that's into
I already
it.
got a text on the Specs text line. Haters gonna hate. Soccer is an art form. I'm not hating on soccer.
No,
you didn't
hate on it. You didn't hate on it.
It's not my cup of tea.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna knock it. I don't dislike anybody that likes it. It's just I don't care for it, and that's that.
Yeah. Is it called like what is the word for it? A taboo?
It's neither fish nor fowl for me. Like I'm 100% indifferent. Like
you're ambivalent about it.
It doesn't generate any feelings one way or the other for me. It's just okay, it's there and you can have it, but just let me have my other thing over here.
You harbor neither affinity nor ill will.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. And that's fair. It was the last 5 minutes of the match got really crazy. And then of course there was an extra 9 minutes plus tacked on, and of course the game winning, what proved to be the game winning goal in the 38th minute, Pulisic with the goal and got hit in the nether regions on the deal, and it was just kind of painful to watch it, to see it. You knew the official word came down later that it was I think it was a pubic contusion.
Nice.
Pubic contusion was the way it was. It reminded me when Tom Herman was coaching and he was describing Jordan Whittington's injury, and he said when the official medical term was pubic symphysis.
Yeah,
and so he just went, and he did this at Pluckers, and instead of just saying a groin injury, he said a pubic symphysis. And when he said the word pubic, it just like reverberated around the restaurant. Pubic symphysis. I was like, pubic. I was going around and I was like, did he really have to say it that way? But he was always into the complete medical definition of the deal. That was just in keeping with how he was, no matter what the situation was.
Pulisic took a shot in the pills, but he's going to be all right.
Yeah.
It sounds like an ingrown hair thing.
Well, nobody said pubic hair. They just it's a pubic issue. Okay. This seems like an appropriate point to move on, and so we do that with the Whataburger Top 5.
Now it's time for the Whataburger Top 5.
Okay, prepare to receive.
Today's edition.
Here we go.
Top 5 players to watch.
You don't want to talk about injuries to the boys, Craig, or is that not a?
No. Why don't we just move on to the top 5?
That can be a topic of discussion. We've all been there.
Yeah.
Man, that's how I won my first fight. A swift kick.
Yeah.
Boom.
So you went Bobby Hill on it?
Dog, that's
my purse.
It was instinct.
I don't know you.
Instinct. That's all I did. It was over. Everybody's like, ooh, and that was it. Okay, anyway.
Tell you about the time when I was covering the Texas and Colorado in the NIT quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And had an issue where one of them swelled up about the size of a racquetball, and I was dry heaving on my walk back to the parking garage. But continue, Snoop. We got business to conduct.
Oh, my gosh. All right, well, I'm going to chop my ties down to 2 so I can chat. Okay, so Granger and Lano. Y'all get to this shine at 5. Granger running back DJ McClellan, their yardage leader, and Lano quarterback Briggs Greg. 2024 got 30 touchdowns. Briggs Green, sorry. 2024, 30 touchdowns, just 5 picks, runs the ball. Both of those guys are in action for our smaller school chances. Craig says that they're might have a tough time after this round. So maybe Granger and Lano get the wins.
Well, you'd be dealing with Mart.
Yeah.
In the semis. So
okay.
Listen, it's going to be hard enough beating a Burton team that just doesn't allow points. They won 7-0 last week. They won 6-0 earlier this season.
That game's in Bastrop, yes?
Yep.
Yes.
Bastrop.
If you're in the area, you just want to see a good high school football game, that's one to get to. It's 2 really good small school teams.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, I want to say a disclaimer. I'm not going to mention Jack Kaiser in this top 5, but he is definitely the overall number 1 player to watch. 10 touchdowns in 3 games. He's on a roll. So, okay. Number 4 is one of his teammates. His name is Caden Bainage. Class of 24. He plays defensive tackle for Westlake. I saw the quarterback for Brennan really was the reason why Lake Travis lost. Not having Jacob Henry stop that. It was just a couple of mixed quarterbacks. So Caden Bainage doesn't have gaudy numbers, but he plays defensive tackle. He's only had a high of 4 tackles, but he's going to be key to kind of slowing that guy down. So Caden Bainage, watch for him.
Okay.
Number 3, Jack Tyndall for Dripping Springs. Nobody is saying this guy's name. He's the yardage leader for Dripping Springs. He's the only guy who has over 1,000 yards total for the team. He's a sophomore. Number 18, you're going to hear Kyle Cook. You're going to hear Garen Duncan, of course, Austin Novosad. But watch for Jack Tyndall in the big game against Vandergrift. Number 2, another Westlake guy who's nobody is saying his name, Nathan Blue. Over the playoffs, he's the tackle leader for the team. He is on fire. I watched him personally versus San Benito. He is a dog. Number 23, Nathan Blue. Watch for him, my number 2 player.
You're my boy,
Brennan.
Blue.
And then number 1, you my boy, Blue. He is. And number 1, Vandergrift running back Alex Witt. 4 touchdowns last game, 140 yards. He put the Vipers on his back, though, for the Marshawn Lynch. And that's okay. So we Alex Witt, he's at number 0 on the field, but number 1 in the Vipers' hearts. Vandergrift with the big 20-point win over the Dripping Springs basketball team last night.
Right.
Could that be a precursor to Friday? We'll see. Whataburger Top 5, Alex.
Very good. All right. Can you give me a breaking news sound?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You guys need to hear this. Westlake Chaparral's head coach Tony Salazar will not be able to join us at 11:05 because he's on his way to be here right now.
Okay.
He got done with the meeting. Said, "How about I just come on? Come on." So he'll be with us here in about 10 minutes. So Coach Salazar. So toward that, with that in mind, as Brad Cham used to say, armed with that information and against that backdrop, let's get to the Longhorn Notebook.
Jeff Howe's Longhorn Notebook.
A Longhorn Notebook brought to you by Aaron Bowersock, the home loan expert, your Longhorn lender. Be sure to check her out at bowersockteam.com, BOWERSOCK, bowersockteam.com.
Let's talk about the portal. 7 guys announced their intention to enter the transfer portal yesterday, 7 Longhorns. Craig, one thing that I noticed with the portal entries, all of these guys had been passed on the depth chart by younger guys. And with the exception of it being...
We still have flex music going here.
With the exception of J.D. Coffey being passed by Michael Taff, all those other guys had been passed by somebody in that 2022 recruiting class.
Right.
With Jameer Johnson, it was Terrence Brooks. With Prince Dorba and DJ Harris, it was Justice Finkley, Ethan Burke, and Jamon Tapp. With Andre Carrick, it was Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams. So with Troy O'Meary, take your pick. He'd really fallen behind the 8 ball at wide receiver. And I think with Troy injuries, it's tough to come back from one ACL tear. You do it twice. And plus, I think the other thing, too, especially with Carrick and Troy O'Meary, those were guys in the 2020 class. That was the last full cycle for Tom Herman. I think when you look at the guys that have passed them on the depth chart, they've really fit the roles they were recruited to fill with the previous staff. And this staff really doesn't have those same roles. Like with Andre Carrick, they want guys like Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams and DJ Campbell. They want big, they want large humans up front, right? The 330, 340-pound guys. That's not Andre Carrick. Steve Sarkisian wants wide receivers that can run to daylight, guys that can get yards after the catch, guys where speed, there's a premium on speed. They don't have a lot of use for just the big-bodied X receiver that you put into the boundary and can go up and make contested catches. So I think both of those guys, and I'm glad that they found a role for Andre Carrick that was useful as the jumbo tight end, but I think both of those guys are examples of what happens when you have a coaching change. You might have fit perfectly into the previous coach's scheme, his plans, and the next staff, they might not have the same role at all for you, and you might just not necessarily fall out of favor, but just they're going to recruit the guys who fit what they do. But the one I really want to focus on for this notebook is Hudson Card. Hudson Card is going to enter the transfer portal. We're already hearing schools mentioned with him. Notre Dame has been mentioned quite a bit with Hudson Card. NC State, because Tim Beck is the offensive coordinator at NC State, has been mentioned quite a bit. Heard some UTSA buzz related to Hudson Card. So there's some schools out there for Hudson Card. But similar to when Shane Buechele transferred, Craig, at the end of the 2018 season, you look at what this Texas team is, and you can, again, we talked about this on Monday, you can make the determination how successful was this season, did it meet your expectations, whatever. Texas does not maximize their 2022 season. They don't get to 8-4, and they're not potentially playing for a spot in the Big 12 championship game in the last week of the regular season if it's not for Hudson Card. If Hudson Card doesn't come in and win you a couple of ball games, and even the one game he lost as a starter, the Texas Tech game, he was not the reason why you lost that ball game.
Nope.
He had the one interception, but if Texas had won that game in overtime, at that point we're not talking about all the defensive issues and whatever. Sark's clock management, the failed drive, the failed drive in plus territory to start the second half after they got the 4th down stop, got the ball in plus territory, then they were stopped on 4th down. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about that 30-second drive Hudson Card put together at the end of regulation to get them in position for Bert Auburn to hit that field goal. We're talking about that as one of the better 1-minute pressure-packed drives we've seen a Texas quarterback put together in a while. I mean, it's up there with any drive Sam Ehlinger would have had. Just go down the list. It was a really impressive drive. So you don't get to 8-4. You don't get to where you're at, where you come in at number 20 yesterday in the CFP rankings. You're ranked in both the AP poll and the coaches poll. Like I said, you had a chance to get to the Big 12 championship game in the last weekend of the regular season. You don't do that without Hudson Card. And more often than not, we talk about it all the time, you need your backup quarterback to either start a game to get you through a game. You're going to need multiple starting caliber quarterbacks to get you through a season if you want to make that season something, you want to have something redeeming about that season. That's definitely what Texas had this year. And spinning it forward, when you look at bowl practices, this is why, if I'm Sark, I'd take maybe more than half the practices and basically make it an early version of spring ball. Get a good look at your young guys. Figure out what your spring depth chart is going to look like. Because I'll be honest, this might sound blasphemous. This might sound out of turn. If you're Malik Murphy, knowing Arch Manning is coming to campus in January, the bowl practices might be your best opportunity in your career to make a statement, to surge ahead and assert yourself in a competition, not even just for the backup spot, but can you put yourself in a position where you make Sark think twice and say, hey, I need to let this guy have a run at QB1. If you're Malik Murphy, that time might be right now. And with Hudson Card moving on, now you're going to get those reps.
Sure.
In the bowl practices. So I think for a lot of these guys, for a guy like Terrence Brooks, a guy like Cam Williams, with some of these guys moving on, a guy like Michael Taff at safety, even maybe a young guy like a BJ Allen, it's going to be a really good opportunity to give yourself a springboard going into winter conditioning, going into spring practice, what you can do with these quality reps in the bowl game. So that's just something to keep in mind going forward. But all those guys gave what they had to Texas, but shout out to Hudson Card. Not easy to be the backup quarterback, not easy to play through all the injuries he played through in his career. So shout out to Hudson Card for his time as a Longhorn.
All right, there it is. That's our Longhorn notebook for this hour. We'll have another one coming up next hour. Up next, here in studio joining us, we'll visit with Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals, when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260. We're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
Chad and Zay.
Black dogs and cats actually get adopted at a lower rate than other colors of dogs and
Stop
cats.
being racist, people.
I like cats. I love dogs, though.
Patrick Davis, racist dog owner. His dog,
I don't think.
white as hell.
How dare you? How dare you? I don't know. I've always been attracted to, like, for some reason when I was little, the color black was always cool to me, but also black animals. I was around a lot of them out on the farm.
Yeah, you got Animal Jungle Fever. That's
black
cool.
cats.
Weekdays 12 to 3 on the Horn.
Hi, folks. It's Craig Way with a word or two about my friends at Total Men's Primary Care. You know, the holidays are just around the corner, which means the end of the year is fast approaching. With over 20-plus area Total Men's Primary Care locations to serve you, utilizing your 2022 health benefits before you lose them has never been easier. Why not book your appointment today at TotalMens.com by clicking on that big yellow button? That's TotalMens.com. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men.
Eric Rains for our partners, John Hardy and Divided Sky Roofing. They're local and the ones to trust for roofing, and now they're installing backup batteries and Generac generators. Rain and winter storms can really damage your roof and knock out your power. Divided Sky can help you be prepared for any short or long-term power outages by installing a backup battery or a Generac generator. Call our partners at Divided Sky Roofing for more details. 512-995-ROOF or DividedSkyAustin.com. Texas license TECL 37397.
Does your car need work? Are you putting it off because you dread the hassle of taking it to a shop? Now you don't have to with RepairSmith. RepairSmith mechanics come to you and do the work in your driveway. That's right. Any work your car needs, from simple jobs like oil changes to major repairs, they do it all at your house or workplace, even on weekends. Your day can go on as planned. Expert RepairSmith auto mechanics will arrive with all the parts your car will need, so there are no delays. Your car is ready right on time, and they'll leave your driveway spotless. How much does it cost? RepairSmith's prices are competitive with your local shops. Why hassle with taking your car to a shop when the shop will come to you? Go to RepairSmith.com for your free instant quote, plus get $25 off any work over $99 with code QUOTE. That's RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE. RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE.
The average home sells for over the asking price. And with Orchard's win-win program, you could win twice. Here's how. Win number one. Orchard can make you a solid, guaranteed cash offer for your home. We're talking about a serious cash offer from Orchard, not some home buying company trying to lowball you. But here's where it gets better for you. Orchard will handle the sale of your old home, including upgrades, listing, and showing. Here's win number two. When Orchard sells your old home for more than your cash offer, you keep the extra. You win again. That bears repeating. Orchard not only guarantees the sale of your home, but when it sells for more than they offered you, you keep the extra. Orchard's win-win program gives you the confidence you'll receive the maximum value for your old home, without all the hassles of selling it. If you're curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at Orchard.com. Orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Light the tower.
We can dance if we want to. We can leave your friends behind. Cause your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. See, we can go where we want to, places they will never find. And we can act like we come from out of this world, leave the real one far behind. We can dance.
What do you say?
We can go if we want to. Night is young and so am I.
This is Light the Tower on the Horn. Craig Way, Jeff Howe with you. Very pleased to be joining our weekly conversation and glad to have back in studio. Hadn't been able to the last couple of weeks, what with Friday the games in the holiday week and then Thursday games as well. But so glad to have Coach Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals, join us. Our weekly coaches conversation brought to you by Texas Truck and Trailer. Good to see you back in the house. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good to see you.
And I know you'd had some meetings to deal with, and those wrapped up good. So we're glad you were able to pop in. I mean, everything doesn't it? Meetings, practices, everything kind of. I guess accelerates intensity when you get to, say, now halfway point of the playoffs?
Yeah, there's not too much downtime in a day right now. You know, it seems like you're going from one thing to the next and one meeting to the next meeting and all the while trying to prepare your football team, obviously, to get a win on Saturday afternoon against a quality football team in the Brennan Bears. And so we have to make the most of our time, and that's what the message has been to our kids is we don't have time in practice to kind of sleepwalk through the first 15 minutes. We don't have time in practice to – not execute at any phase of it or let the tempo drop. And it's a sense of urgency. We're all fighting for another day to spend together as a football team and a football family.
Are you even able to have to count on more than one hand? I would think not, and probably use less than 5 or 4 fingers to count the number of practices where you got that vibe where maybe there was a little bit of sleepwalking or just not as ramped up? I mean, I have to believe it's probably not too many.
No, that's not too many. Obviously, kind of every season has a little lull in it. Maybe it's after a big football game, where you put so much effort into one of these top-tier teams in our program, in our district that requires so much of your effort and attention. And maybe the next week, no disrespect to anybody, but maybe the opponent isn't as quality as the previous one. And there tends to be maybe at a 5:30 in the morning practice, maybe a sleepwalk for the first 10 minutes, and it takes a little bit of motivation from the coaches to get going. And then obviously as we got to about game 6 or 7 of the year, I really saw our senior captains and our senior leaders on our football team really just kind of take over. And they're the ones that, they test and they know the pulse of our football team. When it looks like it's beating too slow, they're the ones to step up. And that's why obviously it's their football team, and we're at where we're at because of them.
I know, Coach, we always ask you how's your team doing from a health standpoint, but this far in, everybody's kind of beat up. How much do you have to preach to your kids, and how much do they take it upon themselves to make sure they're getting sleep, they're hydrating, they're eating right, doing all that stuff to keep themselves in top form by the time you get to game day?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was probably the message on Monday morning when we first got back to work was, hey, guys, in the last 3 years we were fortunate enough to do this and win a state championship. Here's what we've learned. An unhealthy football team is going to win a state championship. Whether you want it or not, There's going to be an unhealthy football team who's going to win a state championship. I said, I'm not going to put, all my money on it, but I guarantee to say that there's a high probability that of the 8 teams left in the Division I bracket, all 8 of those are not playing with the same 22 starters that started the season. And obviously that's what happens when you have quality football teams that play at a physical, fast pace. Mm-hmm. And obviously, injuries happen, and it's obviously that's why they call it a football team, not a football player. It's a football team, and it's the next guy has the opportunity to step up and step in those roles. We've been doing it, unfortunately, all year long.
Right.
So it's nothing new to us. Obviously, it's you always take a small second to feel obviously a little sad and down for the kid that obviously is going to be out for a week or for 2 or for the rest of the season. And but we all rally around them. We pick them up. We're trying to be the best teammates we can be for each other. And then it falls on the teammates that are next, the number 2, the number 3, however it may be. And those guys know that their teammates are counting on them to come in and play at the same level the guy in front of them did. And so at our place, it's just accountability and responsibility. And our kids buy into that. They understand that. And If somebody goes down, it is what it is. It's the next man up, and we've been doing it all year. And there's nothing in my mind that tells me these kids aren't going to respond that way any other way other than that for the next 3 games.
While we're on that subject, I contacted you on Saturday before we went on the Air with Scoreboard Live Saturday night and asked you about Jaden Greathouse,
Mm-hmm.
and you said it wasn't nearly as difficult as you originally thought it was, in that he should be good to go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's been rehabbing all week. He's got a small little kind of thing that's bothering him a little bit, but the rest has obviously helped out, and he's obviously young. The cool thing about Jaden, 4 years, I don't think he's ever been injured, and so when he had something that just kind of didn't feel right, I think that kind of was more alarming than anything to him, because he hasn't felt that type of, that kind of pain or whatever, discomfort. But obviously, Cody Watkins, our athletic trainer, and our team doctor, Dr. Newt Hassan, has been doing it for so many years. Everybody around Austin knows Doc Hassan and how much he supports the Westlake Chaparrals. Those guys have, doing a great job of getting him healthy and getting him back on the field as soon as possible.
How much also, when you get to this point, is a feel thing for you as a head coach and for your offensive staff, whether a guy's banged up or maybe you just want to shake things up performance-wise, get a little fire thing. You had Skinner go back in a quarterback last week, for Paxton. How much of that is done by feel when you do that as opposed to out-and-out injury?
I think it's all done by, the week of preparation. We have a good idea going into the game what we anticipate happening based on the preparation that any position group has. What in this case, you're obviously talking about quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of depends. Obviously, you have a great week of practice. It gives your coaches more confidence to put you in a football game and to lead our football team to a victory. And obviously, if you don't, if there's mistakes along the way, mental errors, being inaccurate with the football, things like that, then obviously, then that doesn't give us much confidence as a coach to put you in the game and put you out there front and center to touch the ball every single play. And so that's kind of what goes into every single week, and that's what every coach in Texas does when it comes to evaluating that position. And last week we felt like Skinner had a great week of preparation and going into it, and obviously we didn't get the production we wanted out of our first team offense there to start the football game. So yeah, last week was actually kind of one of those things. It was a feel in the game, but we knew going into it that there was a great week of preparation that was going to allow us, if we needed to make that change, we felt good about doing it because of the preparation that Skinner put into that week.
It sounds like you are in lockstep with so many other coaches who are not real big believers in the don't practice well, play great on game day thing. It does happen.
Right.
There are some guys who are much better gamers than practice players. Right. But those are more the exception than the rule, aren't they?
I think so. And it's confidence. Your whole football team has to feel confidence. They got to see the execution and how practice is run, and obviously the quality reps that we're getting. And so, as coaches, we can sometimes turn a blind eye and say, "Oh, yeah, he's a gamer. I believe in him. When the game comes, he's going to make the play." But when your teammates, all right, if you don't prove that to your teammates that you can make those plays in practice, then obviously that's a harder, tougher sell. And as the head coach, I got to have the team's whole mental state and belief in the leader on our football team who's going out there to take the snap every single snap. And so I think right now, last week, like I said, both those guys are performing at a high level. The cool thing is we have competition. And competition obviously makes you better at any position that we go at, that we have at Westlake. And obviously those guys continue to grow and develop throughout the year. And both of them are so much better now than when we started the season, no doubt.
Visiting with Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals, our weekly coaches conversation. Stoop, you have something?
Yeah, Coach, how do you decide who gets to kick between Eggy, Barnett, and last week I saw Bravo get into the Super Soft, so you got a lot of kickers.
We have 3 kickers that obviously have opportunities to kick the football for our football team. Eggy's typically our PAT extra point guy, so most PATs go through Eggy first. He's probably our guy. It's somewhere, shorter field goal range, 25, 30-yard field goals is about Eggy's forte. And anything kind of past that, we leave those longer field goal kicks up to Barnett. He's got a longer leg. I tell our kids, it's like Eggy's that guy that tees off with the 3-wood every single on every tee box. It's straight down the middle. It might only be 240 yards, but it's right in the middle. It's in play. And then we got Barnett coming in with his driver, and he can hit it 340 yards and drive the green, or we could put one out of bounds. So you have to weigh those as a coach and say, here it is, here's what we are. So we've kind of found that, that happy medium there of understanding the strengths of both of our kickers. And Bravo, heck, last week we lined up with 2 kickers on the kickoff team. obviously give our opponent something else to work on. And heck, the first time he's lined up out there, he's the kind of the decoy. He's not kicking it, but he runs down the field and he makes the tackle on the kickoff.
Because he wears number 53.
Number 53. So he was a decoy kicker, all right, drops his hand, he's going to go kick it. The other kicker ends up kicking it, but he runs down the field and he makes the tackle inside the 20-yard line. And it was just he's a former safety back in his freshman year, so he knows how to tackle, and obviously he was pumped up and fired up. So those guys have a role, like I said, competition. And they both know that, hey, if one of them's not getting it done, the other one's there and ready. And that could happen. It's the same as we talked about with the quarterback position a while ago. We talk about with, our safeties and our corners. Same thing happens in our kicking room. And we are not going to put all of our eggs in one basket at Wesley High School. We're going to try to develop all of our kids in our program. We're going to try to have, 2s and 3s ready to be one play away from being the guy. And obviously to this point, luckily we prepared that way because that's been put to test this year.
Coach, let's start talking about Brennan. Coach Baser, I've known him for a while now, and he's built that thing from the ground up. When you watch them on tape, good guy, by the way, Coach Baser.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. When you watch them on tape, do they remind you of anybody you played this year? Maybe a mixture of teams you played this year.
Yeah, a little bit. I think skill-wise, they're talented, and they do some things on offense with some motions and some shifts, very, kind of similar to Bowie. A lot of kind of changing the strength with motion, one receiver jogging all the way across the field, post snap, some hard count stuff, and then shifting to another. Sometimes we'll see 3 different formations before they ever snap the football. Mm-hmm. And so those things obviously cause, there's a challenge to that. And obviously the mental preparation in the game is really, really important this week for our kids. They're watching so much tape. They're studying so much. It's about this time, guys, in the playoffs every single year that we have kids and seniors on our football team that understand the 40-minute window we had to watch film during our athletic period is not enough.
Yeah.
And so they're coming after school to watch, or they're staying at their lunchtime and watching it on their own time at lunchtime. Or, hey, coach, getting a text at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, hey, I got the DBs ready. We're ready to Zoom and watch film tonight, coach. Can you watch film with us? I mean, it
awesome.
warms your heart.
You're not going to say no.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to say no. And it's like when your kids live that way and they want to prepare that way, I think it speaks volumes for their buy-in, to win, and they're buying to each other.
How about your impression of the DuBose brothers? Start with Ashton.
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, obviously there's 2 of them. The quarterback, for you guys that are listening and don't know, there's 2 twin brothers. The quarterback is number 8. He's about 6'3", I'd say right around 200 pounds. And then he has a slot receiver brother who's about 6'4", maybe an inch taller, maybe about 5 pounds lighter. But obviously they have a tremendous connection being twin brothers. And you see plenty of touchdown passes being thrown between the 2. The quarterback is obviously a dual threat guy. They will run him in the run game, and obviously they use his arm out in space and with bootlegs and sprint outs to be able to get the ball to those skill players. They're talented in all their skills on both sides of the ball. Their safeties and their corners are athletic. Their receivers and running back and quarterback are athletic. And then obviously their defensive and offensive line, they work well together. And so it's a complete football team. They are 12-1. They lost the first game of the season to Steele by 1 point. So they're 1 point away from being 13-0, just like the Westlake Shaps. And when you look at the points for and the points against, they're right there in the same ballpark as us, and scoring just about the same amount of points, giving up just a couple more points. So everything that I'm showing our kids, I think, has their full attention about how good of a program, all right, Coach Bazar is running down there at Brendan. And we have some history. We've played them in the playoffs, twice before. And so we know what they're made of. We know they're a physical bunch, and they got our full attention. There's no doubt.
They also seem to have a lot of savvy about them. I mean, it takes something to hit that 4th and 12 touchdown pass there, which was a backbreaker, obviously, for Lake Travis with what they did on that drive there in the 4th quarter.
Yeah, we're sitting there. We had the opportunity to stop and watch that game on the way back from playing our game last weekend. And we played at Alamo Stadium, and then we got to stop in New Braunfels Canyon to see the Lake Travis game and the Brennan game, after our game that night, in a little cold, rainy night. And we saw that play, and it was a big momentum changer in the game. And to go for it, 4th and whatever it was, 12 or 15, and to throw, a tremendous strike on a double move that was pretty well defended. And but obviously a good throw and a good catch sometimes beat the best defended routes. And they made it at the right time, and it's the connection between those 2 brothers that obviously is scary. And it lets you know that you better be, on top of your game. And I think 8's comfortable whenever he gets in trouble, and he knows who he's looking for, and that's number 6, his brother. And so our hands are full, but our kids have a great start to the week. We're kind of a day back in our preparation because of a Saturday schedule. Today was really only our second practice of the week. And so tomorrow will be our third, and then Friday will be like a typical Thursday for a Friday game. And then obviously we get on the bus and go down, travel to San Antonio, and hopefully get after the Brennan Bears.
It always takes a little bit of adjustment when you first make that jump over. You had to do it from Thursday to Friday, and now Friday to Saturday, and then assuming everything goes well this week, then you're kind of in a rhythm for those last 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's our first Saturday game, and so it was a little bit of a change here to start the week, but our kids, enjoyed sleeping in on Monday morning. They enjoyed, as coaches, we enjoy the extra time to try to get, one extra film session in yesterday that we wouldn't have got before a typical first practice. So we feel like we're a little bit ahead. But obviously, when you're breaking down 13 football games of an opponent, there's a lot of offense and a lot of defense. And as a coach, you have to decipher what information do we need to get to our players. And that's tough. And obviously, like I said, I think at this point in time, these late games in the season, rounds 4, 5, and 6, I think the mental preparation is so much more important than the physical preparation at this point. We know our guys can play physical. They know how to play physical. It's a matter of knowledge of assignment, know where to get lined up, what to do, and obviously being able to anticipate your opponent's next move.
Y'all stopping at the Golden Corral on the way down, or just once you leave the parking lot, just head on down?
Well, we got us a Luby's, about 10 miles, 10 minutes from the Alamo Dome and downtown San Antonio. So everything's shaping up for the Chaparrals. That's why I told the boys we get a chance to wear some white. We hadn't worn all white jerseys in a while, uniforms. We wore them one time early in the season. Actually, at Westlake, it's kind of the last few years it's turned into we only wear all white in the playoffs. And this year we've only did it one time, and we broke it out for some guys that had a good football team down there in Dripping Springs about week 7. And that's the only time this year we've worn that. And so our kids are fired up about the opportunity to go out there and wear these all-white uniforms and, go into a hornet's nest. All San Antonio's going to be there, and they're going to be supporting the only San Antonio team left. And we know that, and but we're going to have all of Westlake there. And we're going to have a bunch of kids that about 120 kids that are prepared and all bought in. And like I said, if the rest of the week's preparation is close to what the first couple days have been, our kids are going to be, wired for sound, ready to go play on Saturday afternoon.
I'm impressed you found a Luby's. That's got to be a good omen.
Yeah, there's Luby's there, and that's really – and when you start going into talking about our different venues to play, different sites, it's one of the very first things I look for. It's like,
if there's a Luby's,
where is there a Luby's close, all right, to along the way between our trek to wherever it is we're going. And so everything's checking out. We get to be the first game on Saturday at the Dome, so we're not in anybody's way. Nobody's in our way, and so it's we've been there a time or two. We've had good luck and good fortune at the Dome, but obviously we're playing San Antonio's best football team, and I think it's safe to say that they're playing Austin's best football team.
No doubt. Hey, appreciate you dropping by again on a busy week, Tony. Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals. We'll have Inconceivable coming up when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn.
Hi, I'm Brad with Homes by Avi.
And I'm Erin Bowersock.
We are currently offering incredible incentives at all of our communities across the Austin area.
To learn more about how these incentives can save you money on your new home, visit yourlonghornlender.com.
NMLS number 1326241.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey folks, it's Bucky here, and I want to tell you about one of my good friends over at Syntex Tickets, Shelby, the best local sources for tickets you need. Syntex Tickets has tickets for every event, from college football to college basketball, NFL, soccer, the theater, Las Vegas, and of course Broadway, South by Southwest, MotoGP, and the PGA. Syntex Tickets is also the best source of tickets for the University of Texas and for future Longhorn and A&M tickets and more. Visit syntextickets.com. Yo, Shelby, get them to me, and get them to me quick.
Does your car need work? Are you putting it off because you dread the hassle of taking it to a shop? Now you don't have to with RepairSmith. RepairSmith mechanics come to you and do the work in your driveway. That's right. Any work your car needs, from simple jobs like oil changes to major repairs, they do it all at your house or workplace, even on weekends. Your day can go on as planned. Expert RepairSmith auto mechanics will arrive with all the parts your car will need, so there are no delays. Your car is ready right on time, and they'll leave your driveway spotless. How much does it cost? RepairSmith's prices are competitive with your local shops. Why hassle with taking your car to a shop when the shop will come to you? Go to RepairSmith.com for your free instant quote, plus get $25 off any work over $99 with code QUOTE. That's RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE. RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE.
Golf lovers are a special breed, and the folks at Golfinity share their passion for golf. That's why Golfinity has everything the golf lover needs to increase your skills and enjoyment in a 20,000 square foot, first-of-its-kind indoor golf performance club. The ultimate destination for the golf lover of any age and skill level to learn, practice, and play. Plus, Golfinity's event space is perfect for your next get-together. Golfinity, 12332 North FM 620, and at Golfinity.com. Mention the horn and receive half off bay rentals.
Don't forget exciting Golfinity holiday promos. Stop by or call 512-551-0789 to learn more.
Families coming in for the holidays, and large holiday meals and even larger relatives require your plumbing to be in tip-top shape.
Sorry about your toilet, but Brisket always does that to me.
Don't let unsuspected plumbing problems turn your holidays into your horror days.
35 flushes should do the trick.
Call Hambone Plumbing, 512-388-7030. From garbage disposals to water heaters and everything in between.
Make your plumbing relative proof.
Check out the Hambone Fall Special, $25 off water heater flushes during November. Online HambonePlumbing.com.
License number M124770.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. I got to tell you, folks, it's winning season over at MyBookie, and if you want to win big, that's the place for you. With thousands of sports books to choose from, you need a platform that's simple and easy to use, like MyBookie. Stream games and live bet while you watch it, so every hit, sack, and touchdown could be another shot to put money in your pocket. MyBookie has the biggest online selection of odds, prop bets, and contests to fill all of your sports betting needs anytime, anywhere. Will Dak Prescott throw for more than 220 yards this week? Will he throw for more than 2 touchdowns? Will Micah Parsons have a sack this weekend? You can build your own prop bets at MyBookie.com. It's that easy. Sign up free today. Use the promo code HORN, HORN, and claim a half deposit match of any amount up to $1,000. That's the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus and give yourself the competitive edge. When you play with MyBookie, you're not just betting, you're joining the winning team. Bet anything, bet anytime, and bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with MyBookie, you're betting with the best.
Like sports, business is about winning. Championship decisions are business decisions based on what it takes to help your company win. And that's why there's UBO Business Services, specializing in helping you win every day by streamlining workflow and allowing you to better communicate within your organization and with your customers. Make your championship decision with UBO Business Services. Visit them at ubeo.com. Great people, great service, endless possibilities.
Hey folks, it's Bucky, and there was a time when my back situation was so bad that I was told that I'd never be able to play golf again. Then I met Dr. Dan Peterson at Austin Neurosurgeons. Dr. Dan is 100% invested in careful, safe, effective, non-invasive procedures, focusing on spine health and management, doing this in the Austin area for over 28 years. It worked for me, and now I'm back in the swing of things. He's my spine doctor and a friend. Find the Austin Neurosurgeons at the Arise Austin Medical Center, 3003 BKs Road, AustinNeurosurgeons.com.
Light the Tower with Craig Way, Jeff Howe, and Snoop Daniel.
Inconceivable! 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 Inconceivable!
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Well, we move on to inconceivable. I have an update for you, Snoop. You were very, very curious about the word of the year from Merriam-Webster.
Oh, I thought this was going to be about COVID anal swabs.
No.
Snoop's favorite topic on the show.
Never.
No, none of that.
No.
No, this is an update on the word gaslighting.
Yes.
Because remember yesterday we said that Merriam-Webster's word of the year is gaslighting. So they chose gaslighting, which it defines as the act or practice of grossly misleading someone, especially for one's own advantage, as the top word of 2022 because it's become the favored word for the perception of deception. By the way, that's a band playing in Austin next week, is Perception of Deception. But anyway,
it's a cool band name.
It's gaslighting, as they say, is usually more complex than an off-the-cuff lie, and it's more nefarious as well. Gaslighting someone into believing that they're wrong is often part of a larger plan. So you say, why did it get that term? Why the word gaslight? Well, it goes back to a Broadway play and a film, Gaslight, that itself was a remake of an original film from 1944, but it was the 1944 film, Gaslight, where a nefarious man attempts to trick his new wife into thinking she's losing her mind, in part by telling her that the gas lights in their home, which dim when he's in the attic doing dastardly deeds, are not fading at all. So he's got her... No, there's nothing wrong with the lights here.
Remind me again how they came up with the word of the year. Is it like through search or?
Yeah, it has to be a ubiquitous term, as they say. So it's and they say gaslighting is an extremely effective form of emotional abuse. So yeah, that's how it is. They had other commonly searched words like Omicron and Queen Consort, which reflect specific events or episodes. But gaslighting refers to a phenomenon that isn't fleeting, but rather an ingrained part of our lives.
All right.
Because Snoop would tell you he's probably been gaslit before.
Yeah, it's lit.
Yeah, it's lit. Okay.
It's gaslit.
Okay.
What about being ghosted, Snoop? That ever happened to you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yep.
A time or two?
I am, yeah. Lots of ghosting.
I was going to say, how much ghosting have you done in your day?
I don't know. Well, I wouldn't be in a position to ghost. Like, if I'm interested in someone, I'm not going to ghost them.
Speaking of being ghosted.
Makes you a good man, Snoop.
Thank you.
A man named Jerome
Kersey?
Nope. Kennedy.
Jerome Kersey.
Kennedy. And his neighbor, and his wife, Ashley Kennedy.
Ashley Kersey? No.
Kennedy.
Jerome Kersey passed away in 2015. By the way.
Yeah, right. So Jerome and Ashley Kennedy were hearing noises in their house. That old thing, you start hearing noises in the attic and things like that. Especially Jerome Kennedy. Sleeping one day, he heard strange noises coming from the space. And then he also thought he saw a light shining through a pipe, like above his head. So unsure of what to make of the noises in the light, he installed a camera in the attic. I'll get to the bottom of this. So recorded for a while, and yeah, he saw the video. It was their 69-year-old neighbor, Robert Havrilla, who was poking around in their small space with a power drill in his hand. He was renovating his own space next door to the Kennedy home, and then he installed a removable wall to gain access into their attic.
That's creepy.
Yeah. He had also apparently drilled multiple holes in a common wall in order to spy on the family. Neighbor was arrested, pleaded not guilty to charges of trespassing and stalking.
Oh, creepy old perv.
Yeah.
Man.
Ultimately convicted on one count of criminal trespass and sentenced to probation and a fine. But,
it's his 69th year. He's like, I'm just going to get real freaky.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
That throw you off a little bit, Greg?
What?
I just figured it'd probably head down that road.
Hey, Snoop, you ever been catfished? That's
no,
what,
I'm not
John
a fool.
McBain wants to know.
I'm a nice person, but I'm not a fool.
He's only been gaslit, not catfished. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. No fooling here, Snoop. I've been telling you about that McDonald's app because I know how you love your fast food. Beginning next month, McDonald's is offering its customers the chance to win one of some 5 McGold cards. You know what a McGold card is?
No. McDonald's for life?
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. McDonald's for life.
For as long as eating McDonald's for life will allow you to live.
Yeah, but if the McRib is gone, then I don't really care about eating McDonald's for life.
Snoop likes the breakfast.
I do.
The breakfast is good at McDonald's.
Yeah, you could do
and
that.
a fresh Big Mac or fresh filet of fish.
Yeah, right.
When I got my McRib, the fries were fresh.
There you go.
That's a win-win.
Make purchases between December 5th and December 25th. Cat Snoop, got to have the app. Have the app. Been telling you about that app. You got to do the app if you're going to do it. You'll automatically earn 1 entry per purchase when you're enrolled in that My McDonald's Rewards program. That's through the app. And others can enter for a chance to win at an alternate entry site beginning December the 5th. But there are going to be 3 grand prize winners to receive a McDonald's Gold Card with a value of $1,040 per year for 50 years to be used at participating locations, as well as an additional $22,285 to, as they say, help offset taxes. Alternatively, the winner can choose to receive a Gold Card valued at $1,040 and take the rest, 50 grand, almost $51,000 in the form of a check, along with an additional $22,885 to offset prize taxes. So in other words, if you don't want the McGold Card for life, you can get it for 1 year and $51,000 cash and $22,000 to help offset the taxes. You could do that and not take the
I'll take the cash.
The whole deal.
Yeah.
And a year.
Yeah.
Snoop, do you have any food apps on your phone?
No.
No?
No, well, DoorDash, but I don't use it. It's too expensive.
I thought I thought
What?
I've got 2 that I like. Craig has like 95.
I took them off. Well,
I have a lot on mine. I don't use them that often, but I have them like for as transient as I have to be. Driving up to Dallas, that.
Yes.
Yes.
My wife made me put the Jason's Deli app on my phone because we eat there a lot.
Okay.
But like I've got Chick-fil-A and Whataburger.
All right.
I've got.
So there's some use for that already. Okay. All right. Now, Jeff, this one's for you.
This is like Christmas.
I've got something for each of you. Yeah. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors voted 8-3 last night to approve a controversial policy that would allow police to deploy robots capable of using lethal force in extraordinary circumstances.
See, I told you. What'd I tell everybody? Get your mind right for it. Robot war is upon us.
The Washington Post reports the vote came after a heated debate on a policy that will allow officers to use ground-based robots to kill when risk of loss of life to members of the public or officers is imminent, and officers cannot subdue the threat after using alternative force options or de-escalation tactics. According to Washington Post, it still requires a second vote next week in the mayor's approval. But it could be the next step. According to San Francisco Chronicle, quote, there could be an extraordinary circumstance where in a virtually unimaginable emergency, they might want to deploy lethal force to render in some horrific situation somebody from being able to cause further harm. So you send a robot in to do the job.
I'm telling you, man. It's upon us, boys. Get your head right for it.
You've been concerned about
I'm
this.
not surprised. I'm not shocked by this story. And some people will scoff at it or not take it seriously or brush it off.
Skynet.
It's happening, man.
Killer robots to serve and protect. To protect and serve in San Francisco. Okay. That's how it starts, right? For the good of mankind? Mm-hmm. Is that what you're saying?
Then we're all living in Terminator 2 before you know it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Somebody points out, of all places, John advises San Francisco's doing this. The Bay Area is wild. So, anyway, there you go. All right. Somebody says, what are the odds that anybody chooses McDonald's over money? Good point. All
Somebody
right.
that doesn't need the money?
Yeah. But they want themselves some Big Mac.
Yeah.
Hour number 2 coming up on the Horn.
Services Studios. You're listening to KTXX FM and HD1 BK, KTAE AM Elgin, K270CO Round Rock.
One thing that is certain when you get to this holiday time of year, if you're not happy with what you think is going to happen, or you know you're not going to get what you want. And what you want is a better, an upgraded, a high-quality home entertainment setup. Just do what Jeff Howe did and call our good friend Tom McKay at Audiovisual Consultations.
Yep. Call 512-255-8678. You can also check out samples of what they can do for you over at avconsultations.com. I was ready to upgrade. I didn't know how bad I had it. Now I see how good I have it when I'm watching sports, watching my football on a 75-inch LG TV with a Sonos sound system. They keep the latest smart TVs and Sonos audio in stock, and they're not raising prices like everybody else. They'll put together a deal that not only fits your budget, it fits your house. It makes sense. So if you want the 75-incher like I've got, or if you can get the full tilt home theater experience, that screen up to 150 inches, if it can work for your house, Tom McKay can make it work.
Check him out on the web at avconsultations.com or give Tom McKay and his staff a call today. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Let Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations help you realize the home entertainment system of your dreams.
Hey, folks, it's Bucky for Christopher Waters. The Statesman reports home inventory has more than doubled since last year, and total sales are down 30%. See, the market is starting to balance itself, but demand and prices are still high with the right agent, and that's the one agent I trust to sell my home in a market slowdown. That's Christopher Waters. Maybe you're worried about the costly repairs or upgrades needed to sell your home. Christopher Waters is the only real estate expert I trust with the sale of your home. He guarantees your home sold at an agreed-upon price and deadline, or he'll buy it. And no costly repairs are required. You pick your move-in date, stay in your home after the sale, stress-free while you close on your dream home. No long-term contracts, and you can cancel at any time. Like Jeff and Allie in Pflugerville. Jeff's wife had a teaching job in Temple, and the drive and late nights meant they wanted to move closer to her work. Another realtor failed after 2 months. Then they went with Christopher Waters, and in just a few weeks later, they got an offer that they were amazed by. Call the agent who guarantees to sell your home, or he'll buy it. That's Christopher Waters with 2T's.com. 512-829-8000.
Hey, it's Aaron Hogan. My great friends and your friends at Callahan's General Store are exercising their green thumb to help you prepare your lawn for the cooler months ahead. Callahan suggests planting winter rye seed now, which will give you a green lawn throughout the winter. But more importantly, that winter rye rapidly produces a ground cover, holding the soil in place during the winter, which will lead to a much more lush and full lawn come the spring. Callahan's General Store, 501 Bastrop Highway, and still here since 1978. Between downtown and the airport, online at Callahan's General Store. And remember, make it a Callahan's Day.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. 1-800-582-1717. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. So don't delay. Call right now. 1-800-582-1717. That's 1-800-582-1717. Again, 1-800-582-1717.
With the holiday season upon us, you can bring in the holidays by breaking out the Hot Cat Tequila. The cat stands for cinnamon, agave, and tequila, and the recipe is just as simple and just as delicious. Cinnamon, agave, nectar, and tequila. That's why it's so light and so smooth. Turn your holiday gathering into a party and turn your family get-together into an unforgettable celebration with Hot Cat Tequila. Be the hit of your holiday party with Hot Cat Tequila. Visit cattequila.com to find a store near you that sells Hot Cat Tequila or to find a bar near you that serves Hot Cat Tequila. Toast and turn up this holiday season with Hot Cat Tequila.
Guests on the Horn appear courtesy of the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantina Hotline. Vaqueros now delivers and offers curbside pickup. For info on placing your lunch or dinner order, visit vaqueroscafe.com. It's Light the Tower, your daily look around the world of sports. With Hall of Fame broadcaster and voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way, and Horns 24/7 insider, Jeff Howe, on your live, local, and independent home for sports talk in Austin, The Horn.
Second hour of Light the Tower on the Horn. Craig Ray, Jeff Howe with you. Snoop Daniel alongside. We're with you up till noon. Chad and Zay will follow with that. First hour of the program, Tony Salazar, head coach of the Westlake Chaparrals, was with us. And that first hour getting ready for their matchup. That is a Saturday afternoon kickoff in the Alamodome at 2 o'clock against Brennan. That contest, by the way, is being locally televised. It's on KBVO Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Of course, we'll have for you Friday night, Vandegrift against Dripping Springs, and you'll hear it on the Horn right here on 104.9 as well as 101.9 and AM 1260. And Vandy and Drip will play at Gupton. That is at 7 o'clock up there in Cedar Park. That's right there astride the Vista Ridge campus is where that one is taking place. So on to the quarterfinal round this weekend. When we get to our Flex update, bottom of the hour, I'm going to update. I gave the games yesterday. We're going to do a little computering for you, Snoop. Coming up, bottom of the hour, let you know what the computer thinks of some of these matchups. And of course, as we mentioned, we're working toward putting together the all-flex team. And I mentioned yesterday that there's more information coming in, and we're very grateful to have it, and we invite you to continue to submit your nominations for the all-flex team. Offensive line, defensive line. There's an offensive line category for guards and tackles, and then there's a center as well, and then defensive line. And then there's defensive backs, be they corners or safeties, linebackers, quarterbacks, obviously, running backs, receivers, which can include but not limited to wide receivers, tight ends, slot receivers, things like that. So as special teams, kickers, punters, returners, deep snapper. It's all there. Go to flexatx.com. You'll see more on that. And we're taking your nominations up for a few more days, and then of course we'll get to it. And coming up in less than 2 weeks is when we will announce the all flex team during part of state championship week coverage. So we're looking forward to that. Cleanup from hour number one. Somebody pointed out that Dallas police massacre and standoff was ended by a robot delivering an explosive charge. Remember that? Yeah. Sent the robot in on that
Stoner, I agree with you that ball sacked is going to be the next getting catfished. You know, Craig, when people read those erroneous reports from Ball Sack Sports.
Yeah.
Like, John Morant said Michael Jordan's trash. That's from Ball Sack Sports. Yeah, that's a real thing, Snoop.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
I ain't never heard of that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Ball Sack Sports is stupid.
Ball Sack Sports? I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Is it like Barstool or?
No, it's a parody account.
Okay, like the Onion.
Yeah, it's like the Onion for sports. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah. Somebody wanted to know how did Coach Salazar decide home field advantage was okay for Brennan? Brennan doesn't have home field advantage. They agreed on the Alamodome because it's a big indoor neutral venue. Yeah, there'll be a lot of Brennan fans there, but Westlake will take fans on there too. At this point in time, climate-controlled environments really become important, and it's not always available to you. You might be wanting to use that a climate-controlled environment, be it NRG Stadium or AT&T Stadium in Arlington or Alamodome. Remember, Alamodome's not available Friday night because you have the Conference USA Championship game going on. You have the UTSA Roadrunners against the Mean Green of North Texas, who qualified for that. So you have, he said with pride in his voice as a UNT alum. So anyway, yeah, UTSA against North Texas. That'll be a Friday night. So that's why the Alamodome wasn't available Friday night. But it's Saturday. They'll be back to hosting playoff games on that. And somebody said, will Westlake meet Galena Park North Shore in the playoffs? Well, they will if they win and North Shore wins. That would be next week in the semifinals.
Yeah.
North Shore has Atascocita, and that's going to be a heck of a ball game, I think. They've already played. It's a rematch of a district game that Atascocita led 13-3 in the fourth quarter. And North Shore came back and won 16-13. North Shore's out their quarterback, Caleb Bailey. He's out indefinitely with a knee injury. So they've had a couple of different guys rotate at quarterback, most notably David Amador, their wide receiver and kind of Swiss Army knife guy. He's everywhere on that. So they've had him going. Atascocita has played him really tough. And they've beaten them before, and they've beaten them before in the playoffs. So that should be a really good game. That's a Friday night game, and they're playing over in New Caney. I know this because I'm working the telecast of that game for Valley Sports Southwest. That's Friday night at 7 o'clock between North Shore and Atascocita. So no guarantee that North Shore wins that game. But if they do and Westlake wins, then yes, those two teams would meet in the semifinal. So anyway, somebody said, any idea why the Statesman never list Llano in their playoff schedules when they were listing blankos in the same district? That's a fair question, though, if they're in the same district, because they're both a bit of a drive to get out of the area. I consider both in the extended coverage area of the greater Austin area, just like Granger is. I think they're part of the extended coverage area there.
How would I drive to Llano from here?
71. Straight up 71. Just go up 71. You go down here, get on 71.
Oh, it does say Llano.
The sign does say Llano.
Oh.
It does say Llano. So it does say, yeah. So when do y'all cover basketball? Snoop's just starting to get in the basketball deal.
Yeah, I watched
Never. We don't cover basketball ever on this show.
We've got the number 2 team in the country. But yeah, I do hoops.
No, I think you're talking about high school basketball.
Oh, yeah,
is
yeah,
what
yeah.
they're asking.
I did watch a drumming last night. Our best 6A chance at a Region 4 Austin High, 66-10 district opening win over Anderson.
66-10?
Yeah, you can check out the visual mixtape, flexatx.com right now.
66. What was the score at halftime?
It was, hold on. It was 46-7? Something like that.
Jeez.
They only allowed 3 points, and the final 3 points was in the back stretches of the fourth quarter.
Girls or boys?
Girls.
I don't care in any sport. I don't care what level you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There is no sport where the scores get more lopsided than high school girls basketball.
It can.
That's where you see like the, such and such nationally ranked school in California beat somebody like 123-6 or whatever.
I saw a game like that when Gary Blair was coaching South Oak Cliff before he got into the college game. And they had a great team one year, one state. Their point guard was 4 feet 11 inches tall. And she was something else.
I bet she was awesome.
Oh, she was.
I bet she was awesome.
And South Oak Cliff beat, I want to say it was Skyline. It was one of the district opponents. And beat them 111-4, I think it was. And I was there. I saw it. It wasn't like they were just trying to run up the score, but it was one of those gigantic mismatches, and happens. And they just would take a shot from way outside and happen to go in. That kind of thing. And then the other team would turn the ball over, miss a shot, come down, and bid another one. And so it does. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Somebody Snoop, somebody pointed out Hayes Hawks girls basketball had a nice win against Cedar Ridge last night.
They are really good.
Yeah. So that's another one on which to keep an eye. All right, we need a break. When we come back, we're going to have Flex 30 update. We're going to see what the computer has to say about some of these matchups. And then we'll have another Longhorn notebook. Where are we going with the notebook?
Sticking with the portal. Portal theme.
We've got more portal to get to. So that's next when we continue with Light the Tower on the Horn, 104.9, 101.9, AM 1260, where we're live, local, and digital on the Horn app and at hornfm.com.
There's no need to wait on Black Friday savings because Red Tag savings are happening already at Nile Maxwell in Taylor. See, inventory hasn't been this way in years. The selection is back on 2022 Rams and the hard-to-find heavy duties. Black Friday pricing right now with Jeff Maxwell and all the folks at Nile Maxwell in Taylor. But don't wait because special finance rates are in effect right now and no payments until 2023. Nile Maxwell in Taylor, NYLE, MaxwellTaylor.com.
Hey, I want to remind you about our good friend John Hardy and his great staff at Divided Sky Roofing and Solar, because right now is a good time if you need help on any of a number of things, whether you need a whole new roof or maybe you need a new generator. Right now, they are not only the ones we trust for roofing, they're installing backup batteries and those Generac generators because, after all, rain and winter storms can damage your roof and they can knock out your power. Well, Divided Sky can help you be prepared for any short or long-term power outages by installing a backup battery or a Generac generator. You'll never pay more than your deductible if you have to have a new roof, and they offer easy financing. There's no money up front. There's no payment due until the day they start your job. If you're interested in those Generac generators and the backup batteries, well, the batteries come with a 30% federal tax credit as well. Don't trust your home to a fly-by-night roofing company. Divided Sky is local and provides lifetime warranty on your roof. Call them at 512-995-ROOF or DividedSkyAustin.com.
Need work? Are you putting it off because you dread the hassle of taking it to a shop? Now you don't have to with RepairSmith. RepairSmith mechanics come to you and do the work in your driveway. That's right. Any work your car needs, from simple jobs like oil changes to major repairs, they do it all at your house or workplace, even on weekends. Your day can go on as planned. Expert RepairSmith auto mechanics will arrive with all the parts your car will need, so there are no delays. Your car is ready right on time, and they'll leave your driveway spotless. How much does it cost? RepairSmith's prices are competitive with your local shops. Why hassle with taking your car to a shop when the shop will come to you? Go to RepairSmith.com for your free instant quote, plus get $25 off any work over $99 with code QUOTE. That's RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE. RepairSmith.com, code QUOTE.
The average home sells for over the asking price. And with Orchard's win-win program, you could win twice. Here's how. Win number one. Orchard can make you a solid, guaranteed cash offer for your home. We're talking about a serious cash offer from Orchard, not some home buying company trying to lowball you. But here's where it gets better for you. Orchard will handle the sale of your old home, including upgrades, listing, and showing. Here's win number two. When Orchard sells your old home for more than your cash offer, you keep the extra. You win again. That bears repeating. Orchard not only guarantees the sale of your home, but when it sells for more than they offered you, you keep the extra. Orchard's win-win program gives you the confidence you'll receive the maximum value for your old home, without all the hassles of selling it. If you're curious what Orchard would pay for your home, get a no-cost, no-obligation offer at Orchard.com. Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Families coming in for the holidays, and large holiday meals and even larger relatives require your plumbing to be in tip-top shape.
Sorry about your toilet, but Brisket always does that to me.
Don't let unsuspected plumbing problems turn your holidays into your horror days.
35 flushes should do the trick.
Call Hambone Plumbing, 512-388-7030. From garbage disposals to water heaters and everything in between.
Make your plumbing relative proof.
Check out the Hambone Fall Special, $25 off water heater flushes during November. Online HambonePlumbing.com.
License number M12470.
This holiday season, Diamonds Direct gives you the gift of 0% interest financing for 3 years on any purchase. With high prices and high interest rates everywhere else, Diamonds Direct is here with the incredible shopping experience you need. Our guaranteed best value prices will save you money. And with 0% interest, you can spread your payments over 3 years with no finance charge, period. And for this holiday season, we're showcasing an expanded selection of affordable and timeless holiday gifts. Rings, earrings, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstones, and if you're upgrading her diamond or getting engaged over the holidays, we have one of the largest diamond selections in America. All sizes and shapes, all cut for maximum brilliance, and all offered at our amazing direct importer, no middleman prices. Check out our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Buy now or come into the showroom. Let one of our experts guide you in finding the holiday gift that's at the top of their list. And enjoy 3 years zero interest financing on any holiday purchase. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
This is the time to get that man cave all decked out for the football season. Call our friend Tom McKay today. AV Consultation has everything you need for the entertainment system of your dreams. Tom and his guys, well, they're going to bring everything you need and they'll set it up for you. Audiovisual Consultation is one of the largest dealers of most television and audio brands. Not only is Tom stocked with the hardest to find smart TVs and Sonos audio equipment, he's not raising prices like a lot of others have. 512-255-8678. The smart guys that don't make you feel stupid. Make the call today to Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultation.
Craig Way, Jeff Howe, and Snoop Daniel light the tower.
I ain't got no regrets. I ain't losing track of which way I'm going. I ain't gonna double back, no. Don't wanna misplay. Put on no display. An angel, no, but I know my way. Oh, yeah.
This is Light the Tower on the Horn. Here's one thing that might be able to shed a little light on coverage area stuff. Our good friend Thomas Jones, the Austin American Statesman, said, I just heard on the show the coverage question. Any county that touches Travis County in the coverage area, plus, and this is important to remember as well, area county seats like Giddings and LaGrange. That's the reason why, because LaGrange geographically is farther away from Austin than Llano is. Llano is 60 miles northwest, but it just depends on some. I remember there was this big argument all the years, and still goes on from time to time, in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, where I lived and worked for so many years, is what really defined the Metroplex. And because it was a marketing term originally that came up, I think, in the 70s. And I think ultimately it came to mean any part of the area whose counties border, kind of like what Thomas said here, the contiguous counties of Dallas County and Tarrant County, which is where Fort Worth is, Dallas County for Dallas. So Wise County, Johnson County, Ellis County, Collin County, Denton County, Rockwall County. Hunt County is just on the other side of Rockwall. Rockwall County is the smallest county in the state. It's a tiny little postage stamp of a county, but it was kind of on that other side of that. So Kaufman County would be another one. So the ones that touch the contiguous counties. And as somebody points out, hey, Llano's a county seat, so yeah, so there you go with that. So somebody asking the question, they said, Jeff, to let you know, said San Francisco could use the term RoboCop if you wanted to do that, since it was there to help the police. And why is there not a mercy rule in place for high school basketball? That's just never come up, really. You have running clock. There's that. Yeah. That happens a lot. But it's just never come up. Because, first of all, it's 32 minutes of basketball. It's 4 8-minute quarters. So you look at some of the scores, you can say you'd be surprised how many points can score.
Yeah, like at the half, I had more than enough footage.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Austin High, they have a SMU, a TCU, and a UT Arlington commit so far. I think they might get a couple more offers. So they're good.
Okay. That's something to keep in mind. All right. So anyway, there's some of that stuff. It's time now for our Flex 30 update.
Flex ATX for the best high school sports coverage. Listen to the Horn and go to FLXATX.com. Flex 30 is brought to you by Brain Vault. Brain Vault is a revolutionary and patented mouthguard that has been proven to help reduce the risk of concussion. Visit BrainVault.com and join the movement.
All right, now we go to the part of the program that we do weekly that Snoop just absolutely detests, because he thinks it's this. It comes at great personal insult to high school teams when the computer is fed information and directed to pick a winner, or if it's a pick 'em, to say that it could go either way. And if you're picking a winner, by how many points? Snoop, you understand the computer is not directed to make every game a pick 'em. It's designed to give folks an idea of how much better one team is supposedly than the other.
So when it is a pick 'em, it's pretty dang close, like Alamo Heights and Liberty Hill.
Yeah, and we saw the evidence of that. Toward that end, it's interesting you bring that up, because here are the computer projections for these games. 6A Division I, Prosper and Louisville. Computer's picking Prosper by 1 point. Duncanville, Spring Westfield, Saturday afternoon in Georgetown, by the way. Computer likes Duncanville by 12. Galena Park, North Shore, and Atascocita, the matchup that I'm calling for television.
Does he know about Bailey, the court, Mr. Computer?
All of that's fed into it. All of that's into it. It's not a mister. It's a computer.
Excuse me.
It's not. It has no gender. It's a computer. North Shore, Atascocita, pick 'em, says the computer. That's how close that is. And then Westlake and Brennan, take a guess.
Westlake by 18.
What would you say, Jeff, on that? What would the computer say for Westlake Brennan?
Westlake Brennan, I'm going to say Westlake by 12.
Right in between you guys, 14. 14. All right. 6A Division II. It likes Denton Geyer by 5 over South Lake Carroll. DeSoto, Snoop's alma mater, by 10 over Harker Heights.
Let's go Harker Heights.
See, Snoop has such bad memories of his high school days.
Yeah, Snoop, you do hate on DeSoto a lot.
He was gaslit in high school, the problem was.
Yeah.
And probably catfished, too, in high school.
No.
Were you ball sacked in high school?
No,
Snoop?
heck no. No.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
Okay. Computer likes DeSoto by 10 over Harker. Katy against Houston C.E. King likes Katy by 17. Okay, fellas. Vandergrift Pickering Springs.
Pick 'em.
Okay, you're saying pick 'em.
Neutral field, I'm going to say Drip by 2.
Computer says Drip by 6. Okay. All right. All right. 5A Division I likes Aledo by 7 over Burleson Centennial in its rematch. I think there's 12 rematches this week across the entire landscape. It likes Longview by 20 over Mansfield Timberview. Smithson Valley and College Station playing at the field in Pflugerville Saturday afternoon.
Great game.
Computer agrees. Like Smithson Valley by 4. And Corpus Christi Veterans Memorial against Far San Juan Alamo North. And that game, by the way, is in Corpus at Buck Stadium. Computer likes PSJA North by 8. That's how much it thinks of that school for the Valley.
I'm pulling for PSJA North.
See if we can get a Valley team into the semifinals.
Is that where Coach Koss is still? I need to double check that because he used to be a coach at Cedar Ridge and went there.
5A Division II, Region 1, likes Argyle by 17 over Abilene Wiley. Region 2, South Oak Cliff, the defending state champ, likes by 5 over Melissa. Region 3, Fort Bend Marshall, the team I said is just absolutely beastly, likes Marshall by 17 over Port Neches Groves. Liberty Hill and Flower Bluff, fellas.
Liberty Hill by 12.
Panthers by 8.
16, says the computer.
Oh, and Joe Pitchford's back.
Yeah.
Dude, Liberty Hill, they are just, I think they're trending up. I don't know about Fort Bend Marshall.
Is this a night game or a day game for Liberty Hill? That's important to know.
7 o'clock Friday night.
Yeah. Right, so it's a night game, Snoop.
They have no chance, Flower Bluff, under the guise of night.
Okay, there you go. All
Again,
right.
Snoop thinks Liberty Hill is Batman with the slot.
Yeah. See, that's the only reason they lost state is the bright lights at Cowboy Stadium. They showed too bright.
Okay. All right. That was the reason. Okay. All right. 4A Division I, another rematch. It likes Decatur by 10 over Wichita Falls. China Spring, which won the 4A Division II title last year, now in 4A Division I, playing on the gigantic Cinderella Anna, and it likes China Spring by 8. East Texas matchup, they like Chapel Hill High of the Tyler area by 2 over Kilgore.
Can the quarterback do his snap counts and or defensive calls, whatever? Can they do it in a Batman voice?
I'll tell Reese Vickers and David Morris to do that.
And Bernie and Cal Allen likes Cal Allen by 3 in that one. 4AD2.
Oh, did Bernie to lose? Oh.
Picking Cal Allen to beat him. 2 unbeatens. All right, 4A Division II. You have heard of Cal Allen?
Yes, I have.
Okay, just want to make sure.
I've seen some Bernie footage though. I like. Those
I do too. I like them. I think they're really good.
Hey, real quick on Cal Allen, Craig. Have you heard anything lately? A health update on Phil Danaher?
I've not. And of course, he had retired, and the coaching changes happened. And it's gone, smooth. Mm-hmm. They throw the ball more than they used to. Of course, you could throw it 3 times a game, and you'd be throwing it more than you did when Coach Danaher was there. 4A Division II. Glen Rose picked by the computer by 20 over Monahans. Carthage, number 1. I saw them last week. They look every bit the part.
By a million.
Now they're playing Pleasant Grove, who's playoff veteran in season.
Okay, by 100.
10. 10.
Cuero That's a good Pleasant Grove program.
It is. Cuero and Silsby likes Cuero by 4.
Yeah, that might be too much. That's about as much of a pick'em game as you'll find in the state.
I agree.
This week.
And then Wimberley and Lago. Snoop?
You got to go Wimberley, probably, knowing the computer.
Said Texans by 14.
By 12.
Okay, so Snoop, you said knowing the computer. Let's just take the computer out of it. Who would you pick?
Me, I guess Wimberley.
Okay, so quit bagging on the computer.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, computer picks Wimberley by less than what you guys are. 7.
Ooh.
Okay. All right.
I have a heartstring thing with Lago Vista. I think they're the next. They could potentially be like a Liberty Hill one day.
Okay. 3A Division 1.
I can't give Lago too much credit. That goes against every fiber of my being. So.
It does. 3A Division 1. Brock, which began the season 0-4. And is on a roll now. They've picked by 6 over Whitesboro. Malakoff and Grandview, as we pointed out yesterday when Greg Tepper was on with us, playing each other for the 8th time in the last 5 years. And it likes Malakoff by 8. Franklin and Columbus likes Franklin by 7. Llano and Edna, boys.
We already did this one this week. It was.
Did you?
I think we did. I think you gave it to us already.
Did I? Do you remember it?
7?
Oh, I thought it was Llano by like 7 or something like that.
It's Edna by 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you didn't, or maybe I just completely forgot.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll see that.
All right.
I'll be there.
3A Division 2 likes Canadian by 15 over Wall. It likes Gunner by 22 over Holiday. If Canadian and Gunner meet, it's going to be like the 8th time in the last 4 or 5 years next week in the semifinals. It likes Newton by 24 over Harmony and likes Poth by 15 over Tidehaven. 2A Division 1, Cisco Hawley, another rematch, likes Hawley by 9. Toller and Crawford likes Toller by 7. I was like, really? Okay. Timpson with Terry Bussey. They're outstanding, but they liked him by 12.
Timpson Bears.
Yeah, like him by 12 over Cooper. Shiner Refugio. Rematch. They like Refugio by 4. 2A Division 2, Wellington, the Skyrockets. They liked him by 14 over New Home. Albany, they liked by 16 over Collinsville. March by 11 over Lovelady and Granger Burton, fellas. Granger and Burton?
Granger.
I'm going to go Burton by 4.
That's the one I gave you the other day.
Okay.
Or I'll give you credit for it. It is Burton by 4, according to this. All right. And then finally in the 6-man, they like Westbrook, the defending state champ in Division 1 by 3 over Happy. Abbott, the number 1 team in the state, by 6 over Erie County. Division 2 likes Benjamin, the top-ranked team in the state, by 2 over With Errol. And Lorraine, big surprise, by 17 over Oakwood. So there it is. There's your computer projections.
Lorena Bobbitt?
No, just Lorraine.
Yeah.
Lorraine.
Is that cultural reference completely out of date now?
I think so.
It's got to be.
Right.
Especially
that's a damn shame.
Especially if you're talking about the town just south of Waco. We straighten out Snoop on the pronunciation of that. It's Lorena, not Lorena.
Last year's state champ, which bowed out early this year.
Yep.
Throw John Wayne Bobbitt in the Google machine, kids. It'll be fun midday reading.
I start saying, why would you ask a kid to do that? I don't think
talking if you're like in your 20s, you know,
Okay.
if you're on campus at UT getting ready for finals, you need something to break the monotony. Go down a Google rabbit hole on John Wayne Bobbitt.
We got somebody saying, hey, Granger will beat Burton by 3 on a walk-off field goal. Victor says Edna by 7 over Llano. Go Cowboys. So
I'll tell you what, back in my day, Craig, playing Granger, was some of the toughest games I played in was playing Granger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tough bunch over there.
Somebody saw that Erie County won 104-91 last week. Is that a record? No. Far from it. There was a state championship game where I think it was Garden City scored 122. No, that's a rather pretty common score to be in the 90s, that sort of thing for 6-man. Where is Erie County? It's out west of San Angelo. Mertzen would be your
over
county
yonder.
seat. It is out
over
there.
there, yonder.
Yeah.
It's my late father's favorite direction. It's over yonder.
Yeah.
Dad,
so
that doesn't help me at all.
Okay. All right. So there is your Flex 30 updates. Let's move on to our number 2 Longhorn Notebook.
Jeff Howe's Longhorn Notebook.
A notebook brought to you by Aaron Dowersock. the home loan expert, your Longhorn lender. See if Aaron can do for you what she did for Linda and me, and that is to get that home loan approval turned around just like that. After all, she's the person who can make it happen for you in 10 days or less. Check her out on the web at BowersockTeam.com, BowerSock, BowersockTeam.com.
Speaking of Granger, and back in the day, we scrimmaged them. My freshman year at Florence, I was on the JV, but for the varsity scrimmage, Brandon Everidge almost killed a guy.
He was pretty good.
Threw a post route over the middle, and our receiver decided for whatever reason he needed to jump when Brandon Everidge had about a 15-yard running start, and it ended like when I give you that setup, Craig. It ended about as bad as you would think it would end. Giving you that visual. Guy was an All-American safety. Started on OU's national championship team.
Yeah, he did.
It was good.
By the way, Purple Buffalo's daddy said, just looked at the computer projections, and it says Florence is still the butthole of Central Texas. Go Cougs.
No, if the state of Texas ever needed an enema, Gerald's where you'd stick the hose.
Okay.
So let's get it right.
Enough.
That's a little further down 487.
It's enough illustrative description of the two communities.
I just want to know how
Boys
Purple
play
Buffalo's
nice.
daddy texts the show, because I know they don't know smartphone technology over there. Is it texting in Morse code? Carrier pigeon from the outhouse.
Linda and I had a little bit of a chuckle thinking about you yesterday because in her industry, she is a licensed professional counselor, and there's lots of advertisements in the trades in that deal for licensed professional counselors needed. And there was one that came up, and it said marriage counselor needed in Gerald. And I said, if we say that to Jeff, he's going to say, well, of course. How would you expect any marriage in Gerald to last?
Well, I was going to ask if Linda has any experience with farm animals, because she'll need to be able to communicate with the sheep that the gentleman is having problems with.
Had to go there again. Okay, all right.
She's a lady.
You did that.
Yeah.
You did that. That was on you.
It wasn't supposed to go to livestock, okay? It was just a deal about marriage counseling. Okay. Can you please commence with the notebook?
I think my senior.
I think my senior. Chop that out of the podcast, or we'll leave it in.
Yeah, please.
All right, let's talk about Texas. Let's talk about the transfer portal. I mentioned earlier that when you look at some of these recruiting classes that are losing guys, there's two things that stand out. The 2020 class, which that class, Craig, has been really interesting to follow because, again, that was Tom Herman's last full recruiting cycle. And I think the two guys that left yesterday, Troy O'Meary and Andre Carrick, didn't really fit what the current staff wants at those positions. So, and I think we'd seen both those guys kind of fall down the depth chart a little bit. By the way, Troy O'Meary, 1 catch for 9 yards. I didn't realize this. That was his only target all year. And you had guys like Gabe Sulser and some walk-ons.
Right.
1 target was by far the lowest on the team. Like Ajay Hall, I think, had 2. And he only played in 4 games. So that's how far down Troy O'Meary falling. But, you look at that 2020 class. I mean, Bijan Robinson, Hudson Card, Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, Keaton Crawford, Jaron Thompson, Jake Majors. Been some big time contributors in that class. Jalen Ford was the lowest rated guy in that class, and he's probably going to end up being your Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. There's been Jahdae Barron was in that class, so you've had some misses, but you've had some really big hits in that class. The other thing that stood out to me was the 2021 class, and you've seen a decent amount of attrition in that class already. And again, Jatavian Sanders, Xavier Worthy, but J.D. Coffey went in the portal yesterday. Jameer Johnson, D.J. Harris, Jordan Thomas had already gone in the portal. Terrence Cooks had already gone in the portal. Jaden Alexis has been dealing with injuries. David Abiyara, Keithron Lee, those guys have gone into the transfer portal. Then you've got, a guy like Max Merrill has been buried on the depth chart on the offensive line. So that's a transition class. It's interesting when you look at transition classes, because I know we all go back to what Tom Herman said his first signing day when they went back to when he was at Ohio State with Urban Meyer in that 2012 recruiting class. They had a lot of attrition. But if you look at transition classes, Craig, over the years, actually Texas has had a pretty decent success rate with recruiting classes, right? Like Mac Brown's 98 class, you had Mike Williams, who ended up being an All-American, was a first-round draft pick on the offensive line, the last first-round draft pick Texas had on the offensive line. Ahmad Brooks, Lee Jackson, there's some really good contributors in that class. There's a pretty low bust rate in that class. You go to the 2014 class, that was a Mac Brown, Charlie Strong hybrid class. Deontay Foreman, Poona Ford, Andrew Beck. You had a lot of really good contributors in that class, and obviously Deontay Foreman was an All-American and National Award winner. And then you go to the 2017 class, again, that's a Tom Herman, Charlie Strong hybrid, but that's Sam Ehlinger, Taquan Graham, Josh Thompson has been an NFL guy. Gary Johnson was in that recruiting class. He's a JUCO guy, so I don't know how much you really count him. Sam Cosmi was an NFL draft pick. Derek Kerstetter was in that class. So transition classes have actually been really good for Texas. I just think in the day and age of one-time transfer and the portal, don't be surprised if compared to those other three, if this 21 class doesn't have a lot of attrition by the time all is said and done. Even though, Barron Sorrell, Byron Murphy, Mo Blackwell, I've made no bones about it. I'm a Mo Blackwell truther. I love me some Maurice Blackwell. So, again, I think that's going to be a class where you have some hits, but you do have quite a bit of attrition and maybe more. Like I said, just the dynamics in college football have changed. But I think what the portal's done too, Craig, with these guys that we know they're going to be in there, they're planning on being in there when it opens on December 5th, we're getting a better idea. Sark was asked about this in the press conference on Monday, kind of what positions are you targeting, do you need? And they've got a pretty good idea, and Sark wasn't going to give away his game plan, but he did say they've got to evaluate their roster, see what their needs are, and they're going to keep some spots open down the road for guys that are spring additions to the portal, like Keelan Robinson, Ajay Hall, Diamante Tucker Dorsey. Those are just some of the guys that have been, Ben Davis, that were spring additions in the portal Sark's first 2 years, so they'll keep some spots open. But I think safety, with J.D. Coffey moving on, you bring back Jaron Thompson. We know Anthony Cook is gone. And then you've got some young guys, a Larry Turner Gooden, a B.J. Allen. Michael Taft played a bigger role down the stretch. But I think safety's a spot where they could look for. I think inside linebacker, especially Jalen Ford's going to have a really interesting decision to make because he is draft eligible. And he's going to get some feedback from the NFL. And if his stock is high enough, is he tempted to go to the draft? So linebacker could be a big name. I think it already is, Craig, because you've had some attrition at that position. You're losing to Marvin Overshown. I think linebacker's a spot. We know receiver. We know there's been some interest between Texas and some various wide receivers that are going to go into the transfer portal, including the wide receiver out of Texas A&M Commerce. Again, on the 28th is when Monday was when the portal opened for FCS and below prospects. Andrew Armstrong is a guy that had over 1,000 yards and 13 touchdowns at A&M Commerce this year. He's a guy that I could see Texas having a lot of interest in, but their wide receiver is going to be a position where they look to add somebody because you're losing Troy O'Meara, obviously, off of that depth chart. But Jordan Whittington, is he going to come back? Is he going to go pro receivers a spot? I think offensive line, a guy like Damian George out of Alabama who's going to go into the portal. He was a guy Kyle Flood recruited. He's an Orshore kid, had a lot of interest in Texas coming out of high school. Do you add him as a guy that could maybe be a buffer if you think you need a buffer for Cam Williams before maybe he's ready to step into that role as a starting right tackle? So I think offensive line, safety, inside back, or wide receiver, I think those are the positions. Quarterback is the interesting one for me. And I think a lot of that's going to depend on, again, the kind of development Sark sees from Malik Murphy during the bowl practices. And I don't want to say it completely hinges on that because that would be inaccurate on my part. But if you're going to bring in a quarterback, quarterbacks that are going to look at the Texas situation and say, well, do I have a realistic shot to go beat out Quinn Ewers? I think it's just going to shrink the pool of quarterbacks that you have to choose from. But would a veteran quarterback be willing to come here and knowing that, hey, I might be the backup for 12 games? Or do you say, hey, Hudson Card ended up starting 3 ball games and playing a little bit. Do I have a chance to maybe go in there and be a guy that spot starts and is a quality backup? So quarterback's the interesting one. But I think if Sark feels good about Malik Murphy's trajectory with Arch Manning coming in, he may just roll with those 3 next year, knowing you still got a guy in Charles Wright in that room also. So
all right.
Those are the positions to keep an eye on as we go portaling the rest of the way.
We'll be back to wrap up Light the Tower here on The Horn.
Are you Team Buffalo or Team Barbecue? Either way, Golden Chick's new sauce tossed wings are a delicious deal for hardcore wing fans. Golden Chick starts by marinating their wings for 24 hours before hand breading and cooking to golden perfection. And then it's time to sauce and toss those crispy, craveable wings with your choice of buffalo or barbecue. Get 6 wings and a roll for $6.99 or add 3 to an order for $2.99. For tasty wings at an unbeatable price, it's only at Golden Chick.
Hey, I want to remind you about our friends at Total Men's Primary Care. Now that we're into December, we're drawing closer to that end of the year, which means if you don't use those healthcare benefits, you could lose them by the end of the year. So why not take advantage of it? Get that physical that you need to get done. Or maybe you have a low T issue, or if there's some other issue that you need examined, our friends at Total Men's Primary Care can handle that. Why not go to their website at TotalMens.com? You'll see the big yellow button. You click on that button, then you can make that appointment for yourself or a family member at any other 20-plus Austin area locations and be seen that same day. Check them out online, TotalMens.com. Total Men's Primary Care, the doctor's office just for men.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Steve Larson, best-selling author and executive producer in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma. 1-800-582-1717. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. Plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling. No credit card required. So don't delay. Call right now. 1-800-582-1717. That's 1-800-582-1717. Again, 1-800-582-1717.
This is Chad Hastings for Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. I've told you about these pick'em games. It's really simple. You pick whether your favorite players will have a higher or lower stat total in this week's games for your chance to win big. Pro football, college football, baseball, basketball, you can mix it all up. You can win up to 20 times your money in a single game. Remember, pick between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. You get them all right, and you win. You can also do rivals picks, which pits 2 players against each other. Also check out that pick insurance option, which increases your chances to win. Trust me, if I can do it, you can do it. Sign up today with the promo code HORN and get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com or find them in the App Store, and don't forget to register with my promo code HORN to get your first deposit doubled up to $100. Must be 18 or over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Underdog Fantasy.
We're ready to wrap it up from here. We'll be back in tomorrow.
Thank you, Golf Lingo on the Specs text line, for pointing out that in Gerald, family counseling is marriage counseling.
Well, there's really some truth there, because I've been told that the more correct term is couples counseling off of that. So,
what do you call it in Gerald when there's a sheep involved?
All right, will you quit? Tomorrow will be. I should not have opened the toothpaste tube there.
Just remember, folks, in northern Williamson County, bad means no.
All right. We'll be back tomorrow.
I'm going to get my ass kicked.
Yeah, I know. If you ever stop for gas, you're in big trouble.
I'm making a point not to.
Stay tuned. Chad and Zay up next. We'll visit with you tomorrow. For our man behind the glass, Snoop Daniel, and for my co-host, Jeff Howe, I'm Craig Way. Thanks for joining us. We'll visit with you tomorrow here on Light the Tower.
Do you struggle with recurrent UTIs, kidney stones, male or female urology issues? Stop trying to cope. Trust your care to the experts at Urology Austin. Our highly trained specialists treat men and women for a variety of urological issues, including leakage, overactive bladder, kidney stones, urinary tract infections, blood in the urine, and much more. Visit urologyaustin.com. We have over 50 providers at 18 convenient locations across Central Texas. We also have a team of pelvic floor physical therapists. Learn more at urologyaustin.com.
Well, if you're looking for that new or used car, truck, or sport utility vehicle, right now is a good time to buy that new or used car, truck, or SUV from my friends at Leif Johnson Ford. Here's how you do it. Just go online to LeifJohnsonFord.com. That's what Linda and I did when we wanted to make a new vehicle purchase and found a brand new 2022 Ford Edge there for a couple of months back. Real easy. We saw it online. All of the inventory from all of their dealership locations. Leif Johnson's Riata Ford in Manor, the original Superstore location, Airport Boulevard in Koenig Lane, Leif Johnson's Truck City Ford in Buda. All of it is there on that one central stopping point, Leif LeafJohnsonFord.com. That's the clearinghouse there. Check it out. Then you can make the deal online with their digital staff. You can get full value for your trade-in, also online. Work out the financing option that works best for you as well, and then they'll deliver your new car, truck, or SUV to your home or office or place of business. Check it out for yourself online at LeafJohnsonFord.com. Leaf Johnson Ford is still the leader.
Well, I'm an orthopedic surgeon, board certified.
Meet Dr. John Herzog, who's certainly done his share of knee and hip replacements. But these days, he's encouraging his patients to look at regenerative medicine options, now available at QC Kinetics.
I'm kind of the anti-surgeon right now, and a lot of my buddies, if they hear me talking, they're going to give me a call.
Dr. Herzog says advances in regenerative medicine can give your achy joints lasting relief using highly concentrated healing agents from your own body to repair and restore damaged tissue.
We take the fluid out of you, we concentrate it, and put it in an area where they couldn't normally get to and facilitate healing.
Are you suffering from constant pain due to arthritis or injury? Maybe it's time to look at alternatives to drugs and surgery at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in these exciting treatments.
What could be more natural than using your own body to heal yourself?
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 512-593-4303. That's 512-593-4303. 512-593-4303.